है तो यूपीआई
इसका कोई और बाकी सब चल रहे हैं।
हाँ
बोर्ड का बटन कौन सा अंदर तो नहीं कहीं?
मेरे को लग रहा है ये काला वाला ये
नहीं, ये रहा व्हाइट वाली केबल आ रही है।
हाँ
ये
वाली ये तो वीजी है।
ये भी जगह है
ये वीजी है
नहीं, फिर बबका आया है। ये रहा, ये बटन बंद है इसका। ये होगा ये क्या आदत तेरी है।
तो अपना काम थोड़ी है,
दिमाग का काम है।
दिमाग का तो फिर बताओ।
लगा दिया।
अब लगाना ना, अब लगाना ना।
अब ऊपर चढ़ना जब वो सीढ़ी लेके आए। मैडम आई नहीं आज।
अरे ऐसा सीढ़ी है थोड़ी। सीढ़ी और सही लग रहा है। कौन?
आए नहीं ना, आए तो
कौन सी? बटन बटन लाइटें भी चाहिए। लाइटें नहीं हो तो वीडियोग्राफर के क्लैरिटी नहीं आती।
वीडियोग्राफर की कुछ रिलेटेड नहीं किया ना उसकी।
हो गया है, एकदम सही कसना। हाँ, सीधे तो करेगा, फिर से करेगा। है ना? और बता करो। बस ऊपर से सही करना। अंदर भी नहीं आ रहा है, ऊपर से सही करना।
ये कर दे सर, ठीक है। रेशियो 4.3, ये तो 16.9 हो गया।
नहीं, वही वही कर।
4.3 कर।
हाँ बस सही।
इसको खाली सही करना है और फोकस करना। कहाँ पे?
कौन सा?
चेंज करो। स्क्रीन बैकग्राउंड लगा दूंगा। ये तो आ ही रहा है। कैमरा कहाँ है? तेरा वीडियो कहाँ है? कैसे तेरा वाला जा रहा है इसमें? ओके, कैसे माइक? हेलो।
जैसे बोलेगा तो भी अपन जब तक कनेक्ट नहीं करें तब तक क्या पता। और इसमें जो ये पोस्ट वाला आना चाहिए। इसका तो सर यही रहेगा, ये इसको वो
और यार वो तरपाया जी था, वो मिल जाता तो कर देते।
फोकस फोकस करने से भी क्लियर हो जाता है।
बड़ा तो किया है काफी, रिमोट से किया है।
यार इसका वो जूम सही कर दो ना
सर तरपाया जी है,
हैं?
तरपाया।
हाँ वो दिखता नहीं है, मुझे लिखा हुआ है, जूम सही करना है।
जाती तो थोड़ा सा उसको सही कर दो।
तो ऊपर चढ़ के जूम सेट करना पड़ेगा। ये जब कि आप नीचे जो MPU इसकी लिखा हुआ है ना, ये ब्लर है, साफ नहीं आ रहा है।
हाँ ऊपर वो सही, वो उसका फोकस कर दो। वो रेंडर सर अभी करेंगे हम लोग। और ये लोगों को 11 बजे मिल जाए, सबका कुछ कर दीजिए ना, सब पड़ेगा। आज का कल दे दूँगा,
और कल का कर ही देना
कल का कल ही दे दूँगा, करवा देंगे तब तक। एक वीडियो फोटो हो रहा है, इसका सर उन्होंने बोली एक फाइल अपडेट करेंगे, वो अपने बेटा है, एक फाइल मैंने कहा कि ऑनलाइन अभी जाना वाला तो वही कर देंगे।
हम करवा लो या फिर आगे के लिए।
हाँ सब
अपना चल रहा है तो टेस्ट तो कर लेंगे।
हाँ वहाँ
अगर
टेस्ट कर लेंगे।
टाइम मिलेगा तो, ताकि आगे के लिए प्रॉब्लम मालूम हो जाए। क्या बोलते हैं वो कि इफेक्ट वैसे जाता है अंदर?
ट्रायल ट्रायल आती है ना पूरी।
हाँ पूरी अंदर ही फिर
क्या सेट करना आपको?
प्रोजेक्टर
घुमाना होगा थोड़ा ही।
नहीं, फोकस एक तो क्या ऊपर नीचे हो रहा है, थोड़ा साफ करना है इसको, फोकस को।
थोड़ा वो बटन
निकल आए तो थे शायद, शायद आए थे।
सारा कुछ ऐसे वही करता करता है, जबकि उसका कोई कॉन्ट्रीब्यूशन नहीं बनता है जो ये तरीके से लगा हुआ है।
हेलो।
हेलो।
आज तू कोट पैंट डाल कर आया यार, कल ऐसे फिर था।
Good morning to all delegates. First of all, I would like to welcome our Honorable President, Dr. Saidas sir, in this second day presentation. And our theme is Maize for Sustainable and Resilient Cropping Systems. So before I start, I would request Sainda sir to say a few words. सर ये इधर नहीं आएगा, यहीं थोड़ा करना पड़ेगा।
सामने आ नहीं रहा इसको।
चले मेरे तो वैसे आवाज है इतनी तो।
अपनी आवाज है, ले लो।
Dear colleagues, this is a very important session. Practically, I always believe that agronomy is a key for all kinds of experiments. And today, in this program, we have some very good practical scientists, not belong to only region of this country, but internationally known also. Dr. M.L. Jat and we have been working together, and he has been doing excellent work in conservation. This is the good opportunity to interact when we meet here with a good scientist and take the technology to your area, to the farmer. Actually, this session is really taking the technology to the farmer field. And you will believe that Rajkumar Jat has changed the scenario of Bihar people. Dr. Malik also there, Dr. Jat and Sidhu Saab, a stalwart in mechanization, well known in this country. So this is our great pleasure to invite such eminent young scientists to deliver good things on the farmer angle as well as scientific. Thank you very much. I request Dr. Jat, please.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words. Good morning, everyone. I think this screen is waking up. Now woke up. That's good. So, in next half an hour, I will try to capture some of the aspects on how conservation agriculture in smallholder systems can help in our bigger agenda of sustainable development goals. In the region in South Asia, we have a lot of unparalleled challenges. We are very productive region in terms of the population growth. Got 1.7 billion people, and that will grow to 2.4 billion by 2050, and we know the resource scenario. South Asia is also a global hotspot for contemporary and future climatic variability, which is challenging. Our natural resources are 3 to 5 times higher pressure than rest of the world. We need more nutritious food from less of the resources and more of degraded natural resources with a lot of climatic variability we are already experiencing. And this is the region with the dominance of the smallholder farmers. And as you can see in this global map, we are red. Red means very, very smallholder farmers. I think that is one of the major challenge. And those smallholder farmers, in Asia, 450 million smallholder farmers, they produce 80% of the food consumed in the region. So that shows the importance of those smallholder farmers in the region. When we talk about the per capita cropland area, and if you see the changes happening over past couple of decades, And you can see we are extreme left in the South Asian region where there's a negative, effect on the size of the smallholder, or the land availability per capita. We are sitting in the bottom and the left corner, compared to the other regions. So that's one of the major challenge, and the scenario is growing further. Also, if you look at the global cropland extent and change over past 2 decades, I think you can see the map of India all green. That means we are stable. We have no scope for the expansion of the land area under cultivation. We have to produce more food from same, and I think that puts the pressure on the natural resources. So that's another big challenge before all of us. In terms of the water, and if you talk about globally, we are more of a water scarce region, and most of our river basins are drying up. And you can see most of those regions got 6 to 8 months of scarcity period, all the red, which is another challenge. And these are the river basins, but at the same time, the water tables in the aquifers, all those are drying up, which is another challenge. When we look at the global risk landscape, and that comes in the World Economic Forum report, and you can see on the top right, all those risks are related to the climate change, and I think that's one of the major challenge which is popping up, time and again, and more complicated, every day. So I think that's big challenge. Now, if you talk about the climate change and more of anthropogenic climate change on the global agricultural productivity growth, and when I say anthropogenic, that means human-induced climate change. And you can see this global map, and even in the region, we are losing a lot of productivity growth because of the climate change already lost, which was published. One of the paper came last year in Nature Climate Change. The anthropogenic climate change that has reduced the global agricultural total factor productivity by about 21%. That's average since 61 over past 5-6 decades, which is a slowdown that is equivalent to losing last 7 years of the productivity growth, which is huge. And India is sitting at the global average. That means we have lost 21% of our total factor productivity growth because of the anthropogenic climate change in past 50, 60 years over the Green Revolution. Otherwise, we would have more production than what we have today. At the same time, the food systems are posing, the impacts on the global warming, the greenhouse gases emissions, or the environmental footprints. And that came up very clearly that our food systems are responsible for 1/3 of the global anthropogenic greenhouse gas emissions, which is significant. 1/3 of the greenhouse gases are coming because of the food systems. And when I say food system, that's not only the production, but the whole value chain of the food systems. In 2015, the food system emission, that amounted 18 gigatons of the carbon dioxide equivalent per year globally. That represents 34%. So more than even 1/3 of the greenhouse gas emissions are coming from the food systems. And the largest contribution, that is 71% of that 18 gigatons, is coming from agriculture and land use changes. So I think we have to set our agenda how to reduce those greenhouse gas emissions from the agriculture while making our agriculture sustainable, produce more food with less of the natural resources. And remaining 29% that comes from the supply chain. As I said, 18 gigatons are coming from all the food systems activities. Also, the projections of the global crop productivity for 21st century indicates, and if I compare the two crops, maize and wheat, and if you see those projections, it clearly indicates that maize productivity will go down significantly because of the climate change in coming decades, whereas wheat productivity may go a bit up. But that depends also on the latitudinal dimensions in in different countries. Uh, and this is latitudinal profile. So if you can see the latitudes from 30 degrees south through 60 degrees north, we will have a lot of yield penalty in maize. Whereas in wheat, we see 0 to 30 degree north, we will see yield penalty. Whereas in case of soybean, same amount. In other latitude, there will be an increase. So it's not like we are going to lose productivity everywhere, but there is a latitudinal dimension, and I think we are sitting somewhere in those latitudes where we may lose a lot of productivity because of the future climates, which is challenging. Now, if we talk about the climate change impacts on Indian agriculture, you can see that most of the crops, or most of the cereal crops rather, rice, wheat, maize, and sorghum, we got negative impact on the productivity, and we lost a lot of that, and this led to 1.5% loss in the India GDP because of that loss in productivity growth of those crops. And if you talk about rice, wheat, maize, and sorghum, they are worst affected because of the climate change. And by 2030, when we have to achieve our sustainable development goals, the rice, wheat productivity are likely to be reduced by 6 to 10% because of the climate change. But we have other possibilities, and I cite this one example, which again published in Nature Climate Change last year, middle of last year, where we see the probability of the yield gains with conservation agriculture under future climates, and this is example of maize. So there are a lot of potential, of nullifying those climate change impacts because of the conservation agriculture. We can buffer a lot of those aspects, and I think we see, and you can see the green side, especially when we talk about India. So if you integrate conservation agriculture with adapted, varieties, I think we can pacify those climate change impacts. Now, there are a lot of, I'm not going to take a lot of those slides because 2 HS and 1 RK and all those people are going to, speak on those aspects. But I think this is example on the productivity, energy, the food, energy, water nexus, all those things. And I think when we talk about, this is Punjab, so when we talk about the rice wheat flooded system versus rice wheat conservation agriculture, and rice wheat, when we diversify rice wheat with maize wheat and align with or layer with conservation agriculture and the drip irrigation or the solar systems, I think we got a lot of productivity gains compared to the conventional system. We can significantly reduce the energy use, and we can also reduce or minimize the environmental footprint significantly. I think irrigation footprints are significant. So there are a lot of opportunities when we talk about maize-based systems, and together with conservation agriculture, I think they contribute towards several of those sustainable development goals, which I will come later. This is another work we did together with CSSRI, which HS is leading. There are different cropping systems together with conservation agriculture. Where are the opportunities for sustainably diversify or sustainable intensification of the cereal systems? And you can see that maize-based systems, maize mustard mung bean or maize wheat mung bean, they're not only leading to significant increase in the total, the productivity across the year, but also increased protein yield, carbohydrates, fats, calories, increased profitability, and also significantly lowering the irrigation water. And I think that feeds into the food, nutrition, energy, climate change, water, and all those environmental footprints. So several of those sustainable development goals, there are a lot of opportunities. Dr. Rakshit presented yesterday about this new work we've been doing together with ICAR, IIMR, CSSRI in Punjab and Haryana, how to diversify rice with maize, for example. And we see, this reality check in terms of the grain yield comparing rice and maize. Also the net returns, you can see, maize versus rice. But at the same time, the irrigation, you see number of irrigation, 3 to 4 versus around 40. And that's something significant, I think, when we talk about sustainability of agriculture in the heartland of the green revolution. And the global warming potential, the greenhouse gas emissions, you can see, 1 ton versus 7, 8 tons of greenhouse gas emissions in rice, which is significant. And I think that can help not only saving the environment or protecting the environment, but also generating additional income for the farmers through carbon credits, which I'll share in a couple of minutes. There's another work which, from the multi-criteria assessment of the conservation agriculture-based systems in Eastern Gangetic Plain, the work led by my colleague Mahesh. And you can see the base-based systems with conservation agriculture, again, contribute to increased productivity, improved income of the farmers, and reducing the environmental footprints. Also, not only, the productivity, profitability, and environmental footprints, but in terms of the how to mitigate the climatic risks, reducing the climatic risk or adapting to the climatic risk, I think something important. And this is one example from Haryana, for example. In 2017, there was 200 plus millimeters of rain in 3 days. And you can see on the left side, the conservation agriculture-based maize, and on the right side is the conventional tillage-based maize. This picture speaks, itself. You are losing your maize because of the stagnation of water, whereas on the left side, maize is still happy because of the infiltration rates, and that leads to the significant penalty in terms of the yield. So that's one way how you mitigate or reduce the risk of the climate. Then another example, again, coming from the CSSRI's farm, where we got maize in reclaimed sodic land, and you can see after 1 week of those continuous rains, on the right side you got conventional tillage and raised beds. On the left side you got conservation agriculture. Your crop on the right side, despite the fact you put a lot of money for tillage and other things, your crop is suffering because of the oxygen deficiency, because of the compaction of those fresh beds, whereas in the left side, crop is still happy. Now, to make this crop happy, farmer has to put additional nitrogen and things. So you can compare where are the more risks and where are less risks, how that reduces. There's another example of conventional tillage versus conservation agriculture in drought-prone areas. On the left side and right side, you can see the clear examples. There are several of those examples. Also, in terms of the global warming potential, you can see the farmers' practice of the rice wheat versus the conservation agriculture in rice wheat, and on the top of that, you got maize wheat system, and you can see how you reduce the environmental footprint significantly, or less than the half of those footprints are coming there. So I think 18 to 62%. So if you compare the rice wheat conventional system, and if you take the maize wheat conservation agriculture, you reduce 62% of the environmental footprint. So that contributes to our global agenda. Now, if you summarize the conservation agriculture, what it does, in terms of the potential benefit, it increase the debt return, increase the productivity, increase the efficiency of the input, it builds the resilience, it lowers the environmental footprints, it improves the soil health, and there are a whole lot of, evidence, science evidence, generated by a lot of researchers. You can reduce the chemical fertilizer use, after, and I think HS is going to talk about the water and the nutrient management, and he will cite some concrete examples, how much fertilizer you can reduce. You can also reduce the weather risk, as I showed in some of the slides, and of course the energy, saving and water saving. So there's a whole lot of, benefits, potential benefits of conservation agriculture. Now, in addition to that, I think, and we did some of this work on optimizing the conservation agriculture practices, and it's not like a silver bullet. We need location-specific performance indicators, and we did this modeling. So with this, I think with the optimal management of the other inputs, we can increase the productivity by 38% if you go with the conservation agriculture, over and above with the targeted, domains of conservation agriculture, which is something significant, I think, in addition to, so what I showed, the threats of the climate change induced productivity loss versus, with conservation agriculture, there's a potential for increasing the productivity rather than losing. So I think that's something, significant. Now, if you talk about the congruence, between different pillars of the sustainability, and when I say the pillars of the sustainability, the people, the planet, the profit, those are the three important aspects which are the core objective of conservation agriculture. I think in terms of the people, if you talk about the labor and other things, we reduce the drudgery and save on the labor. In terms of the profit, as I showed, a lot of operating profit can be increased, the primary productivity can be increased. And in terms of the planet, the whole sort of the greenhouse gas emissions, the water, the nitrogen, the nutrient cycling, all those aspects contribute toward the planet. So I think the conservation agriculture basically contribute to all the three pillars, key pillars of the sustainability, which is people, planet, and the profit. Now coming to the sustainable development goals, and I tried to develop this interrelationship of conservation agriculture and the conventional food systems with the sustainable development goals. So we got three types of the food systems. The conventional chemical-based agriculture, what we are doing, adopting the conservation agriculture, and in many areas, the subsistence agriculture. And you can see if you go with the subsistence agriculture, there are negative linkages with several of the sustainable development goals, whether the no hunger or the poverty or all other, the water, the climate action, all those negativity. So you can see if you are doing subsistence agriculture, you are negatively contributing to those sustainable development goals. Similar way, if you are doing conventional agriculture, you are again negatively contributing to the several of those sustainable development goals. But if you go with the conservation agriculture, you are directly contributing positively with 8 sustainable development goals, and rest of the sustainable development goals, it will contribute through enabling policies. So if you go with the conservation agriculture, and I make a case, conservation agriculture directly or indirectly contributes to all these 17 sustainable development goals. If somebody is interested, we also put together how they are contributing into those 8 sustainable development goals. This paper, we did, meta-analysis of South Asia for 2 decades of the work, which was published in Nature Sustainability in last year, and you can see that how it's contributing. Now, the another dimension which we can add, conservation agriculture, water saving, yield enhancing, and all those soil aspects. But I think we need to think bigger. And when we think bigger, we are talking about, a lot of people talking about, the carbon trading, the carbon marketplace, the carbon credits. And we started working on this already, in the fields with the farmers in Haryana and Punjab, and we'll be going to the other, states as well. And if you see the farm level additional income benefits of those regenerative conservation agriculture-based practices through carbon trading, you can see if you are in the conventional rice wheat system, and if from there, if you go with the conservation agriculture-based rice wheat system, with direct seeded rice, you can have 1,300 rupees with the carbon credit. With zero tillage wheat, you can have 1,650. With nitrogen management, another 750. So those are, the bigger pictures. So you can have at least 4,000 rupees per hectare per year through carbon trading if you go with the conservation agriculture in the rice wheat system. And that saves also 40 centimeters of the water, that saves on the 2,200 per hectare on the energy cost. But if you diversify, rice wheat with the maize wheat system and go with the conservation agriculture, those carbon trading potential will go up further. So you can have 5,000 rupees or plus. And you can see if you count everything, then 1 ton versus 7 tons of the greenhouse gas emission, that means 7 carbon credit. And if you see the global carbon market, $15 per credit, that means $100, that is 7,500 alone coming from there. And I think that there's a huge potential. In addition, you can save, almost 1.5 meters of water, which is like 15,000 plus rupees, which, for example, government of Punjab is putting. They are putting that money to dry their aquifers. So I think we need to think on that, direction. We are already, working on those things. And I feel like this will create a pull factor for adoption of conservation agriculture, because farmers will see the value in terms of getting those 4,000 per hectare. And those 4,000 per hectare, and if I say the average holding size of Punjab is 3 hectare, that means 12,000 rupees per hectare per year farmer can get. And what government of India and Kisan Samman Nidhi is putting 6,000 rupees per farmer. So that's a double than that, and that will also create an enabling environment for farmers to adopt those regenerative agriculture practices. And in that process, farmer will, because they will be interested in getting this 4,000 rupees, they will also save on 10,000 plus rupees on the cost of production. So altogether 15,000 rupees per hectare, per year, and that will contribute to how we can double the farmers' income. I think that takes us to our, and if you cite, and we tried to make this case to the Chief Minister of Punjab, how overall impact of the carbon marketplace in Punjab, for example. So if you consider, 1.5 million hectares of, rice can go to direct seeding and zero-till wheat, I think, and that is doable, in immediate future. We are already, half of that is achieved. And if you diversify 500,000 hectares of the rice with maize, and we have to diversify because of the water issues, considering that you can reduce 10 million tons of the carbon dioxide equivalent from that, and if you trade that as a carbon credit, that will bring 800 crore rupees to the Punjab farmers. So there's a huge potential. So as I said, 10 million tons of reduction in the greenhouse gas emission, 800 crore rupees, the gross value of that carbon trading can be brought to the farmers. 13 kilometer cubes of the water can be saved. And if you see, one of the paper, in Nature in 2009 by Rodale et al., they says, Northwest India is removing 13 to 17 kilometer cubes of water from the aquifers every year. And here is the practice which can save that same amount of the water and retain it back to the aquifers. 1,100 crore rupees can be saved on the energy. That is, that will remain with the government. So it's a kind of win-win. The government will be happy because they can reduce the energy cost. The farmer will be happy because they will be getting additional profit. And the business people will be happy because, now we got a agenda 2030 where all the people, or the companies, and they have to be carbon neutral in their action. They have to purchase from somewhere. So if that can go to the farmers, I think that's going to be a win-win. Also with the nitrogen saving, with the subsidy, 155 crore rupees can be saved with adoption of those practices. And there is a significant size, and I see this Mahua Acharya's interview, and she says market size for carbon credit trading is around $300 billion per year, which is quite significant. And I think we have to tap into those opportunities to make agriculture sustainable. And I see our leaders, for example, Sharad Pawarji tweeted, he met the Environment Minister, Government of India, Mr. Bhupendra Yadav, other day, together with our partner, Usha Barwale-ji, Grow Indigo, where we are working on this aspect. And, they made a case for carbon credits in India, and I think we are making some progress. Now, with this background, let me also share where we are in terms of conservation agriculture globally. So we started with less than 1 million hectares in 8 countries in 1970. Now we got 205 million hectares in 102 countries in 2019. That's the latest figure available for conservation agriculture. So 1 million hectares, 8 countries in 1970, when I was about to born, to 205 million hectares now. So that's a significant. And this is 15% of the world's cropland area. I don't think there is any concept or the principle or the technology which is adopted 15% of the global cropland. There are countries in South America, in Australia, where there is a significant adoption. And if you see the recent case, 1990 to 2009, the conservation agriculture area globally increased at an average of 5.2 million hectares. That reached about 100 million hectares in 2008. But thereafter, we are, expanding at the rate of 10.5 million hectares per year, which is double than that rate. So I think it's incremental. It's quite significant. Now, if you talk about the conservation agriculture in smallholder systems, I think the agriculture's contribution to the sustainable development goals, we know that requires climate smart, regenerative and profitable technologies and institutional innovations. And that's where, we need attention on conservation agriculture as a strategy to sustainable intensification and regenerative agriculture. So a lot of research-based evidence and sizable adoption of conservation agriculture in irrigated systems, but I think we need more focus in rain-fed areas and other areas, in hilly areas where we see a lot of opportunities in terms of the yield gains, because in irrigated system we don't see a lot of yield gains because of waterage buffering all the actions. But in rain-fed areas we see more of potential for increasing productivity, building resilience, reducing the climatic risk. But I think still there's a lack of evidence-based consensus. People are, having their apprehensions, mindset problem. There are a lot of, knowledge gaps, capacity gaps, especially in the rain-fed areas, which needs to be strengthened for these smallholder systems. There are quite a few barriers of the adoption. It's not like there are not. There are a lot of barriers. And one of the barriers, I think, if we talk about agronomy, and if we talk about crop-based agronomy, we are not doing justice. We need systems approach, systems agronomy, which is something very, very important. Otherwise, you will not see the other side of the coin if you go with the commodity focus approach in conservation agriculture. Then, for example, crop residue burning. We say the ending at any cost. I think we should need to think about sustainability. We need to have multi-criteria analysis of those practices, not only the productivity or the profitability, water, the public cost, the private cost, the public benefit, the private benefit, all those aspects we need to see. I think we don't have a theory of change at different levels, the local level or the regional level or the national level. I think we need to have a clear theory of change, how to reach where and what is the way and mean to reach there. I think we need to define that. And as I said, knowledge and capacity gaps is still large, and that's halting us back in terms of the adoption. Many a times we talk about silver bullet. What I say is fantastic. What you say is not good. And without defining the domain, what works where, because everything got its own domain. So I think defining those domains is something important. One size fits all is, the government put subsidy, at one time, on ad hoc basis. That's not going to help us without looking at multiple. So that needs a lot of policy changes, a lot of social and behavioral science communication problems. I think a lot of apprehensions, a lot of perceived risk versus the reality check. Rather than, checking the reality, we are just working on the perceived risks or the apprehensions, which is not good, which is halting us back again for adoption. Also, we are missing a common neutral platform for learning, for capacity, for collective wisdom and action. Wherever you see some platforms are there, whatever level, you see the impact. Wherever you don't have those platforms, you don't see the impact. So I think we need a platform for learning, co-learning, and learning together. So what we need to do business unusual within our usual business settings. That's what we need to do. And for that, I think we need to understand the challenge clearly. What is challenge? What challenge we are, trying to address? Without understanding the challenge, बीमारी का पता नहीं हो, दवाई देने लग जाओ तो मुश्किल हो जाएगी. I think once we understand the challenge, let's explore the windows of opportunity. Where is the window of opportunity? And then act accordingly. And to do that, I think we need to zoom the focus rather than, making the radical changes and, reinventing the wheels. We need to focus, because if you make radical changes, farmer is not going to adopt, because they will go step by step. And I think, if we make those smart changes with zooming the focus, I think we can achieve some success. Do not reinvent the wheel. Take the stock, what is available as of now, what knowledge, what technology, what solutions, prioritize them, target them. And I think once we target them, we have to test and validate under specific circumstances what option has a single win, what option has a double win, and what option has a multiple win. We need to think about multiple win options rather than a single win option, where government can win, where farmer can win, where researchers can win, when extension people can win. I think we need to have a multiple win option. And then we need to demonstrate with clarity of the object. What is our objective? How the solutions, what we are advocating are unusual. What values they are added through those options. I think we need to be very clear on those, and we have to demonstrate them rather than preaching. You know, we have to practice them and then demonstrate them. If you cannot build confidence among ourselves, if we cannot have the confidence, there is no way we can convince a farmer. So I think we need to have the confidence, and that for that confidence, we have to work at the ground, be practical. And then finally, I think we need to analyze and reanalyze what is critical for a farmer, what is critical for the society, what is critical for the government, and what is critical for the industry, individually or in tandem. And if we can do that, I think we can achieve impact at the scale. But generalization is dangerous, I always say. And we generalize zero budget natural farming, organic farming, this farming, that farming. Generalization is really dangerous. Everything got its own domain. We have to define domain, what works where, under what circumstances, rather than generalization. Don't generalize. Agronomy is very specific. Situation is specific. Circumstance is specific. Field is specific, soil is specific, climate is specific, cropping system is specific. I think we have to think on that. So with this, thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. M.L. Yard, for giving very nice and comprehensive keynote lecture address on conservation agriculture in smallholder maize systems and sustainable development. Thank you, sir. And I would request from audience, if you have any query or doubt, 1 or 2 questions.
नहीं अभी वार्म अप नहीं हुए सुबह सुबह ना.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Then next lecture, A.K. Singh. I will give one lecture on इससे बढ़ेगी ठीक. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, sir. So I will speak on conservation agriculture in maize-based system under a changing climate scenario. So next, please. Sir, these are the different yield gaps which we have visualized. And if you see management yield gap as well as potential yield gap, they are maximum with rice and wheat. Wheat is already stabilized. So now you see the challenges. If you see the climate change effects, they are maximum in rice and wheat, so rice and maize. And because of that, lot of negative growth is taking place. That means we are witnessing impact in the form of reducing the rice as well as maize. But if we adopt this conservation agriculture, then in 2020 as well as 2050, there are chances by adoption of this conservation agriculture approach, we can mitigate these effects, and on the other hand, we can increase yield also. So what is the, I mean, how this conventional tillage we are following, we are doing plowing, we are removing organic material, we are doing monoculture. So all these things we can change with the help of conservation agriculture. You can see that these are the 3 basic principles: minimum soil disturbance, permanent organic soil cover, as well as diversified cropping system. So these are the three basic principles of conservation agriculture. Based on that, we can increase our yields at agricultural land in different type of, whether it's small holding or large holding. So why we need to adopt CA? Already Dr. ML has given a lot of things. So sustainability, enhanced biodiversity, carbon sequestration. Dr. ML has said that carbon trading can be done by farmers, labor saving, soil becomes healthier. That is one of the very important things, because when we are keeping soil organic cover, then soil becomes healthier. And ultimately, when soil becomes healthy, then yields will also be increased. So India has made very strong progress on CA in machinery prototype. I will not take much, because Dr. Sidhu, in next lecture, he will give a very detailed account of this machinery, because machinery is playing very important role in adoption of conservation agriculture. And for that, this zero drill seed development, then this multi-purpose, multi-crop planting system. So all these things will be handled by Dr. Sidhu. So why maize for CA? Technology is available. We know that high-yielding hybrids are there for maize, where we can harvest easily 7 to 10 tons. Machineries are available from sowing to harvesting, and most important thing is weed management. Previously, we were having only pre-emergence atrazine herbicide. Nowadays, we are having very good post-emergence herbicides also available. So these are the, particularly Tembotrine and Topramazone, these are the two most important or very good post-emergence herbicides, because with the help of that, we can continue our conservation agriculture, because for success of conservation agriculture, for initial 2 to 3 years, this control of weed is very important. Then this is the view of different cropping system which we have observed in this rice wheat, then this rice chickpea, then maize chickpea, then maize mustard, and maize system. So this maize provides very efficient cropping system. It advanced wheat planting, because just after harvesting, next day we can go for sowing of wheat. Wheat, by that way, we can increase wheat duration also. Then at the same time, when we are retaining our residue, then this water requirement is also lower down. Then at the same time, terminal heat, because we know when we are keeping residue cover, we know that residue is having a property that it doesn't allow this heat wave going into the soil. So this terminal heat problem is also solved, and because of that, we are getting very good wheat yields. That means mitigation of climate change can be happening if we are following, keeping crop residue covers. So then by this sustainable intensification of cereal system through conservation agriculture, you can see this rainy season maize, then wheat, mustard, chickpea, summer mung bean, suspenia. These are the 4 cropping system which we have observed at our IRI fields. Then with the help of this conservation agriculture, we have found out that this, with the help of this zero tillage or permanent bed, we can get 13 to 17% higher system productivity and 22 to 27% higher this net returns. So, and at the same time, across the different cropping system, this system water productivity was also increased. You can see, as compared to the conventional tillage, significantly higher this system water productivity was observed in case of whether we are using zero tillage or permanent beds in different maize wheat mung bean system, maize chickpea system, maize mustard, or maize system. Then advancing towards potential water productivity. If you see in irrigated conditions, this water productivity is around 3.5. Whereas if you go for rain-fed conditions, it is around 2.2. And if you see in actual condition, you will find that as compared to the conventional tillage, we are getting higher realization towards the potential water productivity. Then similarly, sir, as Dr. ML has also showed, that when continuous rains occurs, particularly 30, 40, 100 millimeter rains. If you go to the conventional tillage field, because of the creation of hard pan, water is stagnating. But if you go to the conservation agriculture field, you will not find a single drop of water is stagnating in the field. So that is playing very important role. And when we are retaining this residue cover, then soil moisture retention is also higher. Similarly, nutritional security by the sustainable intensification can also be done. We have observed in maize, wheat, moong bean system that as compared to conventional tillage in permanent bed or zero tillage, we have got higher this protein equivalent yield. And at the same time, when we compared with unfertilized or farmers fertilizer practice, then in RDF, recommended dose of fertilizer or site-specific nutrient management, we have got higher nutritional security. Similarly, it also changes the climate change issue. We have also observed nitrous oxide, N2 nitrous oxide emission in rainy season as well as winter season. In rainy season, clearly it was significantly lower in case of conventional tillage as compared to this permanent bed and zero tillage. Though it was somewhat higher in winter or summer season, but overall, if you see total annual nitrous oxide emission, it was significantly lower as compared to conventional tillage. Similarly, we have also observed in different cropping system also. So it was lowest in maize, wheat, moong bean as compared to the maize, Sesbania system. So this climate change issue is also we can address with the help of conservation agriculture. Then preservation of organic carbon, that is organic carbon is the key. And it has been observed that for average increase in crop yield of 40 to 100 kg, at least when we are retaining 1 ton of organic carbon, soil organic carbon into the soil. So that is playing very important role. And this is the situation in our, after 7 years of completion of this conservation agriculture, we have found out that almost 0.8 this percent of SOC was there, and that is one of the reason that we have got highest this SOC in maize, wheat, moong bean, followed by maize, chickpea, Sesbania system as compared to maize mustard or maize system. So this organic carbon retention is one of the very important key. It not only improve the soils, but it also increase the crop productivity. Then reshaping of soil physical parameters, particularly penetration resistance as well as bulk density, because we know that when we are using conventional tillage approach, then hard pan is created. So you can see very easily that as compared to conventional tillage, because 20 to 40 centimeter soil depth is the most important layer where maximum root penetration activity is taking place. And in this, penetration resistance as well as bulk density are significantly lower as compared to conventional tillage. So how this impact of CA or is taking on, if we are taking example of maize, if we are using conventional tillage, then almost 11% higher water is used. And then on the other hand, if we are using this conservation agriculture practices, and then again superimposing this this layer with the help of subsurface drainage, then almost 11% saving of water and 28% higher water productivity is observed. On the other hand, in case of rice, this figure is almost 50%. So 48% higher water productivity is observed if we are having this subsurface drip irrigation system coupled with conservation agriculture. So that is how lot of benefits can be taking place. Then what are the constraints? First constraint is need to change the mindset of farmers, scientists and policymakers. There are certain farmers who are reluctant. On the other hand, on our foundation day, just on 9th February, we have invited some of the farmers, nearby farmers in Punjab for our foundation day. And to my surprise, I was asking that to retain at least 1/3 of this residue, you can, from fifth year onwards, you can cut down 25 to 30% of the fertilizer. The farmer was saying that, sir, what you are talking? I am retaining 100% of residue. And third year onwards, he has cut down fertilizer dose by 50%. So that means, some progressive farmers are also there who are already adopting 100% retention, and they are saving 50% fertilizer. So that is very important, big, message that by adoption of this conservation agriculture, we can cut down fertilizer this quantity in our cropping systems.
That's a
Yes, yes. So second constraint is ability to retain adequate crop residue. That is, we have already discussed. For success, this is a very important thing, that this subsoiling, then laser leveling, all these things we can do. Then maize, particularly from eastern and southern India, Rabi rice and upland rice in Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Odisha, they can be switched over towards the maize-based cropping system. That part, Dr. ML has already elaborated what are the different benefit of genotype into environment, into management. So they are playing very important role in, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for very elaborative presentation based on the work what your team has been doing, the great work. Is there any quick question before we go to the next speaker? Anyone? No one? Thank you so much. Now I request Dr. H.S. Sidhu. Dr. Sidhu is one of the finest ag engineer I have ever seen. Dr. Sidhu is a principal, researcher with Borlaug Institute for South Asia, and have done commendable work in terms of mechanization as far as conservation agriculture is concerned.
Thank you, Dr. Jat, and good morning, everyone. This is my pleasure that and I'm very thankful to the organizer that they have invited me to participate in this very important meeting. I'm going to speak on the mechanization for sustainability of maize-based system. What I'm going to show you, what we are going to discuss, it's not my work, it is the work of our team, that is a Sustainable Intensification Program team working in SIMMET as well as Borlaug Institute for South Asia. So let us, so we all know that the concern is natural resource fatigue, input cost, shrinking profit margins, and emerging climate risk, right? But the greatest challenge is meeting the food demands on sustainable basis. So I think we need alternate options and out-of-box thinking. I always say that we need more. We want to produce more with less for more people. So only this is the only way forward. I think before me there are two speakers who have already discussed in a very elaborative manner about the advantages of conservation agriculture. So if we want to produce more with less, that means with less of energy, with less of tillage, with less of fertilizer, with less of water, and other inputs, but at the same time, either getting the same yield or more yield for more people. So our aim should be, or direction of our uh, research should be that how we can produce more with less for more people. So that is what we always say out of box thinking. There is a possibility, or there are like ecological intensification of maize system under the changing farming scenario, right? So this is one of the possibility or one of the like opportunity that that intensification of maize system is possible because of the reasons you can see on the screen. But when we want to save water, the earlier speaker, Dr. A.K. Singh already discussed that we have to go for zero tillage, we have to keep residue, uh, so we have to produce more with less, right? But at the same time, I think we need a scale appropriate mechanization if we want to go for conservation agriculture. The only way which I see as an agricultural engineer is that our approach should be multi-crop, multi-utility equipments. So, this is, I borrow this slide from ML. If you see the different maize-based cropping system, I'm like, let me share with you the most mechanized maize cultivation in Punjab is, Dr. Saab, it is a rice potato maize. So what is the reason? What could be the reason? The reason which I have already discussed in my earlier slide, that it is people are using multi-crop, multi-utility equipments. Let me give you an example. A potato ridger is used for maize ridger, and the spraying units or sprayer which they use on for the potatoes, they are very successfully using on maize also. Similarly, the weeding, the earthing up equipments. So that is why, like if I see in Punjab, because it is mostly spring maize. So it is seeded mechanically. It is weed control is all 100 mostly mechanical, either like ridging or they are applying weedicide, and the harvesting is totally they are using multi-crop combine harvesters. So that is, I think, that is the key. Then when we want to, like, it is not only ML was talking that we should talk about the cropping system. I think when we are thinking about the mechanization also, we should think mechanization around the cropping system. So that is why it is more successful in that area. Yeah. So conservation agriculture. Conservation agriculture, as an engineer, let me tell you one punchline for the mechanization. It is very simple to cultivate and seed a crop. So your all machines, your all tractor tire geometry, and your crop row geometry, they all should match. Always think that when my crop is like this, can I go to my field with the machine? So that means the row geometry of the crop and the tractor tire geometry, they should match. So only then you can do the subsequent operations, either it is a weeding or it is a spraying, and that is why we need a multi-crop, multi-utility equipments. For example, in this slide, you are seeing that there is a bed maker on the ground, which is making two beds in 135 centimeter between the two tires of the, right? And now in our experiments, even at IIMR with Dr. A.K. Singh, now we are trying to do the same maize cultivation on the wider bed. That the two, in 135 centimeters, furrow to furrow, there should be one bed, and there should be 2 rows of maize on it for water saving and as well as for other operations. So we should keep residue. We all know the residue is very helpful. Many people showed many slides that with the residue and under zero tillage, the crop is very happy. And but we need multi-crop conservation agriculture or CA planters for direct tilling. So if like there are many planters, in Karnal, I think HS Jat is here, they are using happy seeder for seeding wheat. They are using happy seeder for seeding mung bean. They are using happy seeder for seeding even maize also, because the same machine has a multi-crop planter attachment. So one machine can seed any machine in any residue, right? Second thing is, if we want to go for a permanent bed, luckily or fortunately, we are very fortunate. Now we have a very good quality double disc furrow openers with notched disc. They are commercially available. Whatsoever I'm showing on the screen, these all machines are commercially available in Punjab. So we can, if you want to try or you want to buy for your project or you want to work on a conservation agriculture, they are all available. So even that, because earlier, I think maybe 15 years back, we imported first notched double disc furrow openers from US, and now all the furrow openers for zero till, either it is a double disc notched or other furrow openers, they are available in India on commercial basis. So this is what I want to show you. So this is a inclined plate mechanism. You change the plate, you can change the crop. Simply you have to unbolt the central nut, take out the plate. You take out the plate and put the other plate, you will change the crop. And this is as accurate as any pneumatic planter. There are many pneumatic planters which are very costly, and people are like, so this is a planter with a 95% accuracy. So we are using these planters and these metering mechanisms on our farm in Borlaug Institute for South Asia or in CIMMET programs very efficiently, and you can attach this box to any existing machine also. So this is one way you can make multi-crop and multi-utility equipments. And one more thing we should be kept in mind when we, as Dr. A.K. Singh was saying, that when you are thinking about conservation agriculture, we always think, first of all, we should break any hard pan. If there is any hard pan in the ground, we should do the chiseling or subsoiling, then laser level your field, and then go for the permanent beds. As far as the metering mechanism height is concerned, if we can place as low as to the ground, it is very, very helpful. Then you can see the plant to plant and the row to row distance, and the metering is very accurate. And we tried it at our institute, and it works very well. This is also like a very simple mechanism which anyone can think of. So you can see, I don't know whether I can, is there any pointer, sir, in this? This one? Yeah. So here is one rod, and there is a lever. So this is a winter maize seeding mechanism. So only the thing is, the furrow opener, which is putting seed at the back, is movable. So that every time when you are seeding from this end to that end, your seed should be on the south side of the, when you are moving from other end, so you have to simply move this lever to this side. So every time you are seeding on the, so this is a very simple attachment, maybe with like 500 rupees, 500 rupees investment on a simple planter. So if you are in a region where you want to go for winter maize, then this simple attachment can work very, very efficiently sorry, for seeding winter maize on the ridge on the southern side. Excuse me. Sorry. Now you can see in the first slide, the furrow opener is on this side of the ridge, and in the second slide, the furrow opener is on the other side of the ridge. So the furrow opener with the tube is simply moving. So the rest of the system is same. So what I was talking, that why the maize mechanization is more in potato region, this is the reason that all the potato farmers have narrow tires also, because they want to enter, when the potato is already on the ground, they want to enter with the machines, either it is a earthing up or spraying. So now, fortunately in Punjab as well as in Haryana, in all the potato and the other belts, we have narrow tires are also available. And there are many types of shovels available commercially, so that you can go for weeding, you can go for earthing up also. So this is all related to mechanization of maize system. So if we have want to go for weeding or even earthing up, when you earthing up or weeding, and at the same time you can place fertilizer also, and you can do with the different furrow openers. It's a very simple attachment. Even though these shovels you can attach to your existing machines also. So it is very simple thing. So this is what I want to share with you also, that you have a tractor which has a ground clearance of 40 centimeter. The same tractor you can convert to a ground clearance of 90 centimeter. So you simply have to raise your tractor so that when your crop is like at more height, even then you can walk through the crop for any operation, either it is a weeding or it is a spraying. But mind it, when we are deciding the row to row of our crop, that agronomy and engineering has to go side by side. That row to row distance should match with the tire geometry. The crop geometry should match with the tire geometry, so that there should not be any mechanical damage to the crop. And similarly, with the sprayer, I think weeding is like one area where we really need mechanical intervention in maize. So as we can change tractor from 40 centimeter to 90 centimeter. Similarly, we can convert a normal sprayer, which is having a tank of 1500 liters, and 30 feet wide boom. We can convert the same sprayer to a high clearance sprayer. So these are small interventions which can, and all are commercially available. Yes. So now, Dr. A.K. Singh was also talking about genotype into management into environment, GEM, genotype into environment into management interaction. When breeder wants to breed their varieties, either it is a maize or wheat varieties, they want to grow small plots, right? But most of the planters available till date, they are very good for the clean and uh, clean cultivation, that in the tilled conditions, they are working very good. So this is the first prototype we developed. We call it as a CA plot planter. It has all the qualities of a plot planter, where to seed various genotype under zero tillage and in the presence of residue. Even drilling DAP and seed from the two different cones and capable of doing genotype into fertility trials also. And plot length can be vary in this with 4 meter to 11 meter. And more adjustments are also possible, and it can be operated with any 40 HP tractor. And the good part is it is also commercially available now. So this is where we do capturing interaction of maize and wheat genotype under contrasting management. This was a trial where we do we are playing with tillage, we are playing with water, we are playing with nutrient in maize wheat system. Let me talk a little bit, because most of the things will HS Hanuman will cover in his presentation. So this is the first prototype which we tried in Borlaug Institute for South Asia, that can we give water as well as nutrient where it is required. That is, this is a first machine which can put 2 rows of a drip line below the surface, because I always discuss that when you go for a conservation agriculture, then there are many windows which opens for you. If you are not doing tillage, then you can go for a subsurface drip, that you are giving water as well as nutrient in the root zone where it is required. And we have experiments in Ludhiana as well as in Karnal, where we are getting excellent result, that you can harvest kharif maize up to the tune of 8.78 ton, and similarly wheat 6.3 tons, almost 15 tons of grains with very less water, like almost 30 centimeter of water, that in a year. So these trials are already there. These are long-term trials, and we are growing maize as well as wheat as well as rice successfully for the last 7-8 years. And we do have a precision nutrition platform also at Ludhiana in Borlaug Institute, South Asia, where like we even that we can go up to a precision level, like the plant will tell the tubal that I need water. As soon as there is a subsoil moisture deficit, it sends a signal to my tubal and to my controller, and controller reads it, and that's our last slide. And then opens the wall for that a particular plot. And that means that even if your plant is thirsty in the middle, or your crop is thirsty in the mid of night, it will send a signal, and it will automatically irrigate your this thing, and all the data will come to your computer, or you can remotely watch it even from your mobile also. So as far as harvesting of maize, last 2 slides, it is very, very important. This is a maize dehusker cum sheller. If the combines are not available in your region, combine harvesters, but this maize dehusker cum sheller, you don't have to dehusk your cobs. You can put cobs with the dehusker. They are all commercially available in all sizes, right from like 5 quintals per hour to 30 quintals per hour, different size. And beauty of this machine is that your grains, your dehusking material, and the cobs, they goes in the separate direction. And even we have a harvester, that multi-crop harvesters. Now even a rice and maize harvester can be converted to a maize harvester with the header, which is costing around 7 lakh rupees. You put that header, and then only thing problem is when you are doing harvesting with the combine harvester especially in Punjab and Haryana, the moisture is the issue, because at that time, at that moisture, the mandi people or the market, they are not ready to buy maize at the high moisture. And for that, I think there is a solution. Now we have a portable maize dryer. Even in Punjab, there are, from the Punjab government side, there are dryers which are placed, maize dryers or crop dryers placed in the mandis in maize area. So now we have a portable maize dryer which can move from one field to another field for drying that your maize crop. If your maize planting is mechanized, weeding and spraying is mechanized, harvesting is mechanized, even drying is mechanized, I think this will add value to the total maize system. So I'm ending this by presentation that a technology cannot be an innovation if you are not adding if you are not adding social inclusivity, its availability, and feedback, and willingness to pay for or buy for its service, then a technology only becomes innovation. Thank you very much. If you have some question, then I will try to answer.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sidhu. I know you can speak for hours together on mechanization, but because of the paucity of time, and we have time to conclude the full session, and we have all the presentations left. So sorry, and I don't think we can take any question. Straight away go to Dr. Rajkumar, who will be talking on efficient weed management in maize systems. No, Debasis is online, so I think we can take that online, and somebody need to communicate, maybe Shankar or Pariyar, if you are around, please communicate to Debasis so that we will take his presentation at the end of this session. I think, yeah. Rajkumar, 9 minutes total. भैया अगला कर देना
राजकुमार
आ जाइए बैठ के शुरू कर दीजिए जब तक प्रेजेंटेशन लोड होता है I don't think Rajkumar needs any introduction. He's a well-known person. So I'll. नहीं ये नहीं इसके आगे वाला ये नहीं भैया इसके आगे वाला इसको बाद में करेंगे हाँ राजकुमार वाला
ऊपरी सबसे ऊपर वाला 1 नंबर वाला
नहीं सबके ऊपर वाला तो नहीं है आपने डाल दिया क्या प्रेजेंटेशन
दिया था उनको डॉक्टर परियार पता नहीं कैसे ढीले में जाऊंगे
जब तक अनुमान का कॉपी करके उसको भेजो उसका बाद में कर देंगे तुम सेटल कर लो उसको
चल इन रहे तो
ये नहीं है, एरर है इसमें, दोबारा भी कॉपी करो कंप्यूटर से, तब तक जो है ना इसका एसएस का लगा के उसको छोड़ो। नो वरीज, कुछ कीजिए। इसका स्पेशल प्रेजेंटेशन है, स्पेशल तरीके से आएगा। हाँ वही कर रहे। Okay, so we go to the another presentation. Meanwhile, Rajkumar will, settle his presentation. Dr. H.S. Jat, and H.S. is a principal scientist at ICAR Central Soil Salinity Research Institute, and is doing excellent work on conservation agriculture over past decade or so. And he'll be talking more of on precision nutrient and water management in maize systems towards environmental stewardship. So HS, without taking a lot of time, floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Saab. Respected Chair and Co-Chair, Dr. Sidhu, and all my friends. Today, I am going to deliver a lecture on the precision nutrient and water management in maize systems for the for the nutrient stewardships. As we know that in the world, there are three major systems we have. One is rice-based systems, another is wheat-based systems, and third is the maize-based systems, where majority of the population depends on. But in the current scenario, the major food systems are failing because the food systems has inability to produce the quantities of food to feed a growing populations. They have the negative impacts of the food systems on the environment and the natural resources. And the one is that the climate change is, as we all know, that is increasing, having severe negative impacts on the food systems. As recently, there is a United Food Summit was organized in 2021 by the United Nations. And the main agenda for that food summit is that our agri-food systems needs transformations to ensure the healthy food for all people, healing and protections for the environment, and the vibrant economies without intensifying the crisis of the global climate change. If you look at the food security challenges ahead, with the doubling global cereal production by 2050, the current production rate is nearly less than 1%, but to meet out the food demand, we have to increase our growth rate by 2.5% by 2050. So if you look at, there are a number of gaps are available. So their management yield gaps is almost in maize, it is more than 50%, whereas in case of the rice and wheat, it is also approaching between the 40 and 50%. But in case, if you look at the different crops, the growth rate with the different crops, in maize, we need almost 1.5% of the growth rate to meet out the food as well as the nutrition demand for the growing populations. But with the business as usual or the current scenario, we cannot increase our production rate more than 1 ton per hectare difference by 2050. So if you look at the imbalances in different agro ecosystems, in India, if you look at the Indo-Gangetic plains, we are using a very high dose of the nitrogen, and it is more than 50 plus, means we are applying almost 170, 180 kilograms of the nitrogen per hectare. But in some part of the world, we are using almost as per the requirement of the crops, but in somewhere we are using the very less nitrogen into the systems. And if we apply more, it means we are creating lot of environmental problems with respect to the nitrate pollutions in the groundwater as well as the greenhouse gas emissions in the systems. If you look at the nitrogen use efficiency in India and the rest of the world, India is sitting very low, and the nutrient use efficiency is less than 40% in case of the India, but as compared to the other countries of the Europe, America, and the African countries. If you look at the current scenario, if the climate change, at least 10% increase in irrigation water demand with each degree Celsius rise in temperature in arid and semi-arid regions of the Asia. So if there is an increase in temperature by 1 degree centigrade, you need 10% more irrigation water. Water availability is expected to decline, whereas the global agricultural water demand is estimated to increase by about 19% by 2050. So on one side, the most of the water that diverted for the agricultural production is going down by down in the current scenario. The highest fresh water we are using, we are withdrawing almost 800 cubic kilometers per year in India. The 15% of the India's food production relies on the groundwater mining. So by 2050, due to climate change, induced heat and water stress, yield decrease will be by 17% for the maize, 12% for wheat, and 10% for rice, as per the Asian Development Bank expectations. So if you look at by 2030, most of the Indian cities, almost 21 Indian cities will be out of the groundwater. For that, there will be less availability of fresh waters for the agricultural purposes, because most of the water will be diverted to these cities. Why we need precision input management practices? There are 5 major things for that. We need precise input management in terms of whether it is water, whether it is nutrient, whether it is energy or other things. First one is food security, aquifer behavior, mostly in case of the irrigated ecosystems, ecological implications, whether maybe biotic and abiotic stresses, weed problems are there, insect pest problems are there, climatic variability, and of course biodiversity. Because monotonous cropping systems are, the biodiversity is, it is hampering biodiversity like anything. So we have to go for the diversification options. There are a number of options available. There are a number of agriculture practices, whether it is conservation agriculture, climate smart agriculture. But these practices, I think it should be led with the smart crop management practices in terms of the precise water management, precise nutrient management, and also selections of the better genotypes for the crop productions and use of the new ICTs, information and communication tools and the technologies available with us. This is one of the best technology that we have seen in our country, laser land leveling, and I thanks to Dr. Sidhu and Dr. Jad that they are the pioneers in this technology, and they bring this technology from the experimental to the field scale, then the plot scale, and now it is at the bigger domain area. It covers almost more than 6 million hectare area in the country. We are having almost 14,000 units, and I think it is more than 50,000 units after 2001. And it also very helpful for the customering centers, because the people can generate the income by giving the services to the neighbor farmers. This is the long-term cement platforms based at kernels, and we have generated a lot of the evidences from these platforms. If you look at the resource requirement for rice for the maize as compared to the rice and wheat, if you look at the resource requirement in terms of the irrigation water, the maize requires only 6 to 18 centimeter of irrigation water with the different management systems, whereas in case of the wheat, it requires almost 30 to 40 centimeter of irrigation water, and the rice requires 150 to 200 centimeter of. So resource requirement for the maize is very less, and also if there is a less resource requirement in terms of water, in terms of nutrients, of course there is a less requirement for the electricity consumption. Very negligible electricity consumption is there in maize. It is only 9.7 kilowatts per hectare per year with the subsurface drip irrigation, but in case of the flood irrigation, it was around 30 kilowatts per hectare, and it is much more with the rice cropping system, that is around more than 300. Precise water and nutrient management is required to match the nutrient and water supply with the crop requirement, to improve the rate and method of water and fertilizer applications, and to minimize the water and nutrient loss or transport from the fields and reduce the environmental footprints. Of course, drip irrigation is not a new concept, but the subsurface drip irrigation is a new concept, and I thanks to Dr. Jat and Dr. Sidhu for doing this wonderful work in case of the cereal-based systems. You can go for the drip irrigation, you can go for rice, you can go for wheat, and you can go for maize, not only, and it is very much effective. If you look at our target for the subsurface drip irrigation is to feed the crop, not the soils. First our target is, and it is used to address the Government of India's mission of the per drop per crop to increase the nutrient use efficiency. We have published a paper in the scientific reports, and it says that you can save almost 45 to 50% of the irrigation water in case of the rice wheat systems and the maize wheat systems. In terms of, if I calculate in terms of the water, you can save almost 100 centimeter, 1 meter depth of the water with the subsurface drip irrigation in the rice-based systems, and almost 30 centimeter in case of the maize-based systems. If you look at the productivity patterns, of course, you can also increase the productivity by 10% with rice systems and with 25 to 30% in case of the maize-based systems. And side by side, you can reduce the fertilizer nitrogen requirement by 20 kilograms, by 30 kilograms nitrogen per hectare. Now we are applying only 100 to 120 kilograms of the nitrogen instead of putting 180 kilograms of the nitrogen per hectare. And this also enable the integration of the mung bean into the systems. This is if you go for the maize instead of the other systems, you can integrate the mung bean into the systems. This is again one of the examples that is from the BISA Ludhiana, layering of the water and nutrient management in maize systems. By layering the nitrogen management and the water through the subsurface drip irrigations, you can increase the productivity by 1 ton per hectare in case of the maize. You can reduce the 10 centimeter of the water, and also you can increase the partial factor productivity of nitrogen by 25 to 30%. And of course, you can reduce the environmental footprints in terms of the greenhouse gas emissions by 15%. This is again one of the best examples of the smallholder precision nutrient water management, and this is the key for the intensification of the maize-based systems. So with the subsurface irrigations on the permanent beds, you can harvest almost 15 tons of the yields. 15 tons of the maize equivalent yields as compared to the almost 7 tons without nitrogen. So irrigation water almost 25 centimeters, but with the furrow irrigations you need almost 60 centimeter irrigation water. So the layering of the component technology, whether it is for the rice, for the water or for the nutrients, you not only you can increase the productivity, but also you can increase the water use efficiency, nutrient efficiency, and the water productivity, and as well as the agronomic efficiency of the nitrogen. There are the number of the tools and techniques are available for the precise nutrient management. There are a number of options are available with the farmers as well as with the agencies. So this is the best examples how best we can increase our nutrient use efficiency by using the nutrient expert systems, nutrient managers, then green seekers, then the drilling of the urea through the mechanized drilling in the furrows as well as in the beds. So these are the options are available. But when you go for the precise nutrient management with the conservation agriculture based management, you will get more benefit as compared to the conventional till based management systems. This is again the effect of the rate and the method of an application on the grain yield of the maize in maize wheat systems. This is from the Dr. Rajkumar, and you can increase your productivity when you go for the bed planting and you go for the drilling of the fertilizer, especially the nitrogen fertilizers. You can increase your productivity of maize by 0.5 to 0.6 tons per hectare. This is again the nutrient expert based fertilizer applications. Through the nutrient expert, the trial was conducted in Tharavadi for the 5 years. And it was concluded that using the nutrient expert, you can increase your productivity by 0.2 to 0.3 tons per hectare in case of the maize systems. And it is much higher in case of the zero till based systems rather than the CT based systems. This is again, we are evaluating the new molecules. We have received the new molecules from the USA, from the Koch Agronomic Services, and we call it the Agroten urea. And it contains the ureagent nitrogen inhibitors. We call it N-butyl thiphosphoric triamide. And based on that result, this is the 1 year results, we can say that with 80% Agroten urea, we can harvest the almost 2 to 6% higher yield. And we can increase the agronomic efficiency of nitrogen by 5 to 7%, and also the partial factor productivity of nitrogen by 27 to 30 kilograms per kilogram of the nitrogen. But with the same amount of the nitrogen, through Agroten urea as compared to our locally available neem-coated urea, you can increase your productivity by 6 to 14% with maize-based systems, and it is almost 5 to 8% higher than the rice-based systems and the wheat-based systems. Again, the agronomic efficiency is very good with the Agroten urea, and the partial factor productivity is also very good. So this is the best examples. Of course, maize provides the sustainable intensification opportunities in the western Indo-Gangetic plains of the India. If the bar that is color in the light blue and the violet colors, not only you can increase the productivity in terms of the grain yield and the biomass yield, but you can increase the productivity in terms of the protein yields, carbohydrates, and fat yields when you integrate the maize into the cereal-based systems, whether it is as well as the pulse-based systems. This, when you are going for the good practices and all the using the precise nutrient, water, and other tillage and crop establishment methods, there is an improvement in the soil health also. If you look at the soil organic carbon, it was earlier 0.5%, but after 6 years, it is touched almost 0.8, 0.9%, which is almost 100% higher. Nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium also increased by 30 to 50%. The soil quality index, it is much higher, more than 1. This is also the nutrition security. When you go for the maize into the systems, you can increase your nutrition security. When you put the CT maize wheat system, the protein content in wheat, in the succeeding crop was 10%. But when you go for the mung bean into the systems, you can increase your protein content by 10%. Also, instead of the CT, when you are going for the permanent beds, again you can increase your protein content in wheat, in the succeeding wheat crop by 10%. So this, by putting the maize and the mung bean into the system, in the cereal-based systems, you can not only increase the productivity, but also you can increase the nutritional security of the crops. So I think we should practice the smart input management practices. This is the same crop, same date of sowing, same input management. On one side, it is a traditional method of planting, and on the other side is a smart method of planting, and you can utilize the difference between the heights. This is my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chas. Very comprehensive, lot of scientific insights. But again, because of the paucity of time, I don't think we can have the discussion at the end of the session if we have time. So straight to Rajkumar, I hope your presentation works now. And अब वो इतनी देर से यहाँ बैठा था, अब गया अंदर.
शुरू कर देते हैं
या शुरू कर दो बिना स्लाइड कर दो तुझे स्लाइड क्या करना.
So, good morning to all of you, and I thanks to MAS Group to organize such a nice meeting and giving me chance to share my experiences that we working in Eastern IGP. So, my presentation focus only mainly on conservation agricultural based weed management practices. So, next. So this is Bisa farm, and there is one center in Bihar. Also, there are three centers: one in Ludhiana, one in Jabalpur, and one in Pusa, Bihar. So this is the overall look of Bisa farm, and you know that Bisa working on developing the climate resilient germplasm of maize and wheat, and at the same time developing the conservation agricultural based management practices to improve the productivity and environmental sustainability of different cropping systems, and at the same time focusing on capacity development of farmers, technicians and scientists. So these are the major cropping systems, maize-based, mainly maize-based cropping system, and these are the dominant weeds in maize-based cropping systems. So Cyprus rotundus is the one of the major weed during the rainy season, and other are the Bracharia, Dactylon, Digera arvensis, Digitaria, Siloris, and Cucumis. And in the winter season, Cyprus rotundus problem is less, but other weeds like cannabis, nagalis, Sinopodium, these are the major weeds appeared in under a different cropping system. So CA principles help in reducing the weed populations if we employed properly under different cropping systems. So three CA principles already discussed by my several colleagues. So CA system change the soil physical, chemical and biological properties, and that's why they change the weed seed bank in the soil. So the first principle, the minimum soil disturbance. So if we don't disturb the soil, then the most of the seed lying under the soil that will not expose to the sunlight, and there is less germination of weed seeds as compared to conventional transplanting. So these are the one of the experiment we have conducted for 3 continuous years, and you can see that we use stale seed bed technique during rainy season. That is one of the important technique. So before planting the maize, either we irrigate the field or with the pre-monsoon rains, we grow the weeds and we use selective, non-selective herbicide glyphosate to kill these weeds. So you can see that we continued for 3 years, and in third year onward, you can see that very less weed biomass. So by using these kind of technologies, we can control the weeds in a maize wheat cropping system. So these are some of the photographs that how no-till and residue affect the weed population. So in city, you can see a lot of population of Cyprus rotundus, but in zero tillage and permanent bed, very less weeds and a lot of activities of earthworms, termites, so that they eat the weed seed. And crop residue. So crop residue again help in reducing the weed population by changing the soil temperature, sunlight quality and quantity, soil moisture, soil pH, and beneficial insects. So this is one of our long-term trial we have started in 2008 in a rice maize cropping system. So over the time, where we are keeping the crop residue, we have less weedish problem in permanent bed, and we have higher productivity and less weeds. So no-till plus residue, they both reduce the weed population in longer term. Crop rotation, that is very important, because crop rotation break the cycle of the weeds, and we can rotate the herbicides. For example, we are taking the mung bean crop in the system. So in mung bean crop, we are using imazethapyr. So imazethapyr that also help in reducing the weeds in succeeding maize crop. So this is the one of the crop diversification example. So in this we have different combination of tillage, crop establishment methods, and cropping systems. So you can see that the emerging cropping system in Eastern IGP, that is maize, mustard, mung bean. So maize in Kharif season, mustard in winter, and mung bean in summer crop. So that system giving highest productivity and require less resources, and by taking three crops in a year, we are not leaving our field vacated to grow the weeds, and for long term we can reduce the weed seed bank. And another emerging cropping system, that is soybean winter maize. So that system is also gaining popularity in Begusarai, Khagadiya, and some of the Samastipur part of Bihar. So soybean, in soybean also we use imazethapyr, and that longer term take care the weed issues in winter maize, and at the same time it improve the soil fertility and productivity. So this is another important cropping system that is followed in Bihar, that is maize potato. So you can see in every district you can see this cropping system. So in this system, if we grow potato with maize, so potato is a short duration crop, so and fast growing crop, so that take care all kind of weeds. So you can see in the picture one, and the another, that is no-till potato and maize system under permanent raised bed. So in this system we planted maize in furrow and potato on the bed, and we covered with the rice residue. So we can avoid the residue burning issue, and at the same time it require no irrigation till the potato harvest, because most of the dew water penetrate through the residue that remain in the soil, and also allowed the intercropping intercultural operation, because at the in short duration we harvest the potato and we give some kind of intercultural operation during potato harvesting. So by this way we don't require any herbicide molecule to control the weeds in this system. So these are the results of this cropping maize potato cropping system. So you can see that if you use this no-till maize potato system, you have no weeds, you don't need any herbicide, and you can harvest more than 20 ton rice wheat equivalent yield. And these are the some examples of chemical weed management. So in chemical weed management and in under conservation agriculture, we recommend that before planting, we grow the weeds, and we can use the stale seed bed technique. We can apply glyphosate, and there are several options as a pre-emergence, for example, atrazine, pendimethalin, and recently the new molecules like halosulpirone, tambotrione, these are also available, taprimozazone. So based on the available weeds, we can choose one of these combinations to control the weeds. And we also working on nutrient placement to avoid the weeds. So in this picture you can see that how we drilling the urea in standing maize crop, and these are in maize wheat cropping system, and you can see that by applying this drilling, we can increase up to 6,000 per hectare income as compared to broadcasting of the urea. And permanent raised bed that allows us to do interculture operation through mechanized way. So you can see that this is maize wheat cropping system and this is kharif maize. So we are using narrow wheel tractor and locally modified pro openers. So by this way we can control the weeds and at the same time we can provide the aeration. So you know that in Eastern IGP, the major issue with Kharif maize is excess soil moisture and weed. So because of these reasons, Kharif maize is not assured crop. So most of the farmers, they use local seeds and less fertilizers and productivity is just less than 2 ton per hectare. And the productivity of winter maize, its average productivity is more than 4 ton per hectare, and many of the farmers, they are taking 10 to 15 ton per hectare because in winter there is a less weed or excess soil moisture problem, but in Kharif, because of these two issues, productivity is very less. But by applying this conservation agriculture and appropriate weed management, we can double the productivity of Kharif maize. So, and these are the other options of intercropping. So we developed this kind of machines to do PGNP and maize intercropping during rainy season and after harvesting of maize, because maize is around 90 days during rainy season, we planted another wheat crop under permanent raised bed system. And important thing is spraying technique. That is also very important. Most of the farmers in Eastern IGP, they still using single nozzle sprayer and that is not much efficient as compared to multi-boom and plate fan nozzle. So most of the farmers, they use same nozzle for fungicide, insecticide and herbicide. But for herbicide, we require plate fan nozzle with multi-boom. So by applying these new techniques, we can efficiently manage the weeds, and this is the conclusion. So under conservation agriculture, we should go for zero tillage, we should keep residue, we should keep crop rotation or intercropping, and we apply need-based herbicide depending on the weeds. So capacity building is very important because most of the farmers, they don't know which herbicide they have to apply. So sometimes that don't work. So these are the conclusion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Rajkumar. Good work and congratulations, compliments for all your hard work, good work in a difficult geography. Now we go to the next presentation on improving maize productivity, leveraging integrated solutions by Dr. Ramurthy from Bayer Crop Science.
Oh, yes. Yeah. So, good morning, and first of all, a big thank you to the organizing committee for having such a beautiful session with respect to, improving the maize productivity in the country and addressing some of the constraints that are there globally. I, on behalf of Bayer, would like to say, for example, share some of our perspective on the same issues. And since, I was just going through the presentation since morning, the things are more or less uh, exactly in the same direction, because all of us are working, towards sustainability and how we can make these visions, more sustainable for the farmer. Uh, just it's moving ahead. हाँ कर रहा है, move कर रहा है. So I think some of the constraints that we are going to see in the years to come, and which already I think in the beginning, some of the earlier eminent speakers they addressed, the aging population of the world is increasing. At the same time, we will be having a requirement to produce more food from the same land, and significant loss in arable land is happening. By 2050 we'll see a significant drop in the arable land, and then there are harvested losses that are happening. So to address all these, basically some of the key global challenges, some of the priorities that we have kept with almost, say for example, a 2 billion euro annual R&D spend, with the 7,000 R&D employees, and 100 key collaborations, including some of the collaborations that we are having with government institutes, CIMIT and ICR, like the eminent institutes that we have, to address some of the high yielding, develop high yielding hybrids, then disease resistant seeds, next generation biotech traits, especially in the America and North America and South American countries, and then using fewer and natural resources. I think some of the previous speakers they addressed that more and more production needs to be done with less and less resources. So that is, I think, one of the important aspect. And in this direction, one of the work that we are doing is also bringing a smart corn system, wherein agronomy, in addition to the corn, how can we develop those two to make it more profitable for the farmer. If you look at some of the mega trends in India, by doubling the maize productivity, uh, there is something. Okay, so maybe doubling the farmer income and driving this sustainable agriculture. Uh, Yeah. So, I mean, the challenges in India are also not very different from what we had globally. I particularly would like to put one, emphasis on, especially on this slide. So our, because of these unseasonal rain and weather changes, Dr. Jad, you mentioned in the beginning in the season, this year we have already seen, some of the drop in acreage because of these unseasonal rain. And Rajkumar is here. We had this October rainfall this year in Bihar, which probably is not a normal thing, that impacted the Rabi acres this year. So our opening ending stock, is almost a lowest of, many years, and that is, helping the commodity prices to go up. Thereby the acreage under maize probably will increase as we look into it. In the current ecosystem, some of the challenges that we are facing is the knowledge deficit on agronomy. So there's a lot more to happen on agronomy education, use of high potential hybrid seeds, speed to market, including mechanization. We had one session on mechanization as well, and yield drags because of the weed, pest, and all these. So what we are working basically is to address this with the help of reducing the knowledge gap, access to technology, and resource management. So these are some of the aspects that we are already working on to address these. And this include all the three-dimensional angle in terms of the seed cropping system and the digital agronomy. Designing the best seed with the help of the best breeding technology. So we are using, say for example, some of the latest intelligence system, including, the seed chipping technology, the accelerated germplasm design, field evaluation, and, globally connected data system to produce some of the best hybrids. So I think what Bayer is doing in maize is basically providing a comprehensive system. So if you look at, the cropping system, so we are there from the seed treatment to a seed to, herbicide to an insecticide and fungicide. So with the help of, all these research input that we are doing, though some of them are yet to get approval, like, one more insecticide is coming to address fall armyworm, but we are waiting for that approval in maize. It will happen in, say, for example, some years to come. But with the integration of all these inputs and the conservation agriculture that the group is working on and the integrated system, I think there is a huge opportunity to take our yields very high. And I was, just looking, so our yields are 3 tons per hectare for a long time now, and I think there's a huge scope to take those yields to higher along with all these systems. So thank you very much. In the interest of time, I'll just stop there. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. I think, yeah, we are aware of the excellent work what Bayer is doing, and also been discussing about your initiatives on the climate change and the carbon credits. So I think those are all innovative things, and I think the complete solution is something very, very important. So with this, let's move on the next presentation from Narendra Singh. Is he here? Intercropping in maize. Be brief, please.
Respected Chair and Co-Chair, Dr. Saidas, eminent scientist of maize, and good morning to all. I am very thankful to MTAI to give me the opportunity to deliver lecture on intercropping in maize for enhancing income of small holders. As we know that the land holding of the farm is decreasing year by year. As the census of 1970-71, the average land holding was 2.28 hectare, but in census during 2015-16, the land holding is reduced to half. And as the trend like to be continue, that in 2030 it will be 0.32 hectare, and it is a very serious challenge and problem for increasing the farm income. So under this situation, we have to generate adequate technology and techniques which increase the income of farmer. So on this basis, as per the prospect of this agronomy and cropping system, the intercropping may be the best technology to address this issue. As we know that the intercropping is the growing of 2 or more crop in proximity and getting maximum yield over a land per unit land. So this is various type. This is mixed intercropping. As in photo we have the mixed. There is no proper row arrangement. In strip cropping there are strips. We have go for the different crops, and in row intercropping as usual we have done in rows. And relay intercropping, in case of maize, soybean, the relay intercropping is popular. These are the
some benefits of intercropping that the resources utilized in a unique form. There's soil nutrient, moisture, this atmosphere, carbon, sunlight, and land area utilized more preferably. And resource conservation and soil health also manage, that is check the runoff water, nutrient losses from the soil, as well as soil fertility enhancement. And today we have toward the sustainability of the diversity to beneficial soil organism and enhance microflora and food and nutrient security for small holders. It generate employment, less pest population, less plant protection, less use of chemicals. Legumes also affect a good beneficial of increasing nitrogen use efficiency and nutrient use efficiency and take a large carbon to the soil. And this crop diversity may yield less risk to crop failure. If one crop is failed, then there is a reduction in the losses, and ultimately the it generate a better ecosystem and give a good sustainability to the system. These we have basically two in maize we have grown maize in two seasons, or this maize in winter, kharif and spring. In winter maize we have some issue that the productivity of winter maize is very high as compared to the kharif maize, because there is a very less disease and insect pressure during this period. In north, and the main issue is that in North India, the December and January month is more crucial for this crop, and the temperature is below 10 degrees Celsius. Due to that, the maize growth is checked, and we have go for this maize, this intercropping. So we have very option for duration, very short duration vegetable and flower for this season. There is uptake of nutrient is higher in intercropping system due to high canopy. The temperature is higher as compared to the sole crop, so there is a less nutrient deficiency. As we shown the effect of low temperature in winter, there is a less uptake of nutrient. Due to that, the yellowing, nutrient deficiency and stunted growth and phosphorus deficiency is observed. And weed problem is a very serious problem, because in winter season, light irrigation are given to the crop for survival to reduce the impact of this cold wave. So this is a very high weed density is there, and for that the intercrops are best solution. For that, we in general cultivation, the beds are formed from east to west direction, and the sowing of crop of maize will be south direction and intercrop in the north direction, because the cold waves comes from this north direction. Due to high plant canopy, it reduces the weed population, and as we come in the next slide, the additional farmer get the additional income from 25,000 to 45,000 per acre. It leads to enhanced water use, nutrient use, efficiency. It also provides employment to the farmer. These are the some recommended recommendation of crop in maize for as intercrops in various zones. This north zone, we have potato, garlic, cabbage, cauliflower, coriander, spinach, fenugreek, broccoli, lettuce, pea and gladius. And northeast region, pea, rajma, potato, lentil, bakla and onion is there. And in south region, there is fenugreek, coriander, safflower and bean. And central region, the pea, lentil, onion, garlic and methi is majorly shown as an intercrop. This is the experiment have conducted in HAU RRS canal. Then it shows that all intercrops have maximum maize equivalent yield and land equivalent ratio. Among these, maize, cauliflower have maximum maize equivalent yield and high land equivalent ratio. As the pool data from this 2 year, 18, 19, 19, 20, it also shows that the maize yield and intercrop yield are maximum as compared to the sole crop, and net returns and BC ratio is higher. In mainly the maize, cauliflower and cabbage have maximum BC ratio and return over variable cost. This is the data about the incidence of insect pest and disease. As we observed that data have compiled by entomologists that the sole maize have minimum pink stem borer incidence in intercrops as compared to the soil crop, and aphid population is also higher in soil crop as compared to the intercrop. At the fall armyworm infestation was also higher in maize in the soil maize as compared to the intercrops. The similar studies were studied in by Singh Kumar 2002 that the sole crop maize have less net return as compared to the same in Western UP studied JAT 2006 that maize the sole crop have less net returns, and this is in Bihar. In water use efficiency is also higher in intercrops as compared to the sole maize. The baby corn based intercropping system, as in studies by Dr. Saindas and team, that in near NCR region, the sole baby corn have less profitability as compared to the baby corn intercrop with pea, potato, non-coal, radish and fenugreek. The same study are in Western UP. These are the some photograph of this crop establishment with intercrop. This is the situation of suitable crops for intercrop with kharif maize. In northwest region, the mung bean, urd bean, cowpea, cluster bean and okra as the major recommended crops. And in northeast, the rice bean, rice, turmeric and cassava are the crops recommended for intercrops. And mung bean, urd bean, cowpea, pigeon pea, castor and cassava from south region, Maharashtra, Andhra Pradesh. And soybean and ground.
Please try to hurry.
Yes. This is data shown that in kharif season, the studies carried out in ACRIP trial, the maize equivalent in maize okra in paid row planting is maximum, and maximum return over is observed and followed by cowpea. The incidence of Fa is less in this is sole maize, and maize intercrop with green gram and cowpea give minimum crop damage as compared to this sole maize. These are the photos, and same study as is carried out. So conclusion, in winter season, intercropping of maize with short duration vegetable crop lead to increase the farmer income and generate employment. And intercropping with maize in kharif as well as in rabi season give maximum maize equivalent yield and land equivalent ratio, which leads to higher productivity and profitability. It might be very good alternate to replace rice wheat cropping system with maize wheat cropping system in kharif season if maize is grown with intercrops. It also enhances water use efficiency, nutrient use efficiency, reduces weed density, which leads to reduced cost of cultivation and increased net returns. The incidence of insect pest and disease is low in intercropping, which reduce the use of insecticide and pesticide, may help in promote the natural farming system. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Narendra Singh, for giving very comprehensive this talk on intercropping in different maize cropping system. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. If any question?
No, later on. Now we have one recorded lead lecture of Mr. Devashish Chakrabarti. His talk is on tillage and residue management impact on soil organic carbon and physical properties. So we have recorded this talk, so please play. Voice is not coming. This is recorded. This is recorded talk. My voice is not coming. Now only. Sir, the speakers who were present, they have already given lectures. Only 3 recorded talks are there. So, should I continue or conclude? Conclude, कर दूं? So, today in this our uh, in theme 2 for maize for sustainable and resilient cropping system, we have one 5, 6 lead lectures. First was given by Dr. M.L. Jat on conservation agriculture in small holding maize system. He has touched lot many things. No? Okay, okay. So, in all, Dr. Myself, Dr. H.S. Sidhu, then Dr. Rajkumar, then Dr. Rammurthy, Dr. H.S. Jat, and Mr. Narendra Singh have given lectures. So, this session is over. Now, should I break for, should I? Sir, actually, problem is that this voice is not coming. This theme is complete, sir. Then should we break for tea? Huh? Okay, okay, we will break for 5 or 10 minutes tea break. Yes, sir.
शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम्
हो गया होगा. Now I am audible, na? Yeah. Hello. Sure, sure.
Good noon to all of you. Now we will start our third theme on maize value chain for industrial growth and तो वो पूरेगा तो चल नहीं रहा ना अच्छा he is ready okay okay
Sir, you can see my
okay okay okay
slides.
okay now Vijay Pune अरे सर 2 मिनट ओके ओके कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं सर now I will request Mr. Vijay Punia to do his talk on conservation agriculture based ICMs in serial based rotations. So Mr. Punia, I would request you to complete in 8 to 10 minutes, please.
Sure, sure, sir, sure. Can I start now?
Yes, yes, start.
My slides are moving, na, sir?
Yes, yes.
Yes, very good afternoon to all of you. Thanks to organizers for giving me opportunity for this talk. I will speak on integrated crop management, which are based on conservation agriculture in cereal-based rotations. Actually, the idea came in my mind in 2015 from these two reports, and on the basis of the recommendation of the reports which were submitted in European Union, and one of the chapter that was written by the two Indian scientists. And since morning, I was listening the presentations on conservation agriculture from very learned speakers, and everything they have explained. But here in my presentation, that we have conducted 2-3 experiments on integrated crop management practices with CA-based background. Means we have also followed the CA principles like residue retention, crop rotation, diversification, etc., etc. Before going into the detail or result discussion, we'll cover some background information regarding resource degradation. As we know that population is increasing, and by 2050 it would be around 9 billion, and we have to feed the growing population from the limited resources. And at the same time, our natural resources are under pressure because we have to produce more and more from the same piece of land. And as per the United Nations report, over 30 to 30% soils are under different type of degradation, whether that is due to the waterlogging, soil salinity, acidity, or like that. Or at the same time, we have to preserve our natural predators. As per the report of Mahajan et al. In 2012, he reported that in northwestern India, the water table is going down. That is around 0.5 meter per year. or 50 centimeter per year. Keeping these views in mind, that if you look at the farmer's point of view, that their target is only profitability and productivity, but our concern means to scientific fraternity efficiency related, that how we can improve the efficiency of whether fertilizers, herbicides, insecticide, pesticide, whatever. Then our research priority is that we have to integrate the available resources along with the conservation agriculture principles. Then what would be the best solution? That is integrated crop management practices along with the conservation agriculture. In 2012, as per the FAO, the ICM is the whole farm approach, and it combines both traditional agricultural practices along with the modern agriculture, and it falls somewhere between traditional or modern agriculture and organic farming. Here we'll discuss the results of two experiments. On one is maize wheat system, other one is direct seeded rice and zero till wheat rotation. As we know that there are only two alternatives in northwestern India, two alternatives of transplanted rice. One we can say that is a direct seeded rice, or other one that we can say that we can replace the rice, transplanted rice, with other cereal, that is maize is the potential alternative in northwestern India. These photographs and that I have clicked from the maize wheat rotation in last week only, I have clicked, and you can see the performance of the different genotypes under different integrated crop management practices. That in 2015 we have initiated experiment on maize wheat rotation, and there are 8 ICM modules. First 1 to 4 ICM modules that are based on the conventional agricultural practices, means we did not retain any residue in these 4 models. Whereas in next 4 module, we have retained in the photographs, you can see that in first photograph that the crop at initial growth stages, maize crop at initially, and this is after 27 days after sowing, and this is bed planted wheat. And in the last photograph, you can see that on the left side plot that there is water logging, and there is no water logging even after 5 hours of rain, because we have retained the residue and there is more infiltration and organic carbon content. And this publication, these information are already under the public domain through our published paper in scientific report. If you look at the average yield of 5 years average yield, then these conservation agricultural based ICM modules recorded at par or significantly higher grain yield than the conventional based modules with respect to wheat as well as maize yields. As far as net returns and system production of cost is concerned, these CA based modules remain superior and gave maximum or higher, or I can say greater net returns as compared to the conventional based modules. If you look at the physical properties, wherever you are returning the residue, and the residue return plots recorded higher organic carbon content and soil microbial biomass carbon, more especially in the topsoil layers 0 to 15 centimeter. And however, there was no significant effect in the lower layers, that 15 to 20 centimeter, 30 centimeter soil depth. These are some findings which I have already explained. There is a significant improvement in the yield, that is 10 to 14% in CA based modules. However, there was a improvement in system water productivity, and overall I can say that around 7% water saving as compared to the conventional modules. And this is all about the maize wheat rotation, and this is the direct seed rice and zero till wheat based rotation. There are also 8 modules, ICM 1 and 2, these are conventional transplanted rice, ICM 3 and 4, direct seed rice without residue retention, and ICM 5 to 8, zero till DSR along with the wheat and mung bean residues. And we have also followed the practices of integrated crop nutrient management. There we have reduced the 25% dose of the fertilizer, and that we have compensated with the arbuscular mycorrhiza and NPK bioformulation. NPK bioformulation, this is the liquid form of the fertilizer which is available in means we have recorded from the procured from the microbiology division. There and azotobacter is there in the formulation, bacillus and pseudomonas. These are phosphorus and potassium solubilizer. And if we use these biofertilizers or NPK bioformulation, that can augment the supply of nitrogen up to 20 kg per hectare, whereas phosphorus and potassium 10 kg P and up to 15 kg potassium. Means we can reduce the fertilizer dose, chemical fertilizer dose by 25%, or we can cut down the chemical fertilizer dose by 25%. In the photograph, you can see, if you look at the soil condition, if we are maintaining residue or retaining residue over years, then the color and we can say the organic matter content is increasing. This is initial establishment of direct seeded rice. And in the next photograph, this is the initial wheat growth in residue retained plot. And this is the knocked down mung bean that we have spray using the spray of paraquat at flowering stage. And this paper also published in Agriculture Ecosystem and Environment, which is available online. As per the former World Food Prize winner, G.S. Ghosh, he recommended and he suggested that DSR and is the only solution to reduce the water use in northwestern India. At the same time, maize is also a alternative crop of transplanted rice. Then over years, we can see that fluctuation in the yield, that here the main reason in the yield fluctuation is the weather parameters and climatic conditions, which are more responsible for the differences in the yield over years. But if you look at the average yield of 5 years average yield, then in case of rice or basmati rice, the yield was more or less same with ICM module or conservation agriculture based ICM 7 and 8 modules. But in case of wheat, the residue retained CA-based module produced significantly superior yield as compared to the conventional based practices. And this is these are the findings that there is a, if we look at the water saving, then on an average, what we have observed that in CA-based integrated crop management that could save 8 to 12% of the water as compared to the conventional based modules. However, there is an increase in the water productivity about 14 to 16%. But
Mr.
I have seen
Punia,
in some of
please
the
try to
reports.
finish up.
Sure, sir, sure. There are some of the other findings that I have collected, some in from the China and some other parts of country, Nepal as well. They have also reported that, and they have also reported there is significant improvement if they are following integrated crop management practices. And at last, the regional growers' perception is also changing in northwestern India towards the adoption of these technologies or conservation agricultural based technologies, that may be residue retention, zero tillage, refrain burning, or direct seed rice, that will help to slash cultivation cost in terms of both water saving and labor cost. And at last, I can say that these CA-based ICMs modules we can develop for other crops as well. Or fortunately, today I'm sitting in the farmer's field at Panipat, where we are replicating our work at farmer's field. At last, I would conclude my presentation with the quote of M.S. Swaminathan, that if the conservation of natural resources goes wrong, then we cannot expect something right. Thank you. Thank you very much for giving me opportunity. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, bhai. Thank you, Dr. Punia. Now I invite
Thank you.
Mr. Kamlesh Kumar for giving talk on effect of nitrification inhibitors on productivity and nitrogen use efficiency of maize. Mr. Kamlesh Kumar, please, and try to finish in 5 minutes.
Thank you, sir, for the opportunity. Good afternoon, one and all. Myself, Kamlesh Kumar, and I am working as a scientist in Indian Institute of Farming System Research, Modipuram, and currently I am also pursuing my PhD from Indian Agricultural Research Institute, IRI, New Delhi. I will be speaking on the role of nitrification inhibitors and nitrogen management in maize. Sir, sir. ये work नहीं कर रहा, sir. As we all know that maize assumes worldwide significance due to its multifarious uses. And if we talk about, yes, yes, sir.
अरे भैया चल नहीं रहा, it is not working. हाँ, pointer is not working. Theme 3.
Okay, sir. If we talk about the nitrogen cycle, we know that nitrification and denitrification are the crucial processes in this cycle. So, if we talk about the fate of nitrate, we all know that nitrification is very important mechanism, which is the conversion of ammonical nitrate into nitrite and then subsequently into nitrate. But the problem is that this rapid and unchecked nitrification gives rise to nitrate, which is water soluble, and there is possibility of leaching down of that nitrate. So, nitrification inhibitors, which are the chemicals which can reduce the rate of conversion of ammonical nitrogen into nitrate, and by using these inhibitors, we can keep the nitrogen in ammonical form and we can increase the nitrogen use efficiency. So keeping these points in view, we conducted an experiment entitled Effect of Nitrification Inhibitors on Productivity and Nitrogen Use Efficiency of maize to study the effect of different to study the growth and yield pattern of maize and to find out the best nitrification inhibitors. So technical program was consisted of 14 treatments including control and 3 nitrification inhibitors. Neem oil coated urea, Meliacin coated urea and DCD coated urea were taken. 2 different concentrations of Meliacin and DCD and each nitrification inhibitors were taken, and at the same time 2 doses of nitrogen were taken, that is 135 and 180 kg. It was conducted in a randomized block design having 14 treatments replicated thrice. Now coming to the salient findings. Firstly, if we talk about the different growth parameters, plant height, leaf area index and others, we found that Meliacin coated urea recorded highest plant height, and if we talk about leaf area index, neem oil coated urea and DCD coated urea recorded highest leaf area index. The same was reported with dry matter, and Meliacin coated urea recorded highest dry matter in all the growth stages of the crop. Now, if we talk about grain yield and store yield, here again Meliacin coated urea at both the concentration recorded highest yield in term of grain yield and store yield and also harvest index. Now, as we all know, nitrogen, phosphorus and potassium, these are very important, essential and mobile nutrients in the plants. So we also studied the uptake of nitrogen, phosphorus and potassium, and it was found that Meliacin coated urea recorded highest nitrogen, phosphorus and potassium uptake. Also, ammonical and nitrate concentration at different periodic intervals were also recorded, and it was seen that Meliacin coated urea kept nitrogen in ammonical form and thus reduced the nitrate loss. We also studied nitrogen use efficiency, different use efficiency in terms of agronomic efficiency, apparent nitrogen recovery and physiological efficiency, and we found that here again Meliacin coated urea recorded highest efficiency in terms of agronomic efficiency and physiological efficiency. So in nutshell, we can conclude that if we talk about different nitrification inhibitors, Meliacin coated urea, Meliacin is a fraction of neem oil, and it gave highest yield in terms of grain yield, store yield, and it also recorded highest nitrogen use efficiency. Now, as we know, from 2015, it has been mandatory to coat the urea within neem oil. And if we talk about future directions, more nitrification inhibitors can be tested by using the results of this study, and most importantly, this study can serve as the basis of comparison between different synthetic nitrification inhibitors which are available in the market and biological nitrification inhibitors activity of some grasses like Brachiara humidicula. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kamlesh Kumar. So with his presentation, this second theme is over. Now for theme 3, maize value chain for industrial growth and farmers' prosperity. I would request Dr. Saindas sir to come over on dais. And please come over. Yes.
बैठे रहो आप, बैठो 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 डॉक्टर साहब इधर। Dear colleague, with this thin population, we start another session on maize value-based chain for industrial growth and farmer prosperity. Our first speaker is Dr. It is recorded?
Present here, sir.
Okay.
They need to add to the panel.
Okay, go ahead, Diwakar Rao.
So they need to add me to the panel. Okay,
Please
no,
go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Go ahead.
Just start.
Dr. Prabhakar Rao, if you confine most of the things concerning maize, that will be fine. Eh?
Okay.
Okay, start.
So I just want to make a quick small video. Then I'll go for the. Is that fine?
What he says.
See.
Please go ahead.
Thanks to Green Revolution, independent India has attained food security, but its nutritional security is far from a reality and neglected over the years, leading to lifestyle diseases and malnutrition. This calls for a change in social behavior, such as change in food habits, though a difficult proposition. Secondly, our national food security may be at stake due to climate change as the yields of rice and wheat are likely to decline due to high temperature regime, which calls for cultivation of alternative cereal such as millets. Indian Institute of Millets Research, an arm of ICAR, is the country's nodal agency for the R&D on millets. IIMR is not only credited with the development of value chain on millets, but also identified as nodal implementing agency for National Mission on Nutri-Cereals.
Indian Institute of Millets Research is a premier institute in the country which is looking after the research and development efforts on millets. This institution has been awarded as the Best Institute of Indian Council of Agriculture Research in the year 2018 by awarding it the Sardar Patel
They are
Best
not here to
Institute
listen.
Award.
The contribution of R&D efforts of IIMR Consortium led to the revival of millets in the country and through value addition research, which led to the demand for creation of millets, thus providing not only lab to land and farm to fork solutions, but also addressing our major nutritional problems of the nation. Of late, Indian government is putting efforts in supporting commercialization of technologies from
Dr.
public
Rao, can
startups.
you straightway go to your talk?
Okay, sir.
Because we are already running short of time. Kindly.
Okay. Fine. I'll go.
Please.
Now branded as NutriHub.
The topic that is given to me is millet-based value-added products for industrial prosperity and nutritional security. So I'll be just skipping to most of the things and try to just concentrate on some of the experiences that which are relevant for the maize also to take it forward. Thank you for this opportunity to the organizers and particularly to Sain Das. I'm representing from Indian Institute of Millet Research, NutriHub, commercial wing of that. Yeah, welcome. So the major, we know that major nutrition challenges of the millennium, all the commodities are very important to really tackle this hunger or malnutrition, micronutrient deficiency, lifestyle diseases, and especially these non-communicable diseases which are prowling in a big way. These are some of the statistics. The food is going to be a very important thing, and change in the food habits that has to be brought in. If you try to understand the various statistics, India is in the center of this, global malnutrition, whether it is child undernutrition or adult obesity, child overweight, and micronutrient deficiency. So the new World Health Assembly, in fact, identified six nutrition targets to be met by 2002. And in order to meet these challenges, I think today's context, people have to think about how we can really appropriately nutrition diet, which comprises of more than one commodity, which what we see in the North India, it is primarily wheat, and in South India, it is a rice. I think we need to diversify our diet to make it a balanced diet. And NAN has come out with the new technologies. And while doing that, the quality of the food has to be taken care. High consumption of polished rice, wheat, carbonated beverages, and others are really causing so in that context, food-based strategies as an important approach to meet the nutritional strategies are very important. And make it a diet because it is the NIN is working very intensely on that, and cereals definitely they are the major source of food. So we need to really see how we leverage this platform, bringing a diversification in our food habits and accrue all the health benefits so that our things. Honorable Prime Minister of India today there was a webinar on this. How the decoding of the budget. He was again speaking on the millets, how we should take it as a global commodity. Quinoa in 2010, when it is declared as the International Year of Millets, and subsequently the demand that is created, percolated down various. Now it is the turn of our Indian millets to take it to that. So they are powerhouse of nutrients, health benefits are largest, food security, nutrition security, industrial security, industrial usages, safety from diseases, and economic security. For those who are not familiar, I think I just put this thing. There are about 8 millets plus the recent one that is brown top millet. But when you talk about buckwheat and amaranthus, they are also now termed as nutri cereal, though they are pseudo cereal. Teff and fonio are the millets that are grown in Africa. And global millet production 86.2 with in fact, some of them are also now growing for non-food purposes, but among the food purposes, India is more than 60% of being produced. The major millet producing India, Niger, Sudan, and other things. Totally exporters also. I have put here. Now it is a good thing that slowly that is being increasingly realized. So not as a commodity, but as a value-added products, and many nations are coming forward. I hope that this traction takes place. Percentage shares of world millet area and productivity also is given. But in India, we see that the highest, that's the reason we are the leaders in the thing. The production trends, the area has gone down, but because of the productivity increases, thanks to the research, the production remained more or less stable with the same 20,000 hectares less. So now today's context, why we talk about USP of millets, because it was not a supply side problem. It is the demand side problem. So we need to tell people we have built up a USP around that the dryland crop, climate resilient, low water requirement, and they are good for food, fodder, nutrition, and these are nutri cereals. Health benefits are there. Now the technologies are ready for consume as well as for eat. The new technologies that emerge thanks to IMR and other consortium partners, we offer functional food and nutritional nutraceutical also. So we branded this particular thing. So branding is very important. It was a poor man's crop. Now how you can make it as a mainstream and bring it, and so it is good for us with regard to the nutritional profile or lifestyle, malnutrition and all other things. Good for the farmers, short duration crop, resource efficient, dryland, climate resilient, and good for business, especially niche markets. We can tap in and mainstreaming in the public funded programs, lesser price, scope for improvement in value addition, and good for the planet also, because they require about 300 to 400 mm of water, and they have low water and carbon footprints. So that is the benefits. And if you want to specifically go when compared to rice and wheat, where we find in protein 12.5, where you see that in rice it is about 7.9 and 5. But these are the data taken out from National Institute of Nutrition food composition tables. Fiber is also very high. Many a time, I think wheat is very close, but then millets are definitely superseding with regards to the micronutrients. In fact, calcium in finger is about more than 2 times that of the milk. So that is even in terms of iron and magnesium, zinc, they stand better chances. And in today's context, biofortified varieties that where about 10 biofortified varieties that have come, that gives even a better chance of that. The germ plasm is also very high. Vitamin B composition is also quite superior. When you talk about the amino acids composition also, I think lysine is a constraining factor. But when you talk about the health benefits, truly all this, I'm telling all these things, whether it is diabetes or whether it is a colon cancer, whether it is immunity, what we are talking today, or even the bone health or a celiac disease. All these things are very important because people are now more educated, consumer is more educated. So millet based value added products, that is what through the value chain experience we brought in all these products where to begin with in 2007-8 it was only the atta that was available. So we diversified the processing technologies, bringing in machinery in place, and then branding, labeling, and trying to take it to the market with the help of the startup companies and all this. So now what all that is available with rice and wheat, we had to match with this thing, and millet based beverages as well as the products, breakfast, cereals are the main course, or even that desserts, you have all the things. And the new technologies that which we are also planning is going for some sort of a plant-based protein, nano starch and other things. So primary processing is very important. Milling products like dehulled rice flour. Now all the products that are in place, you can see these are all made out of the millets, and the machineries are also put in place. They are being scaled up. Because that was the biggest challenge, because these are all, that they are gluten free, and in the absence of gluten, it is very difficult to really processing makes more difficult. So we have come out with the technologies with some trying to tweak in with instead of protein, we gelatinize the starch and then try to make that processing possible. And the machinery, especially the small millets, they have a outer coat which is inedible. So we had to bring in the machinery with the help of the private people, and then improving their efficiencies. And see, that is what the difference between the hulled and dehulled ones. They were the very small grains, very big problem of removing that. And now also still we have only 80% of that. We are working very, very closely with IITs and our ICAR products. Now you don't need to go for flour, but if you make it in the semolina, what we call suji, then I think the gluten problem is not a problem, because you can go for many products. So the inconvenience that is there in making chapati, where it takes time with hot water adding and then requires skill and time consuming, you can go for downstream products like dalia, rava, upma, or even idli. And then getting into the fermented products, dosa batters and other things which are more healthier. So what we did is, while we doing, since we had an opportunity to really change the things, trying to get into the processing technologies which are more healthier, where after processing, their value is more important in terms of the nutrition, in terms of the functionality. So that's the reason some of the best technologies that which is, so the technologies are put in place in such a way, and the machinery, now today we have upscaled the machinery. This is one of the best facility that is available in the world as far as the millet processing is concerned. This facility is established for the startup companies. While we did that, and we are trying to just make a replication in case of other, like NutriHub being the central focus. NutriHub is the commercial facade of Indian Institute of Millet Research, which I am heading. But we want to translate all this into the state level initiatives also. Flaking technologies, then puffing technology. This is one of the superior technologies where the nutrition is retained and the product quality and the taste is very good. Cold extruded products, vermicelli, pasta, nobody can think of it sometime 5-6 years ago, but today you find all these products and the recipes, downstream recipes. Now you can make like Kellogg flakes or kurkure type of products also from this thing, and bakery is one of the things. But when you go for a bun or burgers and all those things, you have a difficulty of adding only up to 40% of the millets, and because of the gluten problem, so we need to go invariably for the gluten source to bring a palatable character here. And ready to cook products like you can find in Indigo and other places where you find these are very much available, where you need to add hot water and then readily consume that. So we have brought out those things and trying to catch up with rice and wheat. So these express foods can also be. But while doing that, we were very careful about the nutritional parameters are there. Shelf life is one of the most difficult thing, but then we are working on that. Right now, we have attained up to 6 months of shelf life. We are going for 9 to 12 months for the export markets. The protein extraction from proso millet. The proso millet has unlike other millets, it has about 15 to 17% of the protein. We thought, why not we bring out the products in such a way from the proso millet and then take it for the mainstream when nutrient protein dense products can be made out of this thing. So extraction of protein and then taking it to the further thing. So isolates we are making and the products also there so that the new markets are also being worked up. Now, while you are doing these challenges in developing this value-added products, we found that the millet is one major problem, and millet it is a traditional consumption of how we can bring it to the urban nutritional and functional markets. So they have a tough fibrous outer covering, and unique fatty acid profile. So we have addressed most of the things, trying to bring in the consumer acceptability so that they may be sustained in the market. There is a need for validating health claims. There are some studies that have been done with NIN and others, in fact, including the Indian Liver Biliary Sciences, where the new non-alcoholic fatty acids, all those are also being studied. Now, millets and industrial prosperity, we see that annual global output 25 million tons, and then we see that the millet market value in 25-20 is increasing and in a positive movement. So factors driving the millets trade as a growing inclination towards healthy foods. So we need to capture that high nutritional value, conferring health benefits, trying to remove the hindrance of the product price and trying to promote that position in that they are low carbon fruits and make a so that all the profits that are coming, most of the some profits may be flowed back to the farmer. That is very important. While we build up the value chain, we are very much conscious about that. Now, if you want to see the pattern of utilization of the millets, you see that the direct human consumption is that FMCG is growing from that 8% growth to 12% the growth rate. We have worked on that. Various other sources are there other than food, but then our concentration so that this goodness of the millets may be passed on to the human beings apart from alcohol, animal feed or other export purposes. Include same thing. Overall, ragi is also similar situation where ragi has a higher FMCG potential. When it comes to the bajra, it is you have about little lesser, but then it is going to grow in a higher growth rate once the shelf life issue is resolved. That is being worked out with at least 5 multi institutions that are being worked out. Now, I just would like to conclude before I get into that the NutriHub, which is a commercial business incubator, because while doing all these things, with 10 years of our experience, we found that ultimately it has to get into the last mile connectivity. So we were doing it, trying to connect with the entrepreneurs, but a formal connection was needed. And then where the NutriHub establishment in 2017, being the architecture of this incubator are agribusiness incubators, funding support, and the Department of Science and Technology 10 crore and RKV Raftar also has given it. And now the private sector like HDFC and other companies and CSR funds are also are in offering. So that we may build a robust system. Now it has attained today. I can claim that past 5 years there are more than 550 startups that have come up in millets. Honestly speaking, before you. Then out of which we are supporting 200 plus startups at NutriHub.
Would you like, Vakar, I would like to conclude it. We wish that you should have made some maize products listed. Similarly, maize products could also be made because.
Sir, all this can be translated to maize, sir.
Yes, okay.
And these facilities which I am going to show, See, this is one program which is going to be very useful for both maize also.
Then
If
you
some
bring
startups are interested, they can be provided 25 lakh rupees as seed support funding. They come and we will be supporting them 360-degree. And the new startups up to 5 lakhs, they can get it. So I'm just throwing this opportunities to all the group that present here. So what I'm trying to tell you is that the success is big. If we join hands together and take other commodities, 6.6 crores have been, this is such a big machine that is available for startups to use for milling it.
Thank you very much. Very good.
These are all the startups that are there with us, and with the international partners and other partners, we work, and state governments, corporate partners, ecosystem partners, and various policies in place now, we are taking it. So this conclusion and way forward, yes, definitely private sector investment is more important, where in maize it is there, now it is coming for the millets, and mainstreaming millets in public funded programs. International Year 2023, I think what we consider as a cousin, a close cousin of millets, that maize. We were working together, and we must work together to take these crops and introduce these recipes to the world. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Rao, for sharing your views. And similarly, we can develop the product on maize also with us using the same equipment and material. And as ICR and IIM are one and the same thing, so maize-based products can also be developed in your institute. Thank you very much for sharing your views with the maize group. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much, sir.
So now we invite Dr. D.P. Chaudhary. Hello, Dr. Chaudhary, are you listening?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes,
Please
sir.
go
Yes,
ahead.
sir.
You go ahead, but don't tell the importance of the maize. You straight will come to your topic. Okay.
Okay, sir. So, respected Dr. Saidas and other dignitaries sitting on the dais, first of all, I would like to thank the organizer for inviting me to deliver this very important on this very important subject, prospects of maize-based silage for sustainability of dairy industry. So I'll try to finish within stipulated period of time. Before I actually start, sir, let me give a scenario by 2 to 3 slides of the livestock sector. That we know that livestock production, it's a backbone of Indian agriculture because it contributes 4% to GDP, which is higher than agriculture as a whole. And secondly, India's livestock sector is the largest in the world. Sir, however, the problem with our livestock sector is that its productivity is lowest in the world. As compared to US, our cattle just produces around 1,000 to 1,200 liters of milk in a period of full gestation. So, although genetic makeup is the main reason, but the quality of fodder being fed to the animal is the major issue because we usually fed rice stover as well as wheat straw to the and most of the time during the year to our animals. So because if we could provide them nutritious feed sources, then the productivity of Indian cattle can be increased, and likewise the dairy farming can be made commercially viable. This is the key to the commercial viability of dairy farming, that we have to enhance the milk productivity. And to key to enhance the milk productivity is the availability of nutritious fodder. So what we can do, there's a need to transfer the potential technologies to increase production and productivity of good quality fodder. So, sir, this technology was very old. It was being taught to farmers way back from 40 years at PAU. But many a times it happened that adoption of this technology, silage preservation, initiates after 2000 onwards. And from 2000 onwards, I have noted there are around 5,000 big dairy farmers which are using solely silage to feed all their dairy animals, and have 300 to 500 dairy animals, which is being fed silage made from maize only. So, what is silage? We all know it's anaerobically preserved green forage, or nutritious as green forage. It supplied the green fodder around the year. Basically, we can say it's a nutritious green fodder bank from where anytime we can took out the fodder and fed to the animal. So this is the cheap and best option. So there are so many benefits of the silage. It increases milk productivity. It has been established now that the milk productivity per cattle increases by 2 to 4 kg within a period of 1 to 2 months after feeding silage only. And then it can be used, of course, during scarcity of green fodder. Many a times during the year, particularly 4 to 5 months, we do not have any green fodders. So we need to preserve our green forages in the form of silage for sustainability of dairy industry. So very simple things are required. A silo bunker is required. Some agriculture equipments like tractor trolley, then tractor operated cutting machines आजकल वो जो आ गई हैं fodder chaffer जो हैं, they are commercially available. Then we can also use silage additives. Then, sir, methodology is very simple. We have to cut and chop the green fodder, fill the chopped fodder in a silo pit, compress the chopped fodder manually or mechanically, and cover the silo pit, and then fermentation process will start. Now, sir, I'm coming to this recent technologies. Then there are many type of forage harvester available nowadays, like combined type harvester available, which can cut 4 acre in single hour. It costs around 2.5 acre. Then but cheap one are also available, like single row, which cost around 6 lakh, and multi row cutter, which cost around 14 lakh, to harvest the fodder very quickly for the silage making process. Now then we have to chop the fodder, and then fodder shuffers are available, keeping in view that fodder should be chopped between 3 to 5 centimeter. This is very important, sir. If fodder will not be chopped properly, proper silage cannot be made. And then, sir, one more important thing is, then we have to check on the moisture content. Very simple way of to check the moisture content, that is, we can put the chaffed fodder in our fist and then start opening up. If it opens slowly without shedding any juice, then we estimate that the moisture content is 30 to 40%. And this is the optimum moisture content for preservation of silage. Now, this is a process of silage making. There are kacha bunkers, there are pakka silo bunkers. We have to start filling these silo bunkers by adding fodder, and then we have to press them using tractor. Main purpose here is that we have to extract all the air from the fodder. Compressed fodder means it's to be extracted out. Then after filling the this silo bunkers, we have to cover it with a polythene sheet, and then fermentation starts, which took around 35 to 40 days. If sometimes people uses molasses or good jaggery at the rate of 2 to 5 kg per ton of fodder, in case our fodder is little bit drier, to increase the soluble sugar content. Now, sir, some people are also using this proformic acid, propagonic acid, acetic acid as additives to increase beneficial Clostridium molds and to reduce harmful propionic acid. So after 40 days after covering, silage is made. Very simple, sir. What is silage fermentation? First, there is aerobic phase. All the available oxygen is consumed in the first 48 hours. After this, anaerobic phase starts, where there are soluble sugars which are maximally present in maize. I want to again mention here, maize is the crop in where the maximum concentration of soluble sugars required for the proper preservation of silage are present more than 4 to 5%. So they are converted to lactic acid. Now this lactic acid, its pH is very low. It helps in, it stops the growth of any unwanted microorganism which may spoil the nutrients. So nutrients preserved as such. Now, sir, in this was the technology which was being adopted by big dairy farmers whose dairy farms are situated out in the villages or outside the villages in big, they have sufficient of land, many acres of land for dairy farming itself, where big silo pit can be formed. However, most of the dairy farmers, they are situated inside the cities, in the peri-urban areas, in the small villages. They do not have that much space where a silo pit can be made. So, for those particular, dairy farmers, next type of technology, that's called packed silage. It came initiates in Punjab during 2013-14, where silage is silage is packed in the form of bales, which can be transported to any dairy farm. Now, sir, what are this? They have many type of, there are commercially available balers who first they chop the fodder and then bale, compress it properly, and then wrap inside a polythene sheet. There are 13 to 14 layers of the polythene sheets in which the fodder is wrapped anaerobically inside this bale. The fermentation initiates and completed in the 35 days. Now, after the 35 days, this bale, which weighs from 1 quintal to 4 quintal, they are available for commercial, selling. Now, this is highly beneficial. This is beneficial to farmers. This is beneficial to entrepreneurs and users, general public, environmentalists, and government, because farmers are in Punjab. I have visited many dairy farms. They are getting, they are selling their green fodder at the rate of 2 rupees per kg, means 200 per quintal. Now, sir, I have noted that during summer season, the average yield of maize hybrid is from 170 to 270 quintals per acre. So, and during Kharif, it comes little bit down from 150 to 230. I have taken this data from various entrepreneurs. What is the means they have that this much yield is there from 1 acre. Now, if we consider it just 200, so a farmer can get 40,000 to 50,000 quintals, 40,000 50,000 rupees from 1 acre just within a period of 3 months. Now, entrepreneur is also beneficial because he is selling this silage bale at a rate of 6 rupees 6 per kg, means 600 per quintal. Now he's buying it for 200 per quintal, selling it for 600 per quintal. In between, he has some processing charges. Even then, he get around 1 to 2 rupees per kg. So then it is highly nutritious concentrated feed rich in energy, and if fed to the animal, it almost nullifies the demand for concentrates. Then again, it's free from any anti-quality components, it's easy to transport, and significantly reduces labor cost in dairy farming. That's why I said it's beneficial. It's packed sector technology is beneficial to all the stakeholders, including government will be very happy because it helps to diversify a large stretch of rice cultivation in Punjab. I could say it's the next game changer for rice diversification. Area under this maize for silage is increasing, and all biomass is used, no stubble burning, clean environment, and the most important things are it may provide huge push to dairy sector in the neighboring Rajasthan and other states, because in Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh, I have noticed that during lean periods, farmers are purchasing wheat busa and rye busa for 8 rupees to 12 rupees per kg, जिसका कि कोई न्यूट्रिशन वैल्यू नहीं है, उससे मच बेटर एक आप न्यूट्रिशन आपको फीड मिल रहा है, वो भी आपके डोर स्टेप पे. So that will be very important. So these are many type of balers available depending upon their capacity. They ranges from 8 to up to lakh, up to in 60 to 80 lakhs. Now, the other infrastructure is required for this entrepreneurship is that you need a front loader, tractor with front loader, and then you need a conveyor belt and some shed, and then storage area to store these bales. And then there are other ways also to produce silage, like simple bags at small scale. It can be done. And my last piece, I will cover. I want to add two things that which are the crops required for silage making. There are maize, sorghum, oats, wheat, pearl millet, napier, bajra hybrid. Now, comparing all these crops, it is found that maize is the most suitable. Why? Because if it has high biomass, of course, sorghum and napier bajra also have higher biomass, but they do not have that much, concentration of required nutrients like NDF, ADF, then starch. All these are an appropriate amount present in the maize. So maize is mainly used. I think more than 90% of the silage throughout India is made from maize. So we can do, sir, that people are using all the available, commercially available hybrids for silage making. Although some companies may be propagating, but still now none of the silage specific hybrid is present in India. So we need to work on the development of a high biomass, always energy rich hybrid. Okay, sir. Okay. So that's all with my talk, sir. I think this is sufficient. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Sorry, Dr. Dharampal, time is very short, other would have invited a few questions. Now, can we move to next speaker is Dr. B. Prakash. Allah Singh, Lord B. Prakash. B. Prakash.
Yeah, sir. Good afternoon, sir. I'm here. I'm audible, sir?
Yeah,
Go
Dr. Prakash,
ahead.
please go ahead.
Yeah.
You put it on slide share mode.
I think my slides are visible.
Dr. Prakash, it is visible. You kindly put it on the slide share mode.
Is it okay, sir?
Yeah, it's okay now.
Yeah. Good afternoon, and thank you very much to organizer for giving me an opportunity. And it is a little late, so I will be rushing through the maize for sustainable growth of poultry. So, what is the maize? How it is involved in? What is the demand and what is the prospectus of maize in poultry industry that I will be dealing. So before we go, that I will quickly go through the what is the profile of Indian poultry industry is. So poultry industry contributes 1.3 lakh crore of worth in terms of finance, means money in terms of money.
Dr.
So.
Prakash.
Sir.
You have 5 minutes. In 5 minutes, you have to.
I will rush through, sir. So we are producing 109 million eggs and billions of eggs and layers this much. So the poultry industry is contributing immense in the as far as the nutrition and other aspects also. So the bird is after weighing this 1.3 kg bird is producing 18 kgs of egg in a year. So unless we provide the balanced diet, it will not happen and it will not yield that much of egg. So likewise, the bird chicken chick, it is when it is just hatched, it is having only 40 grams. So in 32 days, it is gaining 2 kgs of body weight. So unless we provide a balanced diet, it will not happen. So probably the birds and chicken, this poultry, the farmers are taking care and feeding more balanced diet than the human being, what we feed ourselves. So if we see the egg production over the year, and now we are producing 109 billions of eggs. And the availability, per capita availability is 79 years per egg. So requirement as per the Indian Council of Medical Research is the 180 eggs per year per person. So over the increasing per capita availability over the year is increasing, but there is a great scope to increase the number of eggs to be produced to reach this availability. So likewise, the broiler chicken meat is also, right now we are producing 4.1 million metric tons. So the availability is right now 3.6 kg per year. But the requirement as per the Indian Council of Medical Research, it is 10.8 kg per year. So there is also the scope, great scope that we can increase this industry. So right now we are producing recently it is updated 32 million metric ton of maize. So it is a little more than the 50% is used for the poultry industry to make the 31 million metric ton of feed. So it is projected in 2025 that feed requirement would be around 37 million metric ton. So 22 million metric ton it will be required for making this much of maize is required for making the poultry feed. So a little more than the 50% of total maize is produced in our country is going for the feeding of poultry. So if we see the share, it is we are just producing 2% in a total in the world. Total maize is. So the modern feed mill, if you see the maize feed mill like this it appear, and conventional poultry diet will be having maize is around 55 to 65% of the total diet, and soybean meal is 25 to 30%, and other 10 to 15% is mineral vitamins and this other additives. So it roughly it will be having to make this balanced diet of the poultry. So we are producing this maize. Karnataka is leading state in producing the maize. So the feeding poultry for these nutrients, mainly energy stands first, and the protein, amino acids, and all these things. And the relative cost of the nutrients, if you see the energy, protein, calcium, phosphorus, other mineral, vitamin, and additives, if you see that for making one means 100 kg means 100 rupees, if you are spending on that these nutrients, so we will be spending 55 to 65 on energy and protein like this and other like this one. So the energy will be spending on 55 to 65 rupees. So maize is considered as a choice for the energy source. So maize is fed for the mostly for the energy, even though the 1/3 is protein from maize is also contributing to the diet of the poultry. But it is energy is a preferred source maize. So maize is having 33,150 kilocalories of metabolic energy per kg. So it is a better digestible and other palatable, excellent source of linolenic acid and high xanthophyll and carotenoids. And further, if we compare the maize with the wheat, so the total NSP is actually the means a problem in the wheat. So total NSP is at 10.9. If you compare with the corn, it is less in corn, 8.7. So major problem with the NSP is a soluble NSP is very less. Is soluble NSP, if it is more, then what happened is the gut viscosity increases and it decreases the nutrient utilization and increases the number of harmful bacteria in the gut. So it will all ultimately affect the growth and other performance in the bird. So the less soluble NSP is preferred. That is why the corn is preferred over the wheat. So NSP is total NSP is 8 to 9% and cellulose and arabinose. So these problems can be overcome by the supplementation of the some enzyme, NSP enzymes, xylanase, cellulase, and these enzymes are means extensively used by the farmer to overcome this issue. So limitation with the maize is often expensive because of some holding and all this is prone to mycotoxins. Mycotoxin is a major problem, prone to insect pest infestation, deficiency in methionine, lysine, and tryptophan, and phytic acid is a problem, and NSP. So these are all some Aspergillus parasiticus, and these are all fungi, means aflatoxin, this one. And incidence of aflatoxin, if you see compare with the other cereals, the maize is tops. Actually, 57.57% of incidence of aflatoxin is seen in the maize alone, and rest of the cereal is very less. So this can be farmers are overcoming by adding some toxin binders to ameliorate this effect. So the pigmentation, the supplementation of the maize helps in, as I told that maize is a high in xanthophyll. So the yellow orange yolk maize is means egg is preferred. So yellow orange yolk is if we replace the maize, and then the skin and pale yolk will appear. So it is it is not preferred for the by the consumers. So new maize, if breeding policies and the lanes are available, so
You move ahead. These all are old information. If you have something new, you tell us, please.
Yeah, these are some of the biofortified maize.
Please go ahead. All information have been delivered earlier by the earlier speakers. If something new you have, you please tell. Otherwise, you conclude it.
We have
1 minute. 1 minute only. You conclude it.
Yeah. We have conducted some trials, sir, by supplementing QPM, provitamin A rich and low phytate maize, and we found the promising result in our birds. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Allah Singh.
Good afternoon, sir.
You have to straightway go to your subject. No need to tell any importance of the corn, okay?
Sure, sir.
in 5 minutes in that
Sure,
shot.
sir. Sure, thank you. So kindly, yeah, I will try it.
Dr. Singh, kindly share your slides.
Yes, yes, sir, I am. Sir, are the slides visible?
Yes, yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for giving me this opportunity to speak on the prospects of maize-based ethanol in India in the current scenario. Sir, in the Foundation Day lecture of Indian Institute of Maize Research, Dr. R.S. Paroda mentioned bioethanol 4 or 5 times. The reason for this interest in ethanol is that India is highly dependent on energy for its growing economy. And what we see in the panel C is that the production of crude petroleum is coming down in both the government and private agencies. So the government is really looking to diversify its fuel production and in fact include biofuel. And for this, they have mentioned national policy on biofuels, which is based on a number of parameters. And I will be focusing on one major parameter of the government, where there is an indicative target for 20% blending of ethanol in petrol. And for this, sir, I'll be majorly referring to this roadmap for ethanol blending in India by 2025, which is a document of NITI Aayog, and I would be giving on my opinion regarding how we may go further in that. So the questions that basically I would try to answer in the time given is, can maize farmers or FPOs expect better price realization due to this new market of bioethanol? And if yes, then how fast can they expect? Can they expect in next season or maybe in the next year? Given that we have an urgent need for diversification, can bioethanol create a realistic demand? How sustainable will be this maize-based bioethanol, and what is the technology readiness level of maize-based bioethanol? When we have other advanced technologies coming up, whether this interest in maize will be for the next 5 years only or so, or maize will be able to keep up its interest. The basic process of bioethanol is simply that we have to take a biomass and we have to convert the sugars that are present in this biomass into ethanol and finally purify it. In terms of the feedstock, we can have different types of processes. For example, sugarcane is very simple, that whatever the juices are extracted out of it or the molasses, they are simply fermented to ethanol. Whereas for corn, we need to first convert the starch into glucose. And in case of cellulose, we need to pre-treat the cellulose, we need to delignify it, and only then we can get the ethanol. Sir, when we talk about sustainable systems for bioethanol, we need to see that maize uses much less water than its major competitor for bioethanol, which is sugarcane. And given that India is really thirsty for water now, we need to find a sustainable solution, and maize fits the best in this regard. So, for example, sir, this is a yield trend and stagnation analysis of crops, which was done for more than 1 century records in France, and they have found that only in case of maize, the production is not stagnating, all other crops are stagnating. And even sir, here, if we see that in the wake of current climate change, if we see the South and Southeast Asian region, maize is the crop which suffers only 7% loss compared to what we find in wheat, and we can see that rice suffers from 59%. So it is a sustainable system. The government, this is from the government document where they say that maize ethanol is more environmentally benign feedstock. And so now I'll be coming to the facts on this slide, that maize produces relatively cheaper bioethanol. If we see the last row, ethanol from maize can be produced, or at least the government is giving price of 51.55 rupees, as compared to sugarcane juice, which is giving, for which the government has to give 62.65 rupees. So ethanol is also not only sustainable, it is also cheaper. And so this data from Government of India shows that maize is available in surplus. So 100 lakh tons of surplus is available, which can be converted to biofuel. So the questions that one definitely poses in this scenario is that, can maize farmers expect this better price realization due to this new market? And when can they start expecting? Sir, what other developments that have taken in the field is that earlier government was only producing or allowing ethanol from sugarcane, but now it has also allowed B-heavy molasses. So if we see in the panel C, now most of the demand of ethanol in India is being fulfilled by these B-heavy molasses. This definitely triggers a food versus fuel debate also, which is not present in maize, because maize is not considered a real food crop as yet in India because of its lower proportions. Now, coming to this slide, we see that in 2020, the government has fulfilled a target of 8.5% blending. And maize has not contributed much in this 8.5% blending. Majorly, it is coming from sugarcane, and that to be heavy molasses. So now we need to ask this question, that when E10 blending target is also almost achieved, what is the prospect for maize-based ethanol, which is the primary reason of this talk? Sir, although the ethanol blending might have happened from sugarcane at present, but we need to also see, for example, as is said in this opinion, that ethanol price hike at this point of time as a new market for sugarcane is very good for sugar mills, but aftertaste could be bitter, which means that in the different price scenarios, this will not be sustainable. Because of the brevity of time, I will not be going into this. But what I want to say here is that for E10, the target may have been almost achieved, but we have a target of E20. So that next 10% demand, it can be very well met by the maize. So this is where the opportunity lies. However, sir, if we talk about the current scenario of E20 fuel, where there is 20% ethanol in the fuel, the auto industry is not ready to take it up. So what we need to do is that government should pursue a policy where the two-wheelers, which constitute a major proportion of the vehicular transport in India, they should be made ready for E20 fuel. And sir, coming to infrastructure requirements for maize-based ethanol, what we see, what the trend we are observing is that although sugarcane is not a sustainable fuel, but sugar mills are still increasing their crushing capacity. Sir, what can be done in fact for this is that government should go for retrofitting of sugarcane mills so that they can take up the maize as a feedstock. So apart from this this section where the ethanol is being distilled, they can introduce grain storage and milling and other capacities so that retrofitting is done. So this is a very important, and then since distillation constitutes a major cost in ethanol, so we need to work on this efficiency. We need to make the process of conversion of maize to ethanol very, very efficient so that the price can be reduced even more.
Conclude it.
Sure, sir. So, sir, these are the challenges, but maize is the only crop which can go for these challenges. And sir, I would like to conclude by saying that the recent developments are very useful because NBCC, National Biofuel Corporation, they have now allowed utilization of maize for ethanol. They are also increasing the ethanol capacity. So finally, sir, we need an enabling ecosystem for maize-based ethanol. From the production side, we need sustainable practices. In processing, there is necessity to upscale distillation technology and enhance storage. And on the purchase side, there is need to roll out E20 vehicles and to adopt a differential policy in my case. So this is the latest news that the Brent oil price has reached $100 scenario. And even the we need to see.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Alaskan.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
There are two queries to you. Later on, we will let you know. From 100 kilogram, how much ethanol you get, number 1, 2. Cost benefit ratio, number 3, its economical viability, number 4, well, the same wet milling industry can serve the purpose for ethanol. Thank you very much.
Sure, sir. Thank you, sir.
We will know you from later on.
Sure, sir. Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Next is exploring.
Role of maize. Dr. Priya Joy.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. My slides are visible.
Yeah, it's visible. You can go ahead.
4 minutes.
Yes. Okay. Okay, sir. Thank you all the organizers. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all the organizers of National Conference. So I am presenting my paper on exploring the role of maize in ensuring the food and nutritional security, a bibliometric perspective. So as you all know that the global maize area production and
no need to tell the data. You come straightway come to your topic.
Okay,
no
sir.
need. No need to tell.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. As you all know that the CGI growth of the maize is high in the last 3 years. So these are the analytical framework and methodology of our paper in which we have used the Scopus LCVR database to retrieve the data, and WASViewer application was used for the further analysis and mapping of the retrieved data. So these are the research trends in maize globally, which we have analyzed that in from the year 1990 to 2020, the highest research have been taken on the field of agriculture and biological researches, followed by biochemistry, environment science, immunology and microbiology, social sciences. And the multidisciplinary research is not heading up to as compared to the agriculture and biological science. So there is a need to enhance the multidisciplinary research in the maize globally, as we have analyzed from the different Scopus LCBR data sources. So next is the research progress in the maize nutrition, where nutrition enhances a very important application in the maize crop. So after the invent of the QPM in 1990s, there is a large increase of the documents which are related to research in nutrition aspect in maize, which we have analyzed from 1980 to 2020. So we are seeing a slope which is going higher towards 2020. There is a very high number of publications in 2020. After that, we have analyzed the different countries which are working on the maize nutrition aspects. So whereas India stands in number of 4th as per of documents per country, and whether the number of citation India stands 3rd, whereas China and USA are leading in the research fronts of maize nutrition. Brazil stands in the 3rd way, where we have taken the country number of documents per country. We have taken 50, and number of citations is in per document. The citation should be more than 20. We have taken the documents from the database after 2021. Then when we are focusing on the international research collaboration of maize, we can see that for the international research collaboration, the strongest linkage was found between the USA and Mexico, whereas we have analyzed the link strength, which is 70, followed by USA and United Kingdom, whereas link strength is 34. India, in the research front of international research collaboration for India has the highest collaboration with the USA in the aspect of maize nutrition front, which are link strength we have analyzed through Bosbeer is 20. The link strength was less than 10 for most of the countries which are working on maize, but very inadequate research collaboration between the different countries which we are working on maize, which we have to focus upon to improve the crops research potential. After the advent of the quality protein maize on 1990, we have carried out an extensive bibliometric analysis in the graph through Bose viewer. So from the graph, it can be clearly visible that USA is leading the research front of QPM, followed by India and China. And regarding the international research collaboration on the front of QPM, it is highest on the USA and China, which both these countries are dominating on the research front of QPM, followed by India and USA. India and USA, based on the thickness ratio of the nodes which you have analyzed of Bosbeer. In the contrary, India has the highest research collaboration with USA, followed by China in the research front of QPM maize, whereas USA is leading the research. And in international collaboration, India also in the 3rd position with USA in the quality protein maize aspects. After analyzing, we have categorized the global research priorities on maize on our extensive analysis. In crop improvement, there is a need for improved germplasm, increased focus on biotic and abiotic stresses, enhancing nutritional quality, short yielding, high yielding varieties. In the front of natural resources management, we should encourage the precision input management. Also, we should popularize the resource conservation technologies. And in the crop protection management, there is an increase in farm management module, integrated pest management, and in the research front of socioeconomics, we should require the innovation assistance at the different crucial stage of maize value chain. We should sustain and emphasize the linkages with farmers and consumers, and we should also develop the new robust partnership for science and product development and stewardship. It is based on our extensive analysis on the global maize. So, based on our extensive analysis, we can give our futuristic research-based policy direction, which starts with the increasing of scale of production of maize, which should we progress towards the better nutritive aspects, and after that we should involve that in the nutritional transformation and sustainable dietary revolution, and we should progress towards the One Health approach, which includes the more dietary revolution in the terms of feed production also, and in terms of human intake also. We should go along with maize for the One Health approach in circular with human and animal also. Then these are the conclusions and policy recommendations of our paper. The conclusions mainly focused on the technological solution which needs to be integrated in the institutional platforms. Specific incentives should be aiming at the farming communities to increase the adoption and adaptation of maize. The analysis uncovered that the most grounded linkage was found between the USA and Mexico. These two countries are leading the research, followed by USA and United Kingdom. These are the research collaboration. And in the front of QPM, the USA is driving the exploration front, trailed by India and China. Then
गद्दों को बिठा दे
address which are required to reap the actual economic benefits derived from the crop, and institutional linkage among the private sector for feed and industrial usage of maize will contribute towards its sustainable growth. And the policy recommendations will be future investments should be concentrated towards upscaling the institutional innovations, because institutional innovations are there, but upscaling is not happening up to the mark. Then linkages in multi-stakeholder partnership for developing the strengthening of the maize value chain, specialty on specialty corns, feed usage, fodder usage, and other industrial usage, and enabling the extension support mechanism, adopting remunerative farming systems, along with implementing the different mechanisms are required to uplift the farmers' livelihood significantly and facilitate in meeting the global demand of maize across the different sectors. In this paper, we actually try to decipher the different production status of maize along with its research fronts which have been taken place throughout the last decade, and what will be our future priorities. We try to analyze in this paper. This is the basic idea of this paper, to setting our future research priorities towards an extensive analysis of the bibliometrics and exploring the papers, the book chapters, the documents which have been published in the different research aspects of maize. So
Thank you very much. Well in time. Thank you very much. Thank you sharing the global data and international research and progress. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next speaker is
Nivetina Lighton Jam. Nivetina, are you there?
Nivetra. Are you listening us? Or you presume your lecture is delivered? Nivetra.
इधर निवेदना लिखा है सर निवेदना सर इधर
Nivetina Laltin on Jam. Okay, thank you very much. It's okay. Thank you for listening to the speakers, concluding this session well in time. And thanks, Dr. Dalip Singh. We have obeyed your order. Thank you, our convener, Dr. Barjinder Singh, if you want to speak, otherwise it's okay. Let us conclude it. Thank you.
अरे यार लड़की दी नहीं सर
Oh, he has come.
आ गया क्या can we call him sir can we call him? Is it Nivedna there
ये तो आदमी है भैया ये तो लेडी का नाम लग रहा है
Nivedna
निवेतना
उनका आवाज नहीं आ रहा
उनका आवाज नहीं आ रहा देखिए भाई है तो
क्या इशू है आवाज नहीं आ रही उसकी आवाज नहीं आ रही सर वो नहीं आ रहा
है
बाद में देखेंगे आप लंच कभी नहीं आ रहा
नहीं हो रहा क्या ओके नहीं आ रहा छोड़ दीजिए ओके ओके लेट अस गो जब एक बार डिसीजन ले लिया तो गो रिवर्ट बैक
इसमें अपने फोटो ज्यादा अच्छी दिखती है पढ़ने में नहीं इसमें आता है इट्स नॉट रीडेबल एक्चुअली यहाँ से पढ़ा नहीं आता पीछे या मेरी आँख गड़बड़ है वहाँ पे अच्छा पढ़ा जाता है पीछे
Hello. The post-lunch session will start at 2:15. So kindly be here, sharp. Thank you.
इसमें नहीं लग रहा पीपीटी है ना
ये फॉरवर्ड का है अच्छा अच्छा जैसे कौन सा सेलेक्ट किया इन्होंने खुलवाना है अभी एक कोई खोलना
ये नहीं है इसको निकालो
ओपन किसी होएगा अच्छा वो तो हमारा ही आ रहा है
नमस्कार
सर नमस्कार नहीं नहीं हम बैच पे ही खड़े हैं सर ऐसा क्या वो मैं एक्चुअली रिमोट से यूज टू होना चाह रहा था okay was there any problem or आपका कर हाँ सर तो इधर मिले मैं सर आप बैठ जाइए सर आप अभी बैठ जाइए प्लीज आप अभी बैठ जाइए आप हुडा भी है ना रिसेंट का वर्ल्ड में नहीं था अभी हमें यार ये है हाँ ये अपने पास रखेंगे भाई हाँ वो नहीं सर ये हम अपने पास रखेंगे रिसेंट वाला
यही है आपके पास
यही है
ये रखना है
पूरा
कौन कौन ओके
बस सर 2 मिनट सर 2 मिनट हाँ बस 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 डॉक्टर साहब ये अपना प्रेजेंटेशन अपलोड कर ले प्लीज मैं अनाउंस कर देता हूँ सर
ओके बार-बार
ओके
प्लीज अपलोड योर प्रेजेंटेशन
welcome back I request all the presenters to load their presentations and I will request Dr. Bijayapal coming down the stage and please share the session please Dr. J.C. Shekhar online. नहीं सर आप ओके ऑनलाइन हाँ J.C. Shekhar is the first नहीं सर को अपडेटेड देना है J.C. Shekhar ए अर्जुन यार ये कॉपी अपडेटेड है क्या अपडेटेड J.C. Shekhar हाँ यही है तो बैठो यार 7 मिनट कराओगे ना सर
डॉक्टर जेडी वगैरह भी हैं, तो ये नहीं है, यहाँ पे ये नहीं लोग
कौन?
तो
हाँ कोई भी नहीं है, कोई भी नहीं, बट स्टेस का टीम 4 ऑलरेडी रेडी बकायदा रहा था ना मैच का चावला के बाद जेडी है ही नहीं सर जोर को डॉक्टर साहब लेट्स स्टार्ट आप करवाइए दोनों हाँ हम दो कर
बेटर
ओके सर कैन वी कॉल
हाँ चलिए
yes sir sir Shekhar sir can you hear my voice Shekhar sir can you hear my voice
Yeah.
yes sir you are perfectly audible can I say yeah that's
Okay.
Good afternoon. I request Dr. Vijender Pal, Dr. Jahur to serve as the co-chair for the session theme 4, biotic and abiotic stresses in maize under changing climate scenario. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you.
Shekhar sir, you can share your screen.
Is it shared?
Sir, एक मिनट अभी आ नहीं रहा. Just a minute, sir आप बात करें.
Yeah.
Your screen is visible, but your presentation is not yet.
Okay.
आ जाएगा, आ गया. It's already here. So go ahead, sir. We are already little.
Okay.
Good
afternoon to
late.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir, you are perfectly audible.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon to all. My apologies for not joining physically in this program on health grounds. Respected Dr. Vijender Palji, the chairman of today's session, and to my mentor and Guruji, Dr. Saindas sir, and all the colleagues of MAIS. So I am presenting on the challenge in biotic stress management. Mostly I will cover on the insect pests and then diseases. I will mention the global losses in to different biotic stress in maize. It comes around 48.5%. Diseases contribute 10.9 and insects 14.1. And there is a considerable losses to the weeds also. This is the one of the important things we have to concentrate more on our systems. And additionally, post-harvest losses is always not recognized. This is having 10% of losses. When it comes to the major insect pests of India, there are 10 pests, but only 4 are the most important. That is Calopartilis in Kharif season, Sesame influenza in Rabi and winter season, Atrigone in the spring. And then we have the invasive fall armyworm, which is in the Kharif and Rabi. We have to see whether the spring maize is also affected. And this is the incidence intensity of the maize insect pests in the country. If you see the spotted stem borer, it is going up to yield losses if you are not based on the genotype data planting around 20 to 45%, pink stem borer around 25 to 78, polar armyworm around 15 to 77%, and shoot fly is also considerably high, 28 to 45% losses. Whereas cumulative losses for insects, you can take it around 25 to 50% when the management is not done properly. And coming to the diseases of India, there are 11 diseases appearing in the country and one system confined to the Rajasthan region. Whereas if you see the diseases MLB, TLB, banded lip shine, street blight, and PFSR, Fusarium stalker, or macrophomina are most important in the different regions of the country. If you see, these are the important diseases, what I mentioned 11, SDM, RDM1 confined to the different respective states, Karnataka and Rajasthan. Whereas common rust, Polysaura rust is for the Karnataka region, common rust in the West Bengal and all region. Nowadays, MLB, TLB, BLS are the more important diseases. In addition to Fusarium stalker, there is also a new Fusarium species reported from the AP region by Pedapuram Center also, Fusarium popabong. And then coming to the incident and intensity of the disease, you can see there are severity of the incidence is 15 to 59%, severity is 28 to 80%, and 19 to 20% is the cumulative losses for these diseases. So I will be presenting the insect pests of maize, spotted stem borer. You may be well aware of the management practices. And the most important thing is what are the sources, especially we forget about the wild species or wild grasses, which are most important to look after where there is a pest or not. And also coming to the pink borer, also same thing. More or less the system is same. Those plants. if you see, pink stem borer is confined to the peninsular region during the Rabi season, but nowadays we are finding it in the Rabi zone areas of Bihar and West Bengal, and also pink zone regions of the Haryana and Punjab, because of the wheat is a major source for the spring zone maize. So coming to the management, you are well aware of this. All these things using of the trichogramma kilonis and intercropping is one of the best options for copy 2:1 ratio. And you can go for the jowar as a border crop. This is as recommended for the all the crops. So, Rabi, and then also for the fall armyworm management. This is the greener molecule recommended for the spray control of the stem borers. This is well aware of this. This is the one which take care of the all the three insects, major insect pests of the maize. So coming to the morphological biochemical traits responsible stem borers, you can go mostly phenolics and phenols play a major role, especially in the case of stem borers, phyllo and sesame, and also trichome density, leaf toughness is the one of the important factors for the resistance to the stem borers. And also beta-oxygenate's role also confined to the leaf-feeding insects, but whereas it also plays a major role for the management in the stem borers, but you can concentrate more on the ferulic acid, ferulic, chloronic acids, and total flavonoids are the major role for the resistance to the stem borers. So coming to the third insect pest, Atrigona saccata, there is a very need for us to have a evaluation of the germplasm, especially in the spring zone maize, Punjab and Karnal and Delhi regions, where the pest has to be clearly identified. Either it is Atrigona saccata, Atrigona nacre. These are the three. But however, we recommend the most important aspect is seed treatment is the most important aspect in the case of fruit fly management. Coming to the fall armyworm, it is a major pest since 2018 Kharif. We have worked out through the ASRP systems across the ASRP location, Kolhapur, Coimbatore, Udaipur. Whatever we are using the screening methodology, which is perfectly negatively correlated to the graining. So B6 and BT stage also there is a significant yield reduction, but yield loss is dependent on the genotype and date of planting and the stage of the crop when it is infesting. So coming to the semiochemicals plays a major role. This is one of the options for us to use in the mating deception, mass trapping also. NBR released a slow releasing dispenser using silicon matrix, and this is giving a good and good mark trap catches in the case of pheromone, as well as for monitoring and also in case mass trapping also. So this is the one which is available at a cheaper rates compared to the rubber septa, and is active for the 30 to 45 days in the field condition efficacy. So coming to the field efficacy, you have seen compared with the rubber septa, and also they have developed a tablet form also. Earlier you have the nanometrics, carbon-based nanometrics for the monitoring of the pheromone traps. Now they have the carbon-based nanometrics tablet form, which is more effective than the earlier oil forms, epandrop form. So if you see the natural maize ecosystem, there are many predators, natural enemies, entomopathic pathogens, and then entomopathic fungi are very much present in the maize ecosystem. So there is ever need to use a selective insecticide when it is warranted to spray. That is most important to conserve our natural maize. Nowadays, government's emphasis more on the natural farming, and there is a need to conserve our natural maize. Once fall armyworm came into the country, first Kharif season we did not get any parasitism, but as on today, if you see, more than 50% of the parasitization is observed with egg parasitoids or egg larval parasitoid. This is Calonis formans is the most important productive egg parasitoid throughout the maize ecosystem in the country. So coming to the new formulations, whatever the Spodoptera NPV is done by the NBAR, we found that 1 into 10 to the power 8 OBS found to be very effective in the management of fall armyworm and causing 89 to 90% of the larval mortality of the first to third instar. This is one of the options, alternatives for the management in the fall armyworm. So in addition to that, NBR has developed a Tetrarhabdilla indica. And in this one, they have the several strains. They have NBRH 38 and 375, and Skinonema is the another nematode which affects the fall armyworm. They found that the nematode penetration to 13 star larvae is more effective in the case of NBIH 38, and the multiplication is good in the NBIH 38 compared to the other strains also. So in this based on this one, they have evaluated NBIH 38 and NBIH Synonema carpus 59 under field conditions, both the Rabi and Kharif seasons. We found that the number of larvae and the leaf damage score were significantly reduced by these two space of that EPN in the maize crop, and it is as good as with the emamectin benzoate. It is at par with the emamectin benzoate. However, emamectin benzoate, the best one, cheaper one, but it is not the safer to the natural limit. That is the one of the reason with the emamectin benzoate. So coming to this one, good agronomic practices or ecological management is the one of the best options in our cropping system to manage the different insect pests. So there is a need to study and develop low-cost science-based agroecological approaches, which should be integral part of IPM programs, and increases in the field diversity and landscape management, and integrated the soil fertility management using the NPK balanced fertilization and evidence-based practices that has intercropping. Later slides I will be presenting on the data generated on the intercrops. So these are the alternate routes. Our colleague has worked out on the FA is there. Egg laying will not be there in the field, but however you are getting the incidence of the FA in our maize field. So what are the major reasons? The surrounding the weeds are the major source of the fall armyworm to our main crop. So our colleague Subi has worked out on the 13 host species which are found to be suitable for the as an alternate for the fall armyworm. In this one, we have worked out larval survival to adult stage and the life cycle. We have found that GMAs is the most suitable, followed by Lysanica, Brachyera penicoides. Where in the case of Cryptoclova chinensis, Paspalum dilatum, there is no larval survival. So these can be ruled out from the as a host species. But whereas in the case of completion of the life cycle, maize took 32 days approximately for the completing the life cycle of fall armyworm, whereas the Elysian indica is the best. Next, Brachyera penicoides is the 35 days, 33 days they took. Overall, all the 11 weed species took around 33 to 44 days. So there is a scope. These are the alternative plants, weed species in the maize cropping system around your field. So there is a need for us to look after these weeds also when there is no infestation in the maize crop. So coming to the intercropping system, our colleague Dr. SL has worked out the different winter crops, intercrops. That is 11 intercrops were tried on 2 different genotypes, PMH1 and DKC 9164. Why I am showing the year infestation here? Most of the things earlier infestation will be more or less similar in all the genotypes. As soon as the intercrops are grown, the incidence is comparatively reduced because the increasing the density of the natural enemies in the system. So year damage is done on the tip and middle of the year. Middle of the year is more concern for us. When you see the PMH1, you have the total infestation more in PMH1. When you see the middle of the year, DKC 9164 has the more. If you see the intercrops where the middle of year infestation significantly lower is red amaranthus, poppy, PGNP, and also single spray V6 phase also found to be effective in the reducing the ear infestation. Coming to the parasitization in the at V6 phase, this is work done by our colleague Subi. We found that the parasitism more or less around 28 to 30% is found in the intercrops. If you see the most of the intercrops are having the very good parasitation by the egg parasitide, egg larval parasitide. Most dominant species is the Chilonas parmesan. This is the most dominant species we found in the intercropping system and also in sole crops. Wherever you have sprayed the insecticides at VP stage, you can clearly see there is no parasitization. If you see anywhere we have sprayed the insecticide, the selective insect is not done, you are going to lose the natural May population which are controlling the larvae. So coming to the host plant assistance, there is a need to have all rearing facilities, germplasm screening facilities for all the 3 insects as good as for the pests and pest diseases also. And you have to follow the standard uniform protocol procedures and also share the germplasm whichever you identify. Commonly, we can exchange the germplasm which are found effective and screened across the location. That is more important to share the information on the germplasm and also screening of all the available names, Cuban fleets and land races. When we discuss with Dr. Prasanna prefers Cuban fleets are the major source of the insect resistance. These are the one to be included in our program which are not screened and validation of the identified lines available in lines with other programs also most important in the host plant resistance program. There is a need to develop new hybrids with resistant to both leaf feeding and ear resistant, which can accommodate the higher ETS. This is the one of the important thing we have to look after while breeding for the host plant resistance. Coming to the different biochemical state responsible for resistance, as you've seen in the case of stemborers, trichomes also play very major role. And in addition to this, crude fiber, crude protein content also plays a major role for the preference of the fall amoeba. When it comes to the other compound, benzoxygenoids, which are the indole compounds, are majorly contributing for the host plant resistance, especially for the herbivores. So leaf feeding insects. This is the one we have to look after. And also jasmonate pathway is the one which is regulating the resistance to the lepidopteran feeders, lepidopteran insects. So in this one also, whenever we found, we have analyzed in the susceptible genotypes, resistant genotypes, jasmonated acid pathway is more regulated in the case of resistant genotypes, whereas in the case of susceptible, the jasmonate pathway is not at all regulated, as such it is kept in abeyance. And whereas in the case of JA is converted to JOH in the susceptible genotypes, whereas in the resistant genotypes, this JA is not all to JOH. These are the one of the regions. Whether we can use the screening artificially releasing the insects in the field and waiting for the 45 days and year rating, is it possible for us to develop the screening technology based on the standard biochemical basis? Whether it is possible for the sesame inference, where you can take the standard of ferulic, palmaric, phenolic acid concentration, and also in the case of jasmonates, you can look after for the benzoxygenoids concentration and also jasmonate conversion. These are the two important, and also amino acids plays a major role in the development of the insect. In this one, in the case of how we found the threonine is the most critical amino acids for the development of the growth of the amoeba, which we found more in the susceptible genotypes. So coming to the native genetics resistant, this Prasanna used to say, and also our Sir Sainda Saras used to say, there is a need to evaluate all our available germplasm, whether it is bred for the insect resistant or the naturally for other agronomic traits. So you have the MIRT, multiple insect resistant tropical, MBR, multiple borer resistant populations available with CIMMET, and also the CIMMET population 304, 392, for GCA, for population for Taxino, for non-Taxino. These are the one of the important sources for us. One. In addition to this, the USDA source MP 707, 708, 712, 714, and 718 are the important sources where you have the leaf feeding injury rate between 3.5 to 4.9 as per the Davis score. So recently, CIMMET has given the native genetic resistant lines identified that CML 71, CML 125, CML 330, CML 338, and CML 370, CML 574. These are the important lines we can have evaluation under different agroclimatic zones. So because why I am saying, when you analyze the farm population across the countries, there is a presence of the corn strain mostly in more than 90%. There is also existence of the presence of the corn and rice hybrid strain also. So there is a need for us to evaluate the population throughout the country and also see the response of male moths to the semiochemicals, that is pheromones also, whether there is any response in the male moth population across the country. This is one of the important things. So are you aware that CIMMET has already released three hybrids 2001, 2003 in African country, the second generation resistant hybrids to the African nation. So coming to the other important is storage losses. I say there are rice bevel, sango grayish main moth, grain moth, Cytotoga cerealia, which are the two important pests. If we come to the Punjab, Rajaparta dominica is the most important. These are the important storage insects responsible for the increase in the aflatoxin content. So there is need to most of the things, pericarp, thickness of the pericarp, cell wall bound phenolics are the important components for the resistant to the rice weevil or to the any storage space. These are to be taken into consideration while breeding any hybrid or maize cultivar for the resistant to the storage programs, storage uh, resistance. So these are the different conditions, weather, plant condition, microorganisms, storage conditions, and insects, which are the main reasons for the multiplication of the rice weevil and aguavais megainfra and also Rhizoperta dominica. So coming to those botanicals, which are easily available with your program, Ctenospora cardiofolia, Acaroma calamus, Pyrethrin indica, Adthoda vasica. These are the important botanicals which are found to be effective in the rice weevil. This is our finding from our lab. And then coming to the future strategy, we have to plan, manage the biotic stresses, completely remove toxic pesticides from the pest management. You have used the greener molecule which are having the more than 4,000 LD50 values. Coming to this one, there is a need for the durable resistant germplasm and multi-trait specific, that is both pests and disease resistant germplasm, and also need to find out the mechanisms response for resistance. So if you see while we are screening following the common protocol, if you see the rating scale, there is a difference from the different zones. So there is need for us to identify the different isolates of particular disease, and also is there any different strain of the particular insect is found in the that locality. So there is also need to develop improved strains for biological control agents which are more effective when the less humidity is present and higher temperature is in the field conditions. And there is need for us to surveillance and also region specific prevalence of insect pests, and changing the pest scenario and disease and their dynamics is more important. And for us, there is a need for us to develop pest and disease forecasting models, identifying different biotypes of strains and also isolates in the case of diseases, and research on the habitat management as a eco-friendly pest reduction tactic is more. This has to be formulated for the region specific. You have 5 agroclimatic zones. You can formulate for the rain-fed agro ecosystem or irrigated ecosystem. This has to be finalized for the different agroecological zone, basic growing zones. And also there is a need for to identify the nanoparticles which are having the pesticide formula pesticide activity. This is one of the activities we have to take up. And also there is need to see the sex pheromones, how best we can use it in the monitoring, mass trapping, and also in the mating disruption. Also one of the this ones. There is another one RNA mediated management against this major insect pest has to be looked into, whereas this is alternately the good substitute for the transgenic programs. So there is need for the development of surface coating materials, moisture resistant storage bag to manage storage insect pests, and also further multiplication of avoiding aflatoxin and other fungal pathogens. Finally, I will say there is a need to develop a specific insect disease and weed management module together. A good crop production model for the area specific or region specific is much more needed than the IPM module for the insect or IDM module or IW module. There is a need for to club all these together. We have to develop effectively for the different agroclimatic roles, zones, and also different different cropping seasons. And finally, I will say there is a need to use ICT and artificial intelligence in diagnosis and also all the good web apps which are available, for which I can say FAMES app is the one developed by FAO, which is very good for the, especially in the case of maize program, maize insect pests and related crops also. With this, I thank you very much for the organizers for giving me the opportunity to speak on the biotic space. Finally, I will say our quarantine system has to be thoroughly well equipped so that new insect or diseases should not come into our country. These are the insects, that is European corn borer, Asian corn borer, African maize thumb borer, or carnivore, larger grain borer, which are the insects which are not recorded in our country, present in our country, and these are the diseases, MLN and tar spot complex. These are the two important diseases. We must be very careful and thoroughly check our imports and also our germplasms thoroughly for the post-quarantine evaluation. If anything is there, you have to incinerate all the materials. Thank you very much to the organizers for giving me the opportunity. Thanks to one and all. If anything is there, I will say most welcome. Any questions are there? These are the, finally I will say, these are the natural enemies present in our maize ecosystem. You can see how many are there. Totally there are 36 are alone are identified in the on the fall armyworm in India itself from 2019 to 2021. Thank you very much, friends.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Shekhar. Nice presentation. So I think we will not be really having a time to take the questions, so we can just go to the next presentation.
Yes.
Yeah.
May I speak something?
Yes, please.
Yes. Sorry. Good afternoon, everybody, and sorry for joining late. I was supposed to join at 2 o'clock, but there was some problem in connection, and I could not join. And sorry again, I am busy with some meeting in Hyderabad. But again, I spared some time, and I am joining you. So, Dr. Jahur, you are speaking.
Sir.
Okay. So now I am taking over. So now onwards, I will take over. Most respected Dr. Saindas ji, our president of MTAI, and the chairman of the today's session, co-chairman of the today's session. Just we heard Dr. Jeshi Shekhar that he was having keynote address, and in this session, we now have 4 lead lectures, one by Dr. K.S. Udda, another Dr. Anjali Anand, Dr. Harleen Kaur, and Dr. Subi. And we have 5 oral presentations. So for lead lecture, you will be giving 12 minutes only, and then 3 minutes the discussion. So 15 minutes. Please stick to the time. So I am inviting Dr. K.S. Udda for the first lead lecture, and his lead lecture is on plant biosecurity perspectives in India. Dr. Hudda, please.
Thank you, Dr. Ishwar Singh. Respected chairs, Dr. A.K. Singh, Dr. Saidas, R.K. Jat, my scientist colleagues. I am giving the opportunity to speak on plant biosecurity, which I had experience as an Endeavour Fellow in Australia. So now my presentation will be hovering in these lines: transboundary movement of the pest and biorisks, agroterrorism, then status of the international regional biosecurity frameworks, then status of Indian biosecurity system, and what is the requirement and way forward. These are the biological risks. Any organism, maybe it pest, mites, snails, nematodes, plant products, all are harmful to our natural resources and biodiversity. These are the 4 T's which are responsible for the movement of biorisk. They are trade, transport, tourism, travel, and approximately more than 70,000 pest species are there which can move with the people, with the goods, and they pose risk to the resources. You can see the migration of YR9 virulent race and stem rust from Africa to India. Citrus greening from Central America to our southeastern region via Africa. Then banana bunchy top. And lately this blast was introduced to a boundary of India from Bangladesh. So the main the region for these emerging pests is that about 56% of the introduction, they are responsible for the emerging pests and pose. Other techniques are responsible less than 50%. Another misuse of the microbes can be in the form of terrorism. That may be bioterrorism, then can be, if they are against the crops, that can be agroterrorism. This is the brief history of agroterrorism in the First World War and Second World War. People were involved, many developed countries were involved in the production of microbes for destruction of the crops. Even National Disaster Management Act 2008 also listed these pests, including the tropical rust in maize, which is in the bioterrorism list. They can be used for the destruction of the maize. Now, we have to secure these, our biological resources from the onslaught of this pest, and that is biosecurity. Simply, we can say safeguarding of the resources from the biological threats. So there can be 4 kinds of biosecurity: human biosecurity. Presently, we are going through this COVID, that is human biosecurity issue. The pest from the animal, they can migrate to human, and addressing them come under the human biosecurity. Then animal biosecurity, the pest affecting the animal health. Then plant biosecurity, plant health is affected by the pest. And finally, the environmental biosecurity. This is the international agreement treaty which are responsible for this trade. In 1995, WTO makes some rules. At the same time, that agreed that the movement of the pest should be checked along with the trade. And there is a provision for penalty also if somebody is a defaulter. So these 3 standard setting organizations are working internationally. Animal, this one OIE, World Organization for Animal Health, IPCC for plant health, and Codex Alimentarius for the food safety. So this is the regional biosecurity. The whole world is divided into 10 for addressing the regional biosecurity issues. Now, if you see our Indian biosecurity landscape, what is existing? There are 4 or 5 laws which are separately dealing with these risks. First is the Food Safety and Standard Act. FSSAI is taking care of the food safety. Then second, most relevant to us is Destructive DIP, Destructive Insect Pest Act 1914. It was made just to regulate the introduction movement of any insect, fungus, or any other pest harmful to our biological resources. And later on, with the WTO in 1995, a PQ order was issued just to make it compliant with the SPS agreement. You see, if you import the bulk assignment, DAC is responsible, and Directorate Plant Protection Quarantine is serving as NPPO, National Plant Protection Organization. And for the research materials, NPPGR is responsible. 2 Center Delhi and Hyderabad dealing with quarantine issues in NPPGR. Kandla, there is PQ, plant quarantine station are 63, and regional plant quarantine center are 7. Kandla is the latest one. There are 12 schedules in PQ order dealing with the plants import. These are the 183 points of entry of the plant material. Then the third law is Livestock Importation Act. Under this, animal, when they import, there is need to check the import of livestock or the livestock products which can pose to animal health. Fourth is prevention and control infectious and contagious disease in animals. Again, 2009 to check the infectious disease. And fifth law is dealing with the weapon of mass destruction and the delivery systems. So this law came into picture when some ship from China was going to Pakistan and there was some autoclave-like equipment in it. So this law was involved at that time. It was checked properly. These are in the past, many insect pests, they got entry in India. These are the insect pests. The data was provided by the former PPA, Dr. S. N. Sushil. These are the pathogens. These are the another list of pathogens. Introduced weeds, nematodes, snails. And if we see the last 22 years data, you see the desert locust was reported last year, and cassava mealybug, and more important, FA, everybody knows how it has destroyed the maize crop, and India has to import around 500,000 tons of corn due to this FA attack. And then Poka boing is another important disease recently reported by the Pedapuram Center. It is published. Earlier it was reported only in the sugarcane and sorghum. Now it's also reported in maize. You can see the Polyphora rust was introduced with the consignment from private company in Bangalore in 99. and now it's a major disease in peninsular part. If we see, if we analyze these laws dealing with importation of the plant and plant products and associated risks. So first law dealing with the destructive insect pest 1914 and live importation LI Act. They are subsidiary to the Custom Act 1962. Custom people are authorized to check the bag and baggage, but the quarantine people cannot go. Only whenever they get, based upon the declaration of the farm, they get the plant material, they hand over it, or sometimes they ignore it. That's why the many pests entered in India. And more important thing is when there is some attack, incursion in the country, there is no investigation as in other countries. They investigate how it has entered and how it can be eradicated. Now, for any biosecurity system should be robust. There are three things which are very important. First is the regulation. Our regulations are very old. They are not addressing the biosecurity issues. They need to be revised in the light of FAO guidelines. And second is the diagnostic. Immediately you should diagnose what is the pest, snails, mites, what it is. And then third important thing is training part, capacity building. We should train the custom people, our stations who are involved in it. It's not important. Even our SAARC countries are having a land part with us. And there are chances that that border should be, from the quarantine point of view, they should be checked properly so that nothing should come to India which can pose a risk to our natural resources, biodiversity. And these are the quarantine pests which I and Dr. P. Kumar have revised this quarantine list, and they are ready to enter if such laws continue in future also. You see there are 7, including the tropical rust of maize, 4 bacterial pathogen, 5 viral pathogen insect. They are there in different countries from where we either import the germplasm or the bulk consignments, and there is a risk that they may enter and play havoc. Already we have seen the far situation. You can see India is free from these pests. India is free. And NBA, National Biodiversity Authority, has compiled data that 173 species are invasive species. If they are introduced along with the imports from other countries, they can play havoc with our crops. So important thing is that if we want to ensure the food security and to maintain the profitability of the crop production and sustainable production of the food, we have to protect our crop supply and natural ecosystems. You see, the protection of the pest is much, much costlier than its prevention. If our law is so strong, it is not even reaching to the border. If you ensure this, so we can save a lot of money, efforts, and pesticide residue and all that. In the light of FAO and FAO guidelines, with the end of WTO in 1995, they are persistently saying that India should revise their quarantine laws. Many pests are getting entry into the country and they are doing immense losses. So these countries, these 9 countries already revised their legislation. This New Zealand in 1903 was the first country to make strong laws for dealing with this biorisk. You will be surprised to know that Belize and Bhutan, the very small countries, just to save their biodiversity, they have revised their quarantine laws, but India is lagging far behind. One effort was done that was casual, and there were many criticisms at the international level. Agriculture Biosecurity Authority of India was proposed in 2013 by Honorable Sharad Pawarji. It was thought that if this bill is introduced and it is passed, this will repeal the Destructive DIP Act and LI Act. But somehow there was a lot of criticism. It could not be passed in the parliament. There were basically 2 objections to this criticism. One was epizootic and zoonosis, the diseases which are coming from animals to human, like this your COVID. It was not addressing those. There was no mention of these diseases. And second, there was no distribution. Who will do? What states will do? What central government will do? That does not clarify how states should act to contain the spread of disease in the country. And secondly, Dr. Ravi Khetrapal, this was the comments of Dr. Shashi Sharma, the Director Plant Biosecurity, Western Australia, under whom I have worked for 6 months. Dr. Ravi also raised these issues, and somehow ultimately the bill failed to pass in the this one. Again, we are relying on the old archaic this one DIP Act, LI Act. Again, there is a requirement that we should revamp our biosecurity
Please,
system.
sorry to interrupt, Dr. Hudda, please. Can you please wind up within 2 minutes? We are running short of time.
So again, we should try to pass this this bill as soon as possible. Under this bill, there should be three systems of. There should be a biosecurity continuum approach that it should deal a pre-border from the importing country. We should deal with the pest, and at the border instant of there should be biosecurity people which have power to penalize the defaulters. These three at the pre-border, border, both three-pronged strategy should be adopted by our country in the new legislation. Even there is no risk zero, even then the pest can get entry, but we should be ready. We should have a plan to diagnose it, and there should be a response plan how to eradicate it. And there should be a clear-cut agreement between the states and the center, what center will do, what union government will do, what state governments will do, so that they should be ready in case of incursions. And there should be one non-profit making company, Plant and India like that. It should coordinate the management of the pest industry like your FA and there with the plant industries and the government. So there is an agreement in the form of deed between the plant industries and government. These different people, different stakeholders should be there, union government, general public who can report, then growers, plant and India, plant industry representative, state and UT government, they should participate in the management of biorisk. And these two important committees can be there in India, Consultative Committee on Emergency Biorisk and National Biorisk Management Group. Consultative give the technical guidelines, and NBMG approves those guidelines. Accordingly, plan is made. When reporting is there of any harmful pest, these two committees sit together and take decision how to eradicate it. They are incident based. Suppose FA is there, the incident based, only for those FA management. Response plan, trigger points, and this strategy is made. Only press is briefed about the some few points because it affects the exports also. So cost is a major issue in biosecurity. Cost division can be, if it's a category 1 pest, it's impacting the public, 100% union government will bear. If category 2 pest is there, 80-20, private industry will bear 20%, 80% government. Category 3 is there, 50-50, and category 4 pests, 20-80. So this will be shared. Union government will give 50%, rest 50% distributed within the states and the private companies in plant-based industries. So if some private property has to be destroyed during the eradication, that should be compensated. The monitoring plan, financial audit, all that is done after this one. One weak point in our country is pest surveillance. There should be regular pest surveillance. We have started when P.K. Chakravarti was ADG. Somehow it was discontinued later on. On this basis, we can divide what is the high priority pest, what is low priority pest through surveys. You can see in Australia, from Queensland, Mediterranean fly is a problem in apple. They cannot bring to rest of the states. Such is the domestic quarantine strong. Diagnostic protocol, this one IPPC is making till date, till February, they have made 30 diagnostic protocols for diagnosing different pests. And one more thing, the National Plant Diagnostic Network should be there, so that immediately we can diagnose the problem. And then capacity building, very important. We should train the people dealing with biosecurity issues. So some of the quotes I would like Professor Sharma on the link and share with us. वो कहते हैं कि कभी कभी ऐसा हो जाए, हम कभी सोच सकते हैं कि भाई प्लांट में भी एपिडेमिक आ गई, ह्यूमन में कोविड आ गई और एनिमल में आ जाए तो क्या होगा? We will be devastated. हम लोगों के पास प्लान होना चाहिए कुछ. Yes, sir? Okay.
Dr. Hudja, please wind up.
So ultimately, we need an effective global governance apparatus at the world level. We are investing a lot of on defense. That expenditure should be on biosecuring the food system. You can imagine 1.9 trillion in 2019, they were invested on the defense. And instead of WHO, can we think of the planetary health organization dealing with the animal, plant, all the three sectors, including environment? in next 100 years, you can think of this one when we will be around 12 billion at the world level. So finally, there should be effective biosecurity in India, which is still to be done in India. Many countries have already revised their biosecurity laws. India has to do it. And these P3, P1 produce the food sustainably, P2 protect the food from loss in the value chain, and P3 provide the biosecure, safe and nutritious food. So these are the different locations with hands-on experience. I went to seaport, airport, there is Canberra. I met the chief plant protection officer. They discussed with me what India can do. All that policy matters I have discussed during the 6-year program. Thank you very much with the slogan that biosecurity for agriculture and food production. Thank you, sir, for giving me opportunity to share my experience of Australia.
Thank you, Dr. Hooda, and enlightening us about the biosecurity, very interesting topic. And next, I invite Dr. Anjali Anand for next lead talk, that is on seed management and empirical enhancement technique to improve productivity in maize. Dr. Anjali, please, and Madam, I request you please wind up within 7 minutes. We are running really short of time. So please, can you complete your talk within 7 minutes? Dr. Anjali Anand, please.
Very good afternoon to everybody. And I thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to present my research in this August forum of many maize scientists. So I'll be talking on seed magnetopriming for improving productivity in maize. So I would start my presentation with a very important trait, that is early vigor, which is being widely used by all breeders because it results in a faster leaf area development, and also it improves the biomass and grain yield as it picks up faster than the ones which are low vigor lines. So in the photograph which is shown, you can see that the low vigor lines, they do not recover when a drought stress is given, but the high vigor line, they do recover when the drought stress is relieved by giving water. So besides the approaches which are being followed to improve high vigor and also the inherent potential which is already lying within the genotype, seed priming is a very important technique because it can improve seed quality, and most importantly, it can increase uniformity in the plants. So all the plants will come to field emergence at the same time. They will come to flowering at the same time. There will be earliness in flowering, and they can also increase yield under stress. So of the two priming treatments, there are wet priming and dry priming treatments. My talk will be around the dry priming treatments, and that too in magnetopriming, which is the seed treatment with a static magnetic field, as this has advantage over the wet priming treatments because it is user friendly, there's no residue left on the seed, then it is also waste free, and it can also be recommended for the organic farming system since we are not using any chemicals for the seed treatment. The hydration curves between the two priming treatments, wet and dry, if you see, then in the green one, the lower one, where you see the third phase is the one where the seeds, they imbibe water and start picking up the moisture and activation of all the metabolic processes in the seed occur. So mostly all the seed, they come to germination around the same time, unlike the unprimed one or the control ones. So this study goes back to 1970 when a paper was published in corn itself. Then when they treated with magnetic field and they found there was improved vigor in the maize seeds. And bringing you all to the same page, like all of us know that the Earth's field is a geomagnetic field. Of course, the field is very less. It is about 25 to 65 microtesla. And around the equator, it is less, and around the poles, it is high. So You must have observed, and everybody knows the fact that migratory birds, they move from Siberia and they come to India and other places during the winter months. And sitting in Rajasthan, I would like to cite one example. There's a village called Khijan near Jodhpur, around 120 kilometers from Jodhpur. There's a flock of birds which comes every year in this area, and then it moves back in January. So these birds, they have a GPS installed in them. So this GPS is like a magnetic compass which is behind their eye, and in that eye they have a cryptochrome pigment. This pigment is also present in the plants, which is a blue light receptor. So this is the one which perceives the magnetic field. So once they move, they perceive the magnetic field, and then they go back to their home or the inhabit wherever they inhabit to the same place through detection of these magnetic field. So we had a project from BIRAC where we constructed and fabricated a magnetic field generator for seed treatment. So same principle was applied here also. So we have a conveyor belt on which we place the seeds, and then we standardize the dose and give the same dose to the seed. So it varies from crop to crop. Then this is based on the principle of an oxidative window. The ROS oxidative window is a small window of ROS production where the ROS concentration is limited to a level where it acts as a signaling molecule. ROS doesn't harm the seed, it acts as a signaling molecule. In one of our studies, which we did with our collaborators in DAVV Indore, we found in the right-hand and left-hand graphs, you can see the number 2 and 3, the peaks were higher in magnetically treated seeds, and 1 is the control where the peaks were lower. This is for the production of superoxide. Then hydroxyl ions also, you can see 2 and 3 showed higher production of free radicals compared to the control ones. So this level is maintained by the many enzymes which are present in the seed, the superoxide dismutase activity and also the peroxidase activity. This is influenced. The mitotic index of the maize seed, when we saw, we found that there was a 10% increase in the mitotic index in the magnetically treated seeds over the control. These are the 2 doses which were given. Even the seedling emergence was comparable with the hydroprime seed. Hydroprime seed, as I said, is a wet priming treatment, so seed is already under hydration. But in case of magnetoprimed, it is a dry seed, but it was at par with hydroprimed. What is important to note here is the root growth in the case of magnetoprime seed. If you see the highlighted portion, the magnetoprime seed showed significant differences in the root characteristics, which can easily be exploited under the stress condition, because root are the ones which are involved in bottom mining and also nutrient mining. And this effect is carried on till the photosynthetic performance of the plants. The performance index, which is the last row, it shows 1.36 and 1.57 compared to 0.9, which was seen in the control. So this is the one which is finally realized into the biomass production in the seed. And this is the trial which we conducted in Dr. Sainda's field. Long time back, Dr. Shanta Nagarajan was there. He may not remember, but we are grateful to him that we conducted the trial with him. It's a long time back when you were the project director there. And this photograph has been shared by my colleague, Dr. Sudipta Basu. She has also conducted a trial in farmers' field where they have found an improvement in the cob per plot compared to the control ones. And if you see the pictures, there is a uniform plant population in case of the treated ones. Climate change, we all know, is a reality, and I'm relating it to the root growth, what I had shown earlier. So the root growth character can be exploited here because in maize, it is subjected to below ground and above ground abiotic stress factors. So this root growth can be exploited in addition to the conventional breeding programs, molecular breeding programs, creating transgenics and genome-edited plants. Priming can also be one of the approaches to solve this problem. This study we conducted in maize, where we gave mild and higher stress levels, minus 0.2 megapascal and minus 0.4 megapascals. And we found that the relative water content and turgor potential of the leaves was improved under mild stress. It did not, we did not get very significant results in case of higher stress levels. And unlike what I talked about the ROS production in case of the seeds, in this case, the ROS production was less. That means the plants were not experiencing that kind of stress in treatment compared to the untreated ones. And that energy, which would have otherwise gone to scavenging of the free radicals, it was being diverted to the growth of the plant. These are the various antioxidant system enzymes which were seen in the primed and unprimed seeds. Then the field performance of magneto-primed seeds was also checked in Kharif and Rabi season. This is PHM2. And in Kharif season, there was not much difference which was seen. But if you see from right to left, the control plots, you can see they were not as good performers and not uniform like the ones on the left, which were from treated seeds. There was earliness in tasseling and silking from the prime seeds. In case of prime seeds, it was about a 2-day difference, and for silking, about 1-day difference, which ultimately was seen to translate into seed yield, which was in 15 square meter plot. I have not extrapolated it, otherwise it gives a very high value. This also, I acknowledge Dr. Basu's contribution to this. This is the partially
Dr. Anjali, please wind up now.
Yeah, differentially.
Please wind up.
I'll take 2 minutes because I've come from very far.
Okay. Please. Within 2 minutes.
So the high and low vigor seeds, they may be formed because of the climatic conditions during the harvest time. So here we can see that under the low vigor, that could be improved because of the magnetic treatment. And in the low vigor also, the plant height was better, the uniform population was more uniform, and it was, the growth was better. So in conclusion, I would like to say that magnetopriming is a promising technology for improving early vigor under stressed environment, and it can be exploited for maintaining a uniform stand under normal and stressed environment. The future perspective are to identify a magnetoreceptor and also the mechanism of tolerance which exists in magnetopriming under stressed environments, and the real-time interaction when we are giving the magnetic energy, what is happening within the seed with respect to that can be done in collaboration with physicists, and any changes at the membrane potentials can be deciphered. In the end, I would like to acknowledge my mentor, Dr. Shanta Nagarajan, who introduced me to this field. It has been majorly her contribution, then funding which we received from NASF and DBT BIRAC, the co-investigators, Dr. Malvika Dadlani, Dr. Sudipta Basus, whose slide I have shown here, the students, and Dr. Saindas, I again acknowledge you after so many years from this platform, and Dr. Guru Prasad from DAVV Indore, Director, Joint Director, and Head IRI. Thank you all for patient listening.
Thank you, Dr. Anjali Anand. And you talked about a very interesting topic, magnetopriming of seeds that improves the seed quality, uniformity in the plants, and improve yield under stress condition. And you worked on maize, very interesting. And I think you should continue this type of work. We need that type of work in maize. So thank you, Dr. Anjali Anand. Now I'm inviting the next speaker, Dr. Harleen Kaur. Dr. Harleen Kaur, she will be talking about host plant resistance in maize. Dr. Harleen Kaur, please stick to the time. It is 7 minutes for you. So now time is 3:25. You have to finish at 3:32. Dr. Harleen Kaur, please. Dr. Harleen Kaur is not there. She is not there. So then I am inviting Dr. Subi. She will be having a talk on fall RV1 biological control. Dr. Subi, please, but please stick to the time. So now time is 3:26. You complete within 7 minutes. Dr. Subi, please. Dr. Subi. Dr. Subi.
Sir, I am here.
Yeah, please start.
Honorable Chair, Co-Chair, and the respected dignitaries and dear friends, good afternoon to everyone. I will be presenting the conservation biocontrol of fall armyworm, Spodoptera frugipeda. Okay, laser भी. Why this picture shows the first year of fall armyworm attack, because when an invasive pest comes in a new area, it is new to everything. It is new to human and new to the biocontrol agents in the ecosystem. So it get a free ride. So we can see that. The symptoms is based on the insect growth, and when the insects are smaller, we will only be getting the scraping, but when the insect become bigger, in a period of 10 days, the entire world of the plant is gone. So this is how we score the plant also. When they get a scrapping, we will score the plant, the plant which is completely free of damage, we score them as 1. And the completely world gone plant, we will be scoring them as 9. So whatever I will be telling in the next slides will be based on the same scoring. No damage 1 and completely world damage 9. So this what we are seeing is the first year of plant attack in a highly pesticide sprayed plant. Now you see this picture. This is in the conservation agriculture field of Dr. C.M. Parihar. I have taken this picture. The first picture shows a completely world gone plant. After 2 years, we are getting a completely damage-free world. And you can say some pupa in the plant world. It shows that whatever present in the whatever parasitoids, predators, they have found fall armyworm as their new host and they have adapted. So we have to conserve them. So here comes the role of conservation biocontrol. This all we have pictures we have taken from our field. And this maze has a very beautiful whorl structure, and it hold water. When you go early morning in the field, you will be having these birds drinking water. Also, they eat the fall armyworm. So this you won't see in the case of stem borers, because stem borer has a hiding habit in the stem. So the birds and the parasitoids are rare to reach. But in the case of fall armyworm, it is somewhat exposed, and the birds and the parasitoids, they are very much there. So we have to conserve them. The conservation biocontrol is conserve everything, whatever the crop residue we have, and we have to minimize the pesticide application. So what the world said about and know about the conservation biocontrol, it has been known that when you retain the surface crop residue, it will be conservation of the parasitoids and predators. And you can see the higher densities of the general predators, like the ground beetle, and also when you keep the crop residue, the overall plant health will be improving. That we have seen in the 3-4 lectures in the morning. So you will get, we have counted in the system, we got this number of earthworms. There are 2 species of earthworms, so many species of ant and ground beetle and everything. And the third finding is that this conservation tillage also significantly increase the damage of fall on maize hybrids, but they have studied in only one system. All this, we observed all these things. So we will see in the next slide. So this is the fall armyworm infestation dynamics in V67 stage maize, in permanent bed, zero tillage and conservation tillage. And you can see that in 2021 compared to 2020, there is a slight reduction in the infestation, but we'll see the severity in the next slide. So we can see that everything is based on the cropping system based. In the case of permanent bed, we are getting higher infestation in the case of maize, wheat, mung bean, and in the case of conventional tillage, we are getting higher infestation in the case of maize, mustard, mung bean in both the years. So this is what I have told in the previous slide. This is how we do the scoring. So we have seen the infestation dynamics. Now we will see the scoring. So this is the infestation pattern, the severity pattern. You can see how the fall armyworm severity varies in maize, sesbania, and maize, wheat, mung bean system. Why I have shown this? Because these are the serial system based. So the severity in the first year, you can see in the case of maize sesbania, it has not crossed LIR 6. Also, you can see that the conventional tillage is having more plants on LIR 1 and 2 with minimum infestation. And in the case of permanent bed, we can see that it has the maximum severity in the case of permanent bed, especially in the case of maize, wheat, mung bean. This all because of the dynamics of the soil building macrofauna in the soil. So this is the maize, mustard, mung bean, and maize, chickpeas, Espania. We can see that it is the conventional tillage is having more healthy plants. It is having LIR 1 anyway, it is low, but LIR 2 plants are more in the case of maize, chickpeas, Espania, and maize, mustard, mung bean. But in the case of 2021, we are getting more severity in the case of conventional tillage in the case of maize, mustard, mung bean. This is because of the a different scenario of ant fauna. So now we have recorded the number of ant species. We got 13 ant species in permanent bed, but in the case of conservation, conventional tilled field, we got minimum number of ant. And you can see in the picture one ant carrying this ants are carrying the live fall armyworm. I have recorded so many videos as well as photos from the field. And you can see that in the case of permanent bed, it is like a balanced system. All species are there. The 13 species are there in almost in a balanced system, but in the case of conventional tillage, the ant Tapinoma melanocephalum, it is in the higher percentage. So here you can see the fall armyworm severity. In the case of maize, chickpeas, Espania system, we are getting conventional tillage is getting more plants on the healthy side because we have a balanced ant and species diversity. So now we will see the fall armyworm infestation severity in a fertilizer management plot. Here you can see both the years. This 70% basal dose fertilizers have high fall armyworm severity. So whenever you add more urea as a basal dose, you will get high severity. Also, we have seen it is killing the earthworms. In the 70 plus GS plots, the number of earthworms were very low, which I am not showing because it is not related with the topic. But everything is related. The nature is balancing in a continuum. And it is changing over the years based on what we are doing to the ecosystem. So in the ant diversity, how it is changing, and you can see it is according. Here I have given only the severe LIR 6 to 9 means the world, the highly damaged only I have seen. So here the message is that we should not apply the urea high basal dose, and you should not broadcast it, and it is killing so many fauna, the soil building factors in the in the soil. So this ant diversity has entirely changed in 2021. Is it because of the weedicide? Because they are applying the atrazine and tembotron combination irrespective of the plot. When the crop is harvested, they are applying the weedicide in the zero tillage and everywhere they are applying. So we are getting a completely different fauna. So now we will see the parasitism. The below ground fauna, we have seen the above ground fauna, how the parasitoids are acting. Here you can see how they are adapting. In 2020, we got an overall 53% parasitism, but in 2021, some of the system, we got the 100% parasitism because we applied, we applied neem at the V3 stage. We have not applied any pesticide. But one pesticide we have applied after taking the reading. At the end, we will see how the parasitism changes in highly pesticide affected plot. So here also you can see that it is based on the cropping system. So now we will see the parasitoid diversity. We got mainly 5 major parasitoids we got. In that, the group Cheloninae, it contained 2 species, Chelones formosanus and Chelones blackburni. Then next comes the Crimastinae. Then the group is Agathidinae. Then we got Tachinidae. There we got 2 species. So then how this is the most interesting factor. This will be a new finding. There is a completely antagonic reaction between the fall armyworm, between the parasitoids and the ants. In some plot where the ants are there, parasitoids are low, because the parasitized insects are easy prey for the ants. But ants are also doing their jobs, parasitoids are doing their job. Because the ant is some of the ants are the resident colonizers. They are the one who determine who has to be the above ground fauna in that particular ecosystem. The same thing we can see in the case of fertilizer managed plots. So now we will see the non-host crop also influence parasitism. This particular slide was shown by Dr. Shekhar also. In this, we are getting only 28% parasitism, the mean parasitism, and the sole maize is having the higher parasitism compared to intercrops. Because the parasitoids are also coming to the crop because by sensing certain volatiles emanating from the host crop. So when we plant with a non-host crop, it will be interfering with the volatile of the main host crop. The main crop, it is detrimental to fall. Also, it is a negative effect on the parasitism. But this we have to observe in the coming season. So one more thing is that we don't have to do the clean cultivation because we have found some 13 weed species which are hosting the fall, but the fall is not completing, and they are the source of parasitoids. So sir, it's over. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Subhi, so much, and very interesting finding that ants are the answer for. So thank you, Dr. Subhi. And our next lead lecture is by Dr. Harleen Kaur. She will be talking about host plant resistance in maize. Dr. Harleen Kaur, please stick to the time. It is 7 minutes for you.
Hello,
Okay,
sir. Dr. Sai just want
you.
to ask a question.
Yeah. Sir, please.
Don't give this message. Don't go for clean cultivation. This will murder the whole maize now.
Sir, I'm not saying, sir, we have to keep some on the field bunds. Yes, sir. Sir, sorry, sir. So, sir, we have to be specific. Okay.
Dr. Harleen Kaur, you have 7 minutes. So you have to complete by 3:52. 3:47. Now it is 3:40.
Okay, sir. I'll try to complete it.
Please.
So my slides are visible?
Yes, visible. Please go ahead. slideshow.
Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm highly thankful, first of all, to the organizers for giving me an opportunity to share my views on host plant resistance in maize. So before going into the details of this topic, um, let's see the distribution of diseases on the maize plant. So we can see this that the diseases, they are distributed from right from the seedling stage to the foliage, and then to the at the reproductive phase they go to the even the ears, and then to the roots also. So different diseases are there. If we see, we can easily differentiate these diseases based on the symptomatology. So I will not go into the details of these because the time is less. So these leaf blights, this southern leaf blight as well as northern leaf blight, they have the historical importance also. Okay, so how can you forget this SLB epidemic that occurred in 1970 because of this race T of Cochleobolus heterostrophus, which was pathogenic on CMST males. And this disease occurred because of the specific interaction of the fungal metabolite with the product that was formed by the susceptibility gene of the host. And this epidemic that was averted by stopping the use of Texas male cytoplasm in Texas CMS lines in maize. Another important point that occurred in NLB, northern leaf blight, this was the HM1 gene that was first disease-resistant gene which was identified, and it confers specific resistance against C-carbonum race 1. So this race 1 particularly, it was producing a host-specific toxin. HC toxin was there, and this HM1 gene that was reducing the carbonyl group of this toxin, and it was detoxifying it. So this was the first gene which was cloned by Joel and Briggs in 1992. Now there are certain obligate parasites also which are attacking this maize crop. That is, downy mildews are there, rusts are there. We can easily identify they are area specific, and we can on the basis of symptoms we can identify. Then there are stalk rots, that is we have pre-flowering stalk rot, that is bacterial stalk rot is there, which is more important in the North India. And then we have post-flowering stalk rots like charcoal rot, and fusarium stalk rot is there. Then ear rot, though it is not causing these quantitative losses, but qualitative losses, they are of major concern in this. Like aspergillus ear rot and fusarium ear rot, they are producing mycotoxins, which are carcinogenic also. So if we see the estimated yield loss because of these diseases, so this is the reference of Pike and Sharma in 1985. They said that around about 13.2% losses are there because of these diseases. So in this, if we see the major part, that is because of foliar diseases and stalk rots. So stalk rots, they lead to the stalk breakage, lodging, and disruption in the grain formation also. So major loss is because of stalk rots and foliar diseases. Next, if we come to the our ECRIP program, I don't know why the slides are not moving. Okay. So in our ECRIP maize pathology program, this has already been shared by Dr. Shekhar also. There are 5 zones, and in each zone we have 3 or 4 centers in which pathologists are working. So they are screening these diseases against different pathogens which are important in their areas, and they are screening again artificially under epiphytotic conditions. So for example, if we take southern leaf blight, it is being evaluated at 5 different centers, and they are in different zones. So environmental conditions are different, and whatever the material we are getting, that material is if it is resistant at all the locations, it means that is a very promising material, and we can utilize it for further in our breeding program. So this I've just compiled the data of the previous 3 years, that is Kharif season 2018 to 20. In this, we found that in different zones, about 900 to 1,000 entries were screened. Okay, and out of these entries, if we see the percent resistant entries that we have got, this is, of course, these entries are the hybrids that we have evaluated in different maturity groups. Okay, and in this, if we see the percent resistant entries that are, it is maximum in case of TLB, North Hill zone, and the minimum resistant entries that we have got in BLSB, bacterial stalk rot, and sorghum downy mildew, and banded leaf and sheath blight. So this is the minimum amount of no resistance we can say is available in these diseases. Similar is the case with the Rabi season also. This is the data of 3 seasons, 2017 to 20. So in this also the percentage of resistant entries, they varied from 2 to 10%. So the maximum was obtained in the Fusarium stalk rot, that is 64%, because here there is only one location, that is Udaipur, which is evaluating these entries against Fusarium stalk rot. So this was regarding hybrids, and if we see the inbred lines, so we have identified different inbred lines which are having the resistant to different diseases. So these are actually the sources which are checked for the previous 4 or 5 years, and these are again maintained for their use in the breeding program. So for example, in MADIS, these are some of the lines evaluated, and these are identified at PAU, then in CIMBIT, then IAMR, against TLB, Polysorus, Fusarium stalk rot. These are the lines which Dr. Malika Arjun has shared with me. These are the resistant lines he has found from the previous 4 or 5 years. Then again in charcoal rot, we have identified these sources, and those in these lines in red, they have been registered with NPPGR also. Then a few lines I have just noted from the previous ECRIP reports, that these lines, they possess the multiple disease resistance. So these lines, they have multiple disease resistance against different diseases like TL, rust, charcoal rot. These are the lines. So this is a long list, and these lines, they are being the hybrids. They are being used in the hybrid breeding program, and hybrids from these lines, they are very promising. Now coming to these are the resistant lines. So what is the type of resistance which is operating in maize? So we know that there are 2 types of resistance. So the vast majority of resistance in maize crop that the breeders are using is quantitative disease resistance. So there are many factors. The first one is that maize is an outcrossing species. So it is genetically very diverse. And second factor in this is that fewer commercially important biotrophic pathogens are there. If we compare it with the wheat crop, so wheat rust is an important pathogen, but here the major diseases, they are caused by necrotrophs. So which the control is quantitative in that case. So though there are certain exceptions also, for example, if we see the worldwide scenario, these are the genes which have been identified against different diseases like anthracnose, stalk rot, head smut, aspergillus ear rot. So these are the genes. Otherwise, the major work has been done on QTLs. So if we take these diseases one by one, what is the recent status of these diseases?
Wind up. Please wind up.
Okay, sir. I tried. Just give me 5 minutes, sir.
Okay,
no,
just 1 minute. Please wind up.
In SLB, there is one recessive resistant gene which has been discovered, that is RHM1 gene. If we see in PAU, we are working on, we have identified 4 major QTLs from resistant parent, that is LM5 and CM139. And even we are working on pyramiding these 2 QTLs in the background of CM140 using mass. Similarly, TLB, this is a hemibiotroph. So in this, we have identified different dominant genes are there. 6 dominant genes and 2 recessive genes are there. So the mechanism of these genes is also different. So HTN gene that delays the lesion formation, whereas this HT123 gene, they produce the chlorotic lesions with minimum sporulation. Then work has been done on these pathogen races also. Dr. Goraf in 1993, he has also identified a maize differential set that is containing different HT genes, and we can identify that there are different races present in India also. Race 0 to race 4, there are different races which we can identify using a differential set. Then banded leaf and sheath blight, we know that the identification of resistant sources is quite difficult, but there is a recent report of one recessive gene which has been identified in this disease, that is ZMFLB141. This is a susceptibility gene. So knockout of this gene is resulted in this resistant phenotype of the maize plant. So recently we have completed one project at PAU that characterized the different isolates of rhizoctonia, and in this we found that one inbred LMDR2 and one hybrid JS3459 that was having, means the isolates that show a moderately resistant reaction to both of these, one inbred and one hybrid. So I'm skipping this. Then in against BLSV only, then new initiative was taken up by our ECRIP maize program. The lead was by Dr. Chikappa. So in this, we have characterized national gene bank accessions. In this, we have got the accessions of 1,056 entries at 5 locations we have tested. And in this, we have got about 8 lines which were found resistant at all the centers. So we hope that against this disease also, that some of the lines will definitely get which possess resistance to this disease. Bacterial stalk rot, again, the type of the inbreds that are showing resistant reaction, they are very less, but still the work is going on. Partial resistant lines, they are there. About 62 isolates we have tested, and out of these 2 lines, that is LM16 and CM139, they were observed to be moderately resistant to most of the recent isolates tested. Against PFSR, I think there is no issue because we have many lines which are having complete resistance to this pathogen, to this Fusarium stalk rot and to charcoal rot. Now coming to the ear rot disease, I said that this is causing a quantitative loss. This is causing a qualitative loss. That is, mycotoxins are produced in this. So the major concern in this is detection of the toxin-producing Aspergillus species in maize grains. And second is the in-field mitigation strategy. That is very important. So again, a step was taken for the identification of the species which are producing the mycotoxins. This we did at PAU only. And that was, these species were identified using qualitative and quantitative analysis and then confirmed using the Aspergillus species specific primers. So we identified few species which were producing the aflatoxins below, that was more than BDL levels. Then Fusarium ear rot, again, this is a major issue wherever the humidity conditions are there. So this disease is bound to occur. This is a quantitative trait. Several QTLs have been identified. Again, at PAU, we have taken a new initiative. That is, we have standardized the inoculation technique for FER of maize during Kharif. Then the pathogen characterization and identification of stable sources of resistance that is being carried out. To conclude my talk,
please.
This is the last slide, sir. To conclude my talk, I'll just, as Dr. Shekhar also said, that our strength as a maize group, that is, we have standardized inoculation techniques. Okay, we have disease rating scale, uniform disease rating scale that is being followed at each and every location. We have hotspot locations, so every disease that is being evaluated under different environmental conditions. So again, the fourth one is that we have resistant sources against different pathogens. Major challenges, there is the outbreak of new disease. So we must be vigilant about new disease, like Dr. Shekhar said, that tar spot complex that is not present in India, but it can. Then evolution of more virulent strains. If it is a continuous process, disease pressure is there, so we must be vigilant about it. Resistant breakdown. The third point is that is what is the longevity of resistance in a particular inbred line. Then the new initiatives. This is, I think, the need of the hour. We have started working on this. That is the designation of races in different pathogens, and we must have a standard differential set for different pathogens, particularly for Aedes leaf blight and Persicum leaf blight. And this project had already started in ECRIP program. And the last but not the least is pathogen biology and pathogen monitoring. So this is important. That is, pathogen characterization is a major point. Even for screening process also, we need to know what are the different types of strains which are present in our area. So I think with this, I end up my presentation. I acknowledge ICRIP Maize Pathology Group, especially Dr. Malika Arjun, who has shared the material with me. Maize team, PAU, School of Biotechnology, PAU, Molecular Lab, Department of Plant Pathology, and of course, my PG students working in that. Thank you. Thank you once and all.
Thank you, Dr. Harleen Kaur. And now, no time for discussion, so I'm directly moving to the oral presentation. We have 5 oral presentation by Dr. Khokar, Dr. Niranjan, Dr. Ashok Kumar Sahu, Dr. Vijay Bhaskar, and then Malakarjuna. So all are on the biotic species. So as we are running short of time, so 5 minutes
Hello?
for each presentation.
Hello?
So yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Dr. Saab?
Sir, sir.
Can you request you the 5 minutes break for a cup of tea, and then you
Okay,
can
sir.
call. 5
Yes,
minutes.
sir. Yes, sir. So 5 minutes break for tea, and after that we will start the oral presentation, and each presentation will get 5 minutes. So
Okay.
please come after 5 minutes after tea. Thank you.
Thank you for inconvenience.
Thank you, sir. सर स्टार्ट करवाएं सर.
Hello,
Sir.
sir, start the session.
Ji. Okay, sir. Thank you. So now we start with the oral presentation of this session. And the first presenter, I think he has already displayed, Dr. Ashok Kumar Sahu. And he will be talking about the total phenol and tannins content in selected maize genotypes and resistance to Sesamia inference. So Dr. Ashok Kumar Sahu, please stick to the time. It is 5 minutes only. Dr. Ashok Kumar, please. Are you there? Are you there? Ashok Kumar Sahu?
Yes, sir, I am there.
Yeah, please start. You have 5 minutes. So please, quickly.
Good afternoon to all the participants. Myself, Ashok Kumar Sahu, PhD scholar, IR New Delhi. And my oral presentation topic is total phenol and tannin content in the selected maize genotype and their resistance to CCM inference. सर आगे नहीं हो रही है.
Not moving?
ये आगे नहीं हो रहा दबा दें.
Any problem?
Yes, there is some problem in the remote. The slides are not forwarded.
So, should we go to next one? I think, okay. We can change. And Dr. Coker, are you there, MK Coker?
No, he will continue. He is sharing. He's sharing.
Okay.
I can try it.
Okay, start.
So,
Yeah, please.
So objective of our study is to estimate the total phenol and tannin content in the selected maize genotypes and measure the change in reference to the healthy versus the damaged condition by CCM inference and find out the resistant line. Our methodology is to the first rearing of the CCM inference larvae in the laboratory condition on the maize genotypes at the lab condition, and the third star larvae from this culture is inoculated on the 20-day-old maize genotypes with resistant and susceptible check. And after 24 hours, these plants are cut separately and processed, and their supernatant was stored for experimental condition. And the tannin and phenol content was estimated tannin according to the Amorion et al. 2018 with gallic acid as standard, and phenol content by following the Sigleton and Rossi 1965 method with gallic acid and quercetin as standard by following that standard protocol. And the result we got Uh, these are the 10 genotypes with CML 345 is the resistant check and BASI local is the susceptible check. And red one you can see is the level of the tannin content, milligram per ml sample, microgram per ml sample in the infested condition, and green one in the healthy condition. And these are the phenol graph. Here also in all the 10 genotypes with the 3 replication, these are the level of the phenol. And in this graph, it is clearly visible that CPM 13, CPM 9 are showing a very significant difference in with reference to the BASI local. And another genotype, CPM 2, CPM 8, CPM 15, which also the on par with the resistant check CML 345. And from these results, it can be concluded that CPM 13, CPM 9, which can be used as a source of resistance for developing a resistant variety against the sesame inference. And the amount of phenol and tannin content which we have seen in the graph is significantly higher across all the selected genotype in a response to the sesame inference damage. And phenol and tannin content was significantly higher in the resistant line than the susceptible. And CPM 9, 13, 15, and 2 are on par with the resistant check in this study. And these findings can help to better understanding of the basis of host plant resistance. And here, these same genotypes also used for biological study of sesame inference on these genotypes. And these findings are further strengthened by that biological studies of the larval duration and weight and all these. And by this, for effective management, possible only through the resistant variety, which is cheaper, ecological, environment friendly. And for developing any resistant variety, source of resistance is needed. This is the first requirement to develop any resistant variety. And this for genotype among 8 which can be used in developing a variety. And these findings will greatly help and also useful for detailed understanding on metabolic pathway regulating the biochemical defense and associated gene in the plant defense against biotic stress for future study also. And with this, I conclude this presentation. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Sahu, and sticking to the time, exactly 4:18 now. So I invite next speaker now, Dr. M.K. Kokhar, and his talk is on about synthesis and validation of IPM strategy in maize for fall armyworm management and in farmer participatory mode. Dr. M.K. Kokhar, please. Dr. Kokhar, are you there? Dr. M.K. Kokhar? No? No? Dr. M.K. Kokhar?
Rakshap. Hello.
Yes.
Rakshap,
Yes.
Mallikarjun is ready. Till then, you can start Mallikarjun.
Okay. So next talk is about by Dr. Mallikarjun, and he will be talking about the confirmation of stable resistance source to northern corn leaf blight. And Dr. Mallikarjun, please, and you have 5 minutes. So your time is up now is 4:19, so 4:24. Dr. Mallikarjun, please complete within the prescribed time, 5 minutes.
Dateshwar?
Yes.
इनके बाद भास्कर का होगा, विजय भास्कर का.
Okay.
Then Kokhar and Niranjan.
Okay. So Dr. Mallikarjun.
Yes, sir. Good evening, everybody. And I'm thankful to the organizers for giving me an opportunity to give oral presentation on confirmation of stable ration sources to the NCLB, Northern Corn Leaf Blight, which is very much important disease of the global basis. Next. Okay. So this is the one, the introduction actually is given by Tarlene Kaur already. So it is the queen of cereals. It's prone to many diseases caused by fungi, bacteria, virus, and nematodes. In India, about 61 diseases have been reported, which is going to affect the crop, which includes seedling blight, stalk rots, foliar diseases, downy mildews, and stalk rots. Among the foliar diseases, I told you the northern corn leaf blight, which is a very important disease which is causing more grain and fodder yield loss up to the tune of 16 to 98%. And the symptoms or lesions are elliptical in shape and tan in color, which is with distinct sporulation can be observed. Under severe infection, you can see the blighting of the leaf. You can see the early symptoms also, oval water-sacred spots on the leaves, and you can see the severe collagens of the leaves. So if you see the conidia of the fungus, it is olive gray and spindle shapes. The presence of the protruding hilum is the identifying feature of the, because of it is designated as the Exerum tussicum. And nowadays, most of the commercial cultivars of maize, most of the hybrids and cultivars, which are either more or less susceptible to the northern corn leaf blight. So what we noticed here is some of the hybrids, which are showing resistant at one location, they are showing susceptible reaction on the other location. For example, we observed some districts like Mandya and Hassan, wherein which is just 100 kilometers far away from each district. We have some of the hybrids which are showing resistant at our location. They are showing the susceptible reaction at Hassan location, where maybe it is due to the pathogen variability of the pathogen. The reasons for lack of that durable resistance is in the material may be attributed to the presence of highly variable nature of this pathogen. Therefore, the identification of A. tussicum races present in an area and the understanding of their geographical distribution is very much important in identifying the resistance source and the deployment of the resistance genes. In view of this, the previous study was taken to determine the aggressive or virulence pattern of the E. tussicum and afterwards to confirm the stable resistant genotypes against these virulent isolates. In view of this, these are the two objectives: to identify the virulent isolates in maize-growing districts of southern Karnataka against NCLB and confirmation of the stable resistant sources against these highly virulent isolates. First, we want to identify the virulent isolates. In view of this, a systemic survey was conducted in many major maize-growing districts of southern Karnataka, wherein we can see the percent disease incidence index is very much high in Hassan district, followed by Mandya and then Shivamogga districts. And the lowest was recorded in Tumkur district and Chitradurga districts. So this is a graphical representation where you can see the Hassan district is showing the maximum PDI, followed by Mandya and Shivamogga. Then this is the one we can see here, the high TLB severity which is noticed on one of the private hybrid 5402 in Hassan district and also one of the pioneer hybrid in Shivamogga district. We can see more than 60 to 80% of the percent disease incidence, whereas some low disease severity was recorded in Tumkur district. So after collecting the isolates, we have samples, we have isolated the pathogen and we designated them as the different isolates from ET1 to ET10, and some cultural and morphological studies were also done, wherein we can recorded the colony color, pigmentation, sporulation, colony growth and margin, all these were recorded. So these are the growth of the different TLB isolates on polyester agar medium. So the next objective, what we want to identify is the identification of virulent isolates, because among the samples or isolates, we have collected almost 10 isolates, which are the ones which are virulent isolates, which we need to concentrate. So for that, we have pot culture studies were studied on susceptible cultivar CM202. The pathogenicity of the test isolate was determined by spray inoculation of the spore suspension of E. tussicum, and the observations were recorded. This is the pot culture's general view. And so looking into this, to identify the virulent isolates, we have recorded all these parameters based on the number of spores per microscope field, sporulation, latent period, virulence index, all those things. All this, among these isolates, Hassan has expressed the highest virulence index of 8.89 with a PDI of 63.1, whereas Mandya isolate has recorded the second highest virulence index with PDI of 55.20, and the lowest was recorded in the Pavagada, which is Tumkur district. So you can see the highest PDA in the plant and with the highest lesion length and excellent sporulation with the Asan isolate, and then if you see the Manda isolate also with the highest PDA and lesion length and excellent sporulation. If you see this Pagoda isolate, lowest PDA, lowest lesion length and also poor sporulation. And with when we identify these two virulent isolates, a total of 33 genotypes, which we have maintained at our research station with the NA source and MA source and some of the CML sources, where we have screened these genotypes through multi-year of testing. We identified these sources as resistant lines. So we want to know whether, out of these resistant lines, which are the resistant lines which are showing resistant to both the isolates, because there are virulent isolates. So the experiment was set up here, and so this is the availability of germplasm in our research center, TLB, tolerance sources, SDM, all those diseases. And through multi-year of testing, we have identified some of the inbred lines which are showing through multi-year the resistant stable inbred lines, which we have noticed that a total of 29 inbred lines were identified. So here, this is the one where we, general view of the experiment, where we screened the genotypes against the Mandi isolate in open condition, whereas we screened the genotypes against isolate in created polyhouse condition. So this is the artificial inoculation technique what we followed through grain culture technique, the standard grain culture technique what we developed through Dr. Uda sir when he was the PI. So, and here the results express the disease reaction. These are the genotypes which are showing the reaction of the genotypes to the resistant reaction moderately. So there is some of the genotypes are showing resistant reaction to both the isolates. Some of the genotypes showing resistant reaction to Mandi isolate, and the same genotype are showing against a moderate resistant reaction to Asan isolate. This is a difference, and this is the grouping what we did. Some of the inbred lines to this grouping what we did. Someone like a number of 16 inbred lines were showing resistant reaction to Mandia. 12 were showing to both the isolates, and like that, this is the grouping we did. And this is the one where is the graphical representation. And these are the one like genotypes. Almost 8 genotypes were showing resistant reaction to both the isolates. And 8 genotypes, these are the one showing moderate resistant to both the isolates. This is the one like ME214. These are the resistant genotypes, what we see into similar reaction to both isolate 1 and isolate 2. Like that, some of the genotypes we have seen, these are the genotypes showing resistant.
Hello? Hello? Dr. Mallikarjana, you are disconnected.
A217, it is showing moderately susceptible reaction to Mandi isolate. It is showing susceptible reaction to Asan isolate. This is due to pathogenic variability. This is a picture which is showing the Na217 moderately susceptible to Mandi isolate, and it is showing susceptible reaction to Asan isolate. So with this, I conclude my oral presentation with that the survey was conducted during Kharif, like 3 years data it is there. The percent disease index was varied from 31.5 to 80.53. The highest disease severity was observed in Asan, Mandya and Shimoga district, and they are identified as the hotspot locations for TLB. And out of 13 different isolates collected from different regions of major maize growing areas, they have shown the difference in culture morphology that may be due to the influence of geography, host season, and many other factors. Based on the sporulation, lesion length, latent period, percent disease index, and virulence index, Asan and Mandya virulence will be more aggressive and they are highly virulent pathogens. So for these virulence, we screened some of the genotypes which have maintained resistant lines under artificial epibiotic conditions. And among 33 inbred lines, 18 inbred lines have shown similar resistant reaction to both Mandya and isolates, whereas the remaining 8 also showing moderate resistant reaction. 11 inbred lines are showing differential reaction to both the isolates. So this is the, but one thing is last time when Dr. Uda and when we discussed, we need to study molecular variability studies in order to aware variability of the pathogen and to identify the race of the Etarsicum in India, as Dr. Arlene Kaur also mentioned in the previous presentation. And this is the one, it's a summary of the...
Please wind up.
Yeah, these are some of the TLB resistant lines. And using these resistant lines, we have developed some Mondia Center, some of the new hybrids which are resistant to Triticum leaf blight. some of the parental lines, which is like you can see image, the stay green nature of the plant, and these are some of them have been actually MH 4 has been already commercialized.
Okay, please wind up, please wind up.
Yeah, this is Delta 1 commercialized measurable image. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mallikarjuna. So our next speaker is Dr. Vijay Bhaskar, and he will be speaking about screening of maize germplasm against TLB. Dr. Vijay Bhaskar, please. And Dr. Vijay Bhaskar, you have 5 minutes. Now it is 4:30. Please close at 4:35. Dr. Vijay Bhaskar. Dr. Vijay Bhaskar, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please start. Yes, slideshow, please. Slideshow. You cannot connecting.
Sir.
Please start again.
Sir, good evening to all, sir. First of all, thanks to giving
No
opportunity to.
No slideshow.
Yes, sir.
Please share the screen.
Yes, sir.
Still blank. Some connection problem is there. Are you not able to share the screen? Dr. Bhaskar?
Yes, sir. No. Just 1 minute. Yes, sir.
Please
Sharing.
start. Nothing is visible now here.
Just one. Sir, I'm sharing now, sir.
No, I can see your face, but what about your presentation? Yeah, click and then share the screen. Yes, screen is there. You open your presentation.
Yes, sir. Opening now, sir.
Yes, now it is opening. Just close one, two times. It opens 2 times. Yeah. Now it is visible. Please go ahead.
Sir, good evening to all, sir. First of all, thanks to give opportunity to organize secretary and MTAI, sir. First, screening of maize genotypes against the Turscum leaf blight disease in Telangana state. Telangana state and for both seasons, Kharif and Rabi, area covered in acres 16 lakhs 36,792, sir. During 2020 and 21, in both Telangana government policies, the area is decreased 6 lakhs 95,875. And productivity and for in KGHS 2,292, sir, production. Next slide. Sir, in abiotic pest conditions, disease of pests are major ruling yield losses, abiotic stresses also. In diseases, among the polio diseases, Turscum leaf blight is in favorable conditions, yield losses 32, 75% yield losses occur in Telangana state, sir. And another pest also pollen diseases like stem borer. Major identifying symptoms like Turscum leaf blight. First appear the early symptoms are oval and water-soaked spots. Later on the lower leaves in disease severity conditions, the disease to the upper leaves also. Severe infection lesions may collapse and appear like brightening the blotch of the entire leaf. The objectives identification of resistant germplasms to Turscum leaf blight disease in maize. Second objective, development of disease-resistant germplasms is one of the main objectives of maize breeding programs. Here, material methods, Turscum leaf blight disease totally in Rabi seasons, 205 entries are screened against the Turscum leaf blight disease. Here, check is CM 202, inoculation method, artificial inoculation followed. Method of scoring according to MIT-Call 2014 and 14 scale based on the 1 to 9 scale, percent disease index is calculated Turscum leaf blight disease. And Rabi season in Kharif 2020, total 98 entries are tested. Here are check CM 202. Each entry is shown two loans, alternate with check. Here, method of the procedure of the followed description of the Turscum leaf blight disease rate scale is 1 to 9, and 1 is indicating the nil to very slight infection less than or equal to 10% leaf area affected, like 3, 21.2, 30% is leaf percentage affected. Up to 9 scale is very heavy infection, lesion abundant scattered on almost all the leaves, plant previously dried, killed more than 80% to 100% damage. Here, Rabi season, total 205 entries are tested against the Turscum leaf blight disease. Based on the disease rate scale, the percent disease index is calculated. Among the 205 germplasms, only 5, namely IB 140, DHM 121, 17 crossing with 605-1-2, and 107 crossing BML 7 and 186 crossing BML 32 are identified with disease score 1. These are the 5 lines are considered as the resistant lines. These can be used as a promising parental lines for the development of the Turscum leaf blight disease. Promising entries in Kharif season, total germplasms are evaluated against the Turscum leaf blight. Here, 1 to 9 scale is followed, calculating the percent disease index. Out of them, 98, 41 germplasms are identified as so observing disease rating scale 1, name 70531, crossing CML 156, 7033 crossing BML 45, ETC headstock KML 225 and 140, 186 4-3 were identified as disease rating scale 1. Conclusions in Rabi season 2019-20, total 205 lines are tested. Only 5 lines are observed disease score 1. In do not check is showing the disease score height. And in Kharif season, out of 98 entries, 41 entries notice disease score 1. The disease score 1 is indicating the highly resistant to the disease in Tarscom leaf like this. Here check is showing the highest disease score 8. This is highly susceptible to the Tarscom leaf like disease. Germplasm lines with disease rating scale are identified as a promising source of resistance against Tarscom disease. And promising entities, this can be used for develop disease resistant high yielding hybrids in maize. These give high yield and more profit to the farmers. Observing the farmer fields and research stations, the effect of Tarscom deep blight, this is left one photo showing the susceptibility to Tarscom deep blight, right side photo showing visible easily indicating the tolerant to the Tarscom deep blight in farmer fields also. And simultaneously, awareness program in visiting the fields, observe how to identify the Tarscom deep blight field, how much intense percentage index, and also explain the BSc Agriculture disease, BSc Agriculture students. Future scope need to develop high-yielding varieties of maize with resistant to Tarscom leaf blight disease. Superior genotypes with Tarscom leaf blight disease resistant maize. And finally, develop multiple disease resistant maize. Thank you for attention, kind attention, and giving opportunity once again to all.
Thank you, Dr. Bhaskar. So our next presentation is Dr. M.K. Khokar, and he will be talking about synthesis and validation of IPM strategy in maize for fall armyworm management in farmers participatory mode. Dr. Khokar, please. Dr. Khokar? Yeah, you have 5 minutes. So this time is now 4:41. So please close at 4:46. Dr. Khokar?
Yes, sir, I'm presenting.
Please, please.
One.
Please share your screen. Dr. Khokar, please share your screen.
Yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir, I'm sharing.
Please. Your screen is not visible. Please
1
share
minute,
your
1
screen.
minute. Just a minute.
Please, please.
Dr. Khokar, please share your PPT. You
Yes,
are
sir,
the
yes, sir,
presenter
yes.
now.
Started, but
Actually, there are some technical issues. 1 minute.
so can we change? Actually, we are running short of time.
Sir, are you doing it from mobile?
Yes, sir, yes, sir.
So that is the problem, I think.
Yes, sir. I'm doing through mobile.
Uh, so can we have another presentation? Until then, you please be ready. If
Okay, sir.
not, if you are able to show your PPT. Okay, okay, please. Now we are changing, and I am inviting Dr. Niranjan Singh. So we are really very short of time. So Dr. Niranjan Singh, are you ready for presentation? No. Oh. Dr. Coker, if not able to share his screen, please speak just like that. We will listen. This is another. What happened? What happened? Okay, okay, sir. Okay, so we can I conclude, sir?
Yes, please.
Yeah. So in this particular session, we had one keynote address. Then we had four the lead speakers and three oral presentation. So I thanks to the organizers for giving me this opportunity to convene this session. And sorry, I joined little bit late because of that some connection problem was there, and I used that connection of Dr. Krishan Kumar. But mine was not working. So thank you so much. And now I am handing over to Dr. Saindas, sir. Dr. Saindas, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. Let us start the last session of this day, which is which refers to the seed production and reaching the last mile stage. So this is even important in the context of the hybrid per se, and we are having interesting lectures, including a keynote lecture and oral presentation and lead lectures. So with this, I'm requesting the keynote speaker, challenges and preparedness.
कीनोट स्पीकर कोई है नहीं है लगता है कीनोट स्पीकर है नहीं है इसका लेक्चर कीनोट स्पीकर है नहीं कोई इसमें प्रोग्राम में तो है कोई
कौन है बता फिर डॉक्टर विजेंद्र पाल ओके डॉक्टर विजेंद्र पाल So I'm requesting Dr. Vijendra Pal to give his lecture.
Thank you, sir. First of all, let me say thank you to the organizer to give me this opportunity, to share some of the understandings on the seed productions, whatever, we see in the field. And most of these discussions, basically what I'm going to present it here is not really a kind of research, but an observations and the estimates from the industry side. So to start with, so these are the basically, 5 points which I'm going to touch it. Is one, the basic, because when you talk of the F1 hybrid seed, you must also try to understand the significance of the seed. And the next one is basically the challenges, what the seed production has it today, and then what will be the future perspectives in India for the seed production. So since I am from the bioseed, so I will just take one slide to tell what is bioseed is, because I've been paid to attend this conference by bioseed, so one slide is required here. So actually we started in 1992, and then we have already completed around 62 breeding nursery in corn, because corn was the very first crop in bioseed. And now this company belongs to that DCM Sriram fertilizer groups, which is quite known in Rajasthan. We have our spread in Southeast Asia. The basic focus, basically, we believe in the research to use the power of the genetics in a plant breedings and develop the product for these regions. We also understand the productivity limitations of this region, and that is why basically we focus only in this part of India. So to start with here, when we talk about the seed, so there is one definition, which is basically a botanical definition of the seed, which we all know. But when the seed flow from one stage to another stage, it has a very different meaning. So when farmers take the seed, so for farmers, the seed is basically the basic input, and whatever he is going to input further in his field, it will be based on the seed. So that is why the quality of the seed in the mind of the farmer is so critical. And if he don't have a right seed, then all of his inputs will not be basically get maximized. So when it's coming to the production team, then it has a very different meaning, because they have to understand that this is a living organism. So they have to take care all of those aspects which basically help to maintain the health of a living organism. So their crop conditions, their quality management, their genetic purity, which all influence the seed as a quality, so the production team actually has to take that one in mind. When it's coming in a machine, because it has to pass through the processing plant, where you have all of those iron machines running the seed. So the processing people also have to be careful, because seed can be damaged. It's a living organism. So they have to have a slow moving thresher. They should have a very refined grading systems and then seed treatments. When it's go to the quality control and quality assurance group, this is more critical, because whatever you will pack in the seed and whatever level you will put on the seed, you have to own it. It's a level claim. So anything get packed in a seed, it has to basically fulfill all of those things, whatever you have written in your label. So then only it will be considered as a seed for the quality control. So these 4 stakeholders actually has to treat seed in a very, very different way. So as I started with the farmer, so when I say seed, good seed means good profit, because everything will just start bounding up on the seed.
So if you have a good quality seed, your good input, when you have a good input, the performance will be good, and then finally your harvest will be big and your profit will be big. So that is how the quality of the seed is so critical. So when one takes the seed productions in a system, is simply not a seed production, actually it's a quality seed productions, because that is what is more required for a farmers. There is a process flow, some of you may be knowing it, but that is how a good systems can be prepared for the seed multiplications, because at all level you need the different cushion. And when it started from the breeder, so breeder has to put the highest emphasis on the genetic purity. If the genetic purity from the breeder level is low, then it will get further multiply on a parent seed increase. Then parent seed guy also have to be very, very careful, because when he is increasing, a 1% contamination in parent seed will multiply at least 10 to 15% contamination in a commercial field. So parent seed, breeder seed, and then finally, when it comes to the commercial seed productions, then they also have a different fundamentals, and that is where they have to really make sure the genetic purity and then production in isolation is so critical for them. This is one thing which basically may looks little new to the groups which basically are not engaged in the seed productions. There is a function called seed production research. So we breeders generally understand, whatever you have breed, it can be produced. Yes, it can be produced, but it's required a full-fledged research before it will go and get the commercial scale up. And most of the seed companies has this functions called production research. So once the hybrid gets commercialized, just one stage before, the production research will start working on it. And what it has to do? It has to basically create the NF data on the productivity and COGS, cost of goods, that what will be the cost of this particular seed if I will produce it. And then he has to fix these requirements listed below: the production location, whether it can be produced in location X or in location Y. They have to fix it out. They have to find out also that in which planting season this particular hybrid can be produced, in which planting window, early planting window or late planting window, this hybrid can be produced. Then he also have to see the nicking of the male and female, because many times when the breeders provide the information of the flowering data, and once it will go in a commercial field, it does not match. So he has to really validate that what will be the proper nick in the male and female. What will be the ratio between male and female? It will be 4:1, or it will be 2:4, or it will be 6:1, 6:1, because it depends on the type of the male and the receptivity of your female. Then it also have to put up a target for the production team that this particular hybrid can have this much of potential to produce as a seed, and then that will be the targeted yield for this particular hybrid. So that particular department can be made accountable that we have given you a hybrid which has a potential to produce 1 ton per acre, and if you are producing it less than what happening, so why you are not maximizing your agronomy? Then it has to also standardize the drying process for that particular hybrid, because some are fast dry down, some are basically slow in nature. So he also have to see whether this particular hybrid can be dry on that particular temperature or in a lower temperature, or finally air blow on that. Then these two traits are very, very critical, which sometimes we miss out the germinability of the seed. Some genotypes have a very high germinability and some have a poor germinability. So they have to standardize that what will be the germinability of this seed, and then storability, how long this particular seed can be stored. And then finally, the procurement price, that how much money they have to pay to the farmer if they are producing hybrid X, and then what will be the COGS, the cost of goods. So whatever you will pay to the farmer, you have to add the further cost of processing, drying, packing, treating. All of those costs will get added, that will create COGS. So you can see here, I have just put the two pictures here. These are the two different hybrids. So one is the super male here. It can produce 6 female row. It can pollinate the 6 female row. There is a one poor male where you have to plant at least male two row for 4. So all of those things can be done when the production research is intact. Otherwise, you cannot really, you will be keep on, doing it and then making all of those, unrequired adjustment on the way. So this is one very critical things which I would like to really share with you, the work of the production research, which is so critical in the seed system. When we talk of India, this data actually sometimes when you collate this data is surprise and also help us to understand that how big the seed production system in India. Actually, if you will take these figures, we fall in top 4. India produced almost 120,000 metric ton seed of F1 hybrid corn every year. So this is a lot. 85 to 90% of this seed gets produced in Rabi season, and which is just only in 2 states, Andhra Pradesh and Telangana, hardly 5 districts. All of these productions happen there. The interesting part, because of the productions, the drying facilities also available, around 45,000 metric ton fresh year per cycle can be dried. The facility what we have in Eluru, there are 15 companies which are basically having the drying facilities. And in one particular season, basically you have around 15 drying cycles. So that much of drying can happen. This is also very interesting because you cannot really manage all of those farmers independently, because around 80,000 farmers are involved in the seed production. So I'm just talking of Telangana and Andhra Pradesh there, where almost 140,000 acres get planted. And if we look at it, the manpower, around 35 lakh man days used in the seed productions for planting, detasseling, and harvesting. So this is really a very good information, and sometimes because it's all laying in a private seed industry estimates, so these are a very, very good information, and they make us proud because we are really in a very good condition today. When you see the map this side, so this is very simple. We have an organizer. So organizer are the one basically who facilitate finding the farmers, finding the land, and they work between seed companies and the farmers. So in Telangana and Andhra, they have a system called village sangam. So in a village sangam, they decide that this particular village, this hybrid will be planting for the seed productions. So if anybody interested for the seed production, please go with this hybrid. Otherwise, other hybrid will create the isolation here. To manage the isolation, so they have a village sangam. So this organizer help the seed companies to really interact with the village sangam and then find out that this particular village will be for the seed production. And then the productivity of the line. If my line can give 2 ton fresh year, the cost will be this. If my line give 1.5 metric ton seed fresh year, the cost will be this. So the cost also get decided on the basis of the productivity of the line. And then finally, the agreement happen, and then the seed production team go in the field, provide the parent seed, and visit the field, at every stage from planting till harvesting. The detasseling operation is controlled by the seed company. So they really go. And if I think all of you may be knowing it, but for to refresh the knowledge, 15 pupils for 3 pass 1 acre detasseling. So basically 45 man days required to finish the detasseling for 1 acre. So that is how basically this is very intensive. This is also very critical. The different companies has a different standards, but we generally put it in 3 categories. One is no question asked. If you follow those standards, your seed can go directly to the processing. If the below one will come, then you have to stop it because it has to go for the grow out test. Then only seed can be sold. And if you fall in a 3rd category, it will be completely rejected. So that is how basically the quality assurance people work in the field. There are challenges. Actually, when you continue producing the seed in a particular region, the seriousness on a farmer level go little down, and they start putting their preferences above the company or above the standards required. Plus, some more crops also get entered. So nowadays, this existing production locations are facing a challenge of the crop shift. There are many crops has come, especially in the Andhra region, the palm oil plantations are increasing, the fruit crops like your citrus and all, they are increasing. So the area, getting the enough area for the seed productions are really getting challenging nowadays in the Andhra especially. Nizamabad in Telangana and Karimnagar, these farmers is basically, already become a little reluctant to do all of those required work. So it's a big challenge nowadays to really, get the area. And because of this, the isolations problems started up now. I have planted here and then somebody after a few more days planted nearby. So there is a lot of area get rejected on the basis of the isolation. When you go in the new area, the trained manpower is also become a very serious issue because you have to really train them for the detasseling. So it looks like that a new zones need to be identified for the production. And if I understand it correctly, and whatever knowledge I have it, actually MP has a very good potential to really become the next hub for the seed productions because you need a little dry weather. Actually, India is a very good place where you have a very healthy production season. From the flowering till harvesting, 0 precipitation, no rain. So you can imagine if the seed get harvested without any rainfall, that what will be the health of that particular seed. So this is on a local constraints. When you go in a breeding level, this is already a new era. The breeding cannot be really done like it was done in the past. Breeder actually have to focus on the female trait requirement because whatever females you will be planting, it basically have a direct relationship with your cost of procurement and final COGS. So the seed parent have to have a very high germinability because the farmers are not happy to accept 90% germination today. They want 95. So if you're, and my experience say there is a huge genetic variability as far as the germinability is concerned. They will find out the material which can germinate well, and there are materials which will germinate little less. We also have to see that those female line have a better seed recovery so that your COGS can come down little, and seed uniformity so that when you are doing the grading, you will be having a lesser seed discard. Also, we need to see the longer shelf life because if some seed cannot be, does not get sold in this particular season and required to be stored for the next season, and if the line do not have a shelf life, then it will get discarded. So longer shelf life in a female, and I have seen there's a huge genetic variability on the shelf life also. We also need to see that farmers don't want to plant today female and after 4 days male because my nicking required. They want to do the planting by planter and want to plant both male and female on the same day. So you also have to see that your male and female line flowering should not be too much, otherwise you will be having a difficulty to really convince the farmers. So these are the challenge on the breeding side, and these are the constraint on the local side, and this is basically can be addressed, and people are working on this front also. When we talk of the future perspectives of the seed productions in India, one thing which I have already said it, we have one of the healthiest seed production season in all the Asian countries. That's the only country where you have a seed without getting wet by the rain, and that is Rabi season. The another chapters which is very interesting, the seed productions really are very profitable to the farmers, so it attract the farmers. There is no issue on that one. The another things which basically I foresee, and I think some work already started, that India can be developed as a production hub for Asia and African countries. And the reason is this. When we do see India, our average procurement seed is around 66 cents, but when we go to the Vietnam, it's more than $1. When we go to Indonesia, it's almost around 84, and when we go to the Thailand, it's again almost $1 per kg seed procurement. So India is still on a cheapest place to produce the seed. And the side one are the more interesting one because we are producing in a dry season, and all these three countries are the wet tropicals, so their seed health is not good. And that is why when you go in Indonesia, the farmer prefer the seed which is produced in India because the seed is little more healthy and germinability is very high. So one thing which I see here, we have around 100,000 metric ton seed gets sold every year, which is just enough of our 66% of the total corn production in India. So if we want to move to 80 to 85% of the hybridizations, we need around 150,000 metric ton seed. So for this, we also need to work to really have enough trained professionals, manpower to really handle this seed production. So that is what basically the future perspectives I look at it. And I think that was my last slide. Thank you very much, sir, for giving me the opportunity and sharing my learning and understanding on the seed.
Thanks, Dr. Vijender. And I think we'll move to the other two speakers so that we can elicit questions. Any comments, sir? Immediately. Yes. So next speaker is. Okay. Next speaker is socio-economic analysis of stress-resilient maize hybrid in Karnataka by Dr. Atul Kulkarni. Go to slide mode, slide sharing mode. Atul. Slide show mode.
Is okay?
Okay. Go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Atul Kulkarni, working as a scientific officer in CIMET, Hyderabad. So my topic is the socio-economic analysis of stress-resilient maize hybrid in Karnataka. So stress-resilient here means the drought and heat tolerant maize varieties. The variety name is MRM 4070.
Can you be a little bit louder, Atul?
Okay. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah. That stress-resilient variety name is MRM 4070. That variety is developed by the CIMET Hyderabad, US Raichur, and in collaboration with US Raichur, and deployed license to the Mahiko Seed Company for the mass production and deployment. So the study has been conducted in Karnataka because that seed was deployed in the Karnataka, and the district was selected is in Gadak and one Dharwad. So Dharwad is a representing of the optimal climatic condition. So with the rain-fed, but is optimal climatic condition. So with Gadak, it is in rain-fed, but a drought climatic condition. From the Gadak, we selected a Gadak block and the Shirati block. Whereas from Dharwad, we have selected Dharwad and the Hubli block. So from the Gadak, we have selected 36 adopters purposively and non-adopters 53 randomly, which make a total sample of 83 from Gadak district, 89. And from Dharwad, adopter was selected 14 and non-adopter was 77, total is 91. So which make total is adopter 50 and non-adopter is 130, which make the total sample size of 180. So which are the important criteria on the reasons in which maize variety was considered by the farmer? So you can see here the male farmers mostly still they are considering 81% of farmer is the maize grain yield, grain size, crop size, and the drought and heat tolerant trait, fodder quality and quantity. Because see in the this dry zone, because the fodder fodder is also important for this livestock, and for the women farmer also the same trait they are important. They are considering while the selection of the varieties. So which are the major sources of the seed purchasing? So still dealer they are contributing more than 61% of the seed purchase from the dealer. Whereas Raitu Samparka Kendra, this is the agriculture extension cell established by the Karnataka Agriculture Department, from where they are promoting the agriculture technologies, still like a seed, improved seed, and other technologies. Where the local seed company contributed 9%. And other contributing less than the 5%. So in this case, suppose the seed which is purchased from the RSK, they are getting a subsidy. So the general caste people, they are getting a 30 rupees per 20 rupees per kg subsidy, whereas the scheduled caste and scheduled tribe, they receive the 30 rupees per kg subsidy for the promotional point of view. So in here, the private companies, they have to enroll their seed. They have to give their data to this department, and after that, they can distribute their seed through the RSK. So the MRM 4070 that was not yet listed in this scheme, but they are under the process of the enrolling the Raitu Samparka Kendra. So here I would like to share you the timeline of the drought plus heat in the Karnataka region. So the source is Karnataka State Natural Disaster Monitoring Center 2017. So here you can see that from last 20 decades, Karnataka is mostly there are many blocks suffering the drought. See in 2002 159, in 2003 162, and here in 2015 also 136. So only 3 years, that is 2005, 7 and 10, mostly they are not prefer any considerable drought in Karnataka. So in 2018 also Gadag district was declared in a drought condition, whereas Dharwad is an optimal condition. So here I would like to share you the climatic condition of the study area. The rainfall distribution of the Gadak, there is a very low as compared to the Dharwad district, and it is why, because this low rainfall, the Gadak are declared as a affected district. And the temperature, when we come to the temperature, most of the time means the sowing will be take place in the June and July, and when it will be take place in this month, so the pollination and the anthesis will be taking place at August and September. So if sowing will be done in July, so the pollination will be overlapping the September month. So and previous research studies, they are reviewing that if the temperature is more than 33 degrees Celsius, it will be definitely, it will directly affect on the pollination, pollen germination, pollen tube, stigma receptivity, and other things. So if the temperature is this much at the time of pollination, so it will be drastically affected the yield. It will be irreversible. So here the stress resilient hybrid will be plays a very important role. So here I will compare the comparison of adopters and non-adopters of yield cost of cultivation. So here here you can see the seed quantity of the region is still farmers are preferring 15 kg per hectare, even though we are recommending 20 kg per hectare, but it is a stress condition and rain-fed agriculture environment, so farmers they are preferring 15 kg per hectare. So the seed of this MRF 40 it is little bit costly. I mean, so they are not getting subsidies. That's why seed price is looking higher as compared to the non-adopters. Whereas to the when we compare to the yield, so adopter received 32 and the non-adopter received 30 kgs. So here net income is 27,000 and for adopter and non-adopter is 20,600. So we can adopter receive the 2.56 quintal yield advantage over the non-adopters in the overall comparison. So with respect to the optimal condition district Dharwad, so here also there is not much differences. The yield received in adopters and non-adopters it is almost similar, 40 quintal per hectare and 39 almost. So there is not also much differences in the net income, 37,000 and 35,000. So in the Gadag district, which is recognized as a drought district, so here I would like to emphasize on the see yield in here is 29 quintal. So where is the non-adopter receive the 19.82 quintal per hectare. So there is a very significant difference in the drought condition in the adopters and non-adopters. Also there is a significant difference in the net income. So the total yield difference is 9.56 in the drought Gadag districts. So here I would like to show you some pictures from the data collection from the farmers. So here I would like to show you, because of this drought condition, you can see how the crop size is drastically reduced, and crop size and the grain size it will be drastically affected because of the drought condition. So it is a picture of the non-adopters. We are not getting any picture for the adopter scope because we are conducted survey in the April month. So, but indicate how is the drought at that time in 2018 week. So here I would like to share here to willingness to pay for the and what are the factors affecting on the stress resilient maize hybrid. So for that we included interval regression model, and the model is estimated that the farmers are willing to pay the 1,238 rupees for 4 kg. So it is estimated at 309 rupees per kg seed hybrid, whereas the farmers are currently seed price is prevalent is 829, including to the seed subsidy, which is come to the near about 206 rupees. So the factor which are affecting on the willingness to pay is mostly the proportion of maize area, then access to credit, and rate to Samparka Kendra. It is negatively associated because farmers are getting here subsidy, and the M40 they are not listed yet in the RSK. And dealer they are getting almost more willing to pay more as compared to the farmers who purchase from the RSK. So also the net income they are also significantly affecting on the willingness to pay. The extensive field visit here is negatively because this is a new hybrid, and that was the first year of the deployment. We was conducted a survey, so that variety is not yet mostly popularized. For the because of that this is negatively affected here. And the field data demonstration is mostly significant for the willingness to pay for the stress resistant hybrid. So this is from here we can estimate how much the adoption as with respect to the price of the stress resistant hybrid. So here I wanted to show you what is the impact of the stress resistant hybrid on the yield and income. Here I have used the inverse probability weighted model to indicate what is the treatment effect. So the model is estimated that 7 quintal per hectare receive the additional yield with respect to the non-adopters, and with respect to the 20 yield, this indicated 23% adopters receive the more yield as compared to the non-adopters. So whereas with respect to the net income over the paid plus female labor cost, it is also 13,000 more, 13,000 rupees per hectare farmers receive more income as compared to the non-adopters. So this is some picture where the adopters with the MN 4070 in Karnataka. It's showing he stored this hybrid, and at the time of mostly in the April and May because of to get a more price. So the seed production and deployment of the MRM 4070 in with respect to the 2018, companies was produced 55 tons, and they reached to 325 tons in 2021 with respect to the area. It is also covered 62,000 hectare by 2021. It is also a remarkable production in the 4 years. So the companies, they are distributing mostly in the Karnataka, Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, and this variety is also suitable to the very rain-fed agroclimatic conditions. So for the scale-up strategies, that will be very public-private partnership for the research and development and mass production for the companies, and also for the mass production, the research institute can licensing to the seed companies to the different regions. And here I would like to mention this timely deployment of the seed is very important. Means before season, seed should be reached to the dealers, because some farmers also they are complaining that at the time of the sowing with the season, seed they are it is difficult to get their required seed. So the involvement of seed distribution in subsidy under different state government like RSK scheme, and when the companies they are conducting a field demonstrations, it should be important to involve the representative from the Atma, farmer producer organization, cooperatives, and federation for their promoting. So for promoting and for the scaling up, it will be help. So I would like to conclude with the this stress resilient hybrid perform better in the stress environment condition than the conventional hybrid. In optimal condition, it perform at par with the present available hybrids in the market with respect to the willingness to pay. Farmers are willing to pay 1,238 rupees per for 4 kgs. In the treatment model, the impact is showing that 23% more yield and 60% more net income as compared to the non-adopters. So model suggesting the huge scope for the improving the livelihood and security of the farmers through the adoption of stress resilient maize hybrid in the rain-fed agroclimatic condition. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Atul. And to save the time, because there are another 2-3 presentations are there, let us move to the next speaker. He is Dr. M.A. Ansari. He
Yes,
will
sir.
talk about maize technologies targeting in NEH region.
Sir, kindly allow me to share. Thank you, sir. Yeah. Respected chair, co-chair, deputy-chair, and respected delegates. Today my talk on maize technologies targeting in NEH region. We know that northeastern region is the complex, diverse, and resource-poor systems which are led by the low productivity, moisture stress, degradation of natural resources, and in some pocket of that northeastern region is also that zooming is very prevalent, where less inputs their farmers are using, and it is ultimately that leading for the low productivity and which are causing food and nutritional insecurity. Here you can see in the northeastern that map, there are the two kind of the land use systems are prevalent. That is the one is the hill systems which are very much slopy. Another is that lowland and that upland where that valley areas are covered. And in the case of the maize, we know that maize is the very that integral source for the feed, food, and fodder, and it is having a resilient crop which are adopting for the different varied of the soil and climatic conditions, and it is also having high production per unit area. That's why we have that talk out why the maize is the most significant in northeastern region. And here we can see in northeastern region meat production, because the most of the peoples are non-vegetarians and all kind of things they are liking, and that if we want to promote these things, then we have to have that feed and fodder for them. And if we see the status of meat production, nearly 57% are deficit, and 60 to 70% concentrated feed and fodder are lacking in meat production. And if you see the
Dr. Ansari, can you be a little bit louder or move to the mic to the nearer?
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Sir, now it's fine, sir.
Okay. Better?
Yeah. If we see the fishery status also, then it is nearly 29% deficit of the fishes, and nearly 80% concentrated feeds are lacking. And most of the feeds are coming from the neighbor states or other states, which are very much costly affairs. If we have maize production or raw material of the from the maize, then we can think for the feed for fodder and these things supply for the all kind of the livestock like poultry production, pig production, livestock production, and even fish production. We see the status of the maize in NH region. Here we can see the maize productivity is very less, nearly 1.5 ton per hectare. And if we compare to the India, on an average of our national, it is very much less. Then we can think for how we can increase the productivity for this region.
Dr. Ansari, come to the main topic and try to conclude at the earliest because there are other speakers. Okay.
Yes, sir. I will take 5 minutes only, sir. Yeah.
Concentrate on the region and concentrate on your work more so that some slides, initial slide can be skipped or we can go through very fast.
Yeah. That under this one program promoting of improvement technology of milk production in any region, we have
Again, move to the mic, be louder.
We have make some strategies like this, identification of suitable varieties. Here we can see in different states we have identified the varieties which are very much promising for these states. And under this program, with the collaboration of Indian Institute of Maize Research, we have upscaled these varieties in 29 districts. Here we can see the districts in 256 villages, which are covering nearly 2,600 hectare areas, and nearly 7,000 farmers have benefited during 2015 and 20. And here we can see some participatory demonstration where the farmers have received that produce very good, they have got very good yield as compared to their previous practices. Here we can see that we have also demonstrated in the Zoomland areas where our varieties have performed very well. Here we can see some demonstration in farmers field where the farmers have they produced 4.2 to 4.7 ton. In Mizoram also that we have diversified the Zoom cultivation with sweet corn, organic sweet corn, where farmers have that got very much benefited and during the pandemic time. And in some areas, we have diversified vertical intensification like maize plus groundnut intercropping system. This is the picture from Churachandpur in Manipur, where farmers have produced nearly 5.5 ton maize equivalent yield, and they have got 48,000 net returns. In another,
please try to conclude within two more minutes. Okay.
Okay, sir. Here we can see some other demonstration. And here we can see also that agro-textile materials we can also use in the maize and pea cropping systems, where the resource conservations have that increase. Here another cropping systems we have adopted. Here we can see the other cropping systems like a maize pea cropping system we have demonstrated in that farmers field. Maize, maize, mustard and all these cropping systems we have that demonstrated in the farmers field. And recently one publication we have published of that biomass in soil and tillage research, where we have taken biomass in based system under conservation agriculture, where most of the soil quality indicators have increased. And under integrated farming system of maize-based system that we have included all kind of this system where that maize has acted as a feed and concentrated feed also they have utilized. Another integrated farming system model we can see here in the Tamil Nadu and another districts where they have utilized their maize as the feed and that also stock as a fodder. Also that we have also demonstrated some hydroponics at low cost where they have that HPPM seed they have reutilized for the growing of the green fodder. And one our farmer, that adopted farmer has started, this is a very good success story, one our farmer, they have started for the production of the bell. Is the very much important for the fulfilling the requirement of the feed in that scarcity season like in the winter season. And some machineries we have also that distributed which are very much utilized for the production and preparation of that feed for the livestock. In nutshell, we can see that if we are going for the maize-based system, that that a lot of opportunities in that northeastern region, because there is a scope for the enhancing the that feed food and fodder. And if we want to adopt this system, then we can go for the farm to farming system, piggery to pig breeding, even backyard poultry to poultry villages, fish nursery, and all these things. Even we can go also for the value addition through maize-based system. Thank you so much.
Okay, conclude. Thank you. Let us move to next presenter. He will be presenting his oral presentation by Savani. Success story of farmers' participation seed production of maize hybrid, Karimnagar Makkah 1 in the state of Telangana. Dr. Savani, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
A warm good evening to one and all. Myself, Dr. Savani. I am from Professor Jayashankar, Telangana State Agricultural University, Karimnagar. Thanks for giving the opportunity of oral presentation. Now I am presenting the success story of our hybrid Karimnagar Makkah 1 in the state of Telangana. This is the area covered in Telangana. These are the production constraints of this zone. Coming to the PFSR or late wheat, it poses a moderate to severe threat to maize production in India, especially in Telangana. The areas like Karimnagar, Nishambad, Warangal, it is a most severe and destructive disease, and yield losses ranges from 10 to 40%, as can be as high as 100% in some areas. With this background, Agriculture Research Station Karimnagar initiated the research on the development of late tolerant hybrids, and we have developed a medium maturity late will tolerant hybrid during the year 2016, and it is released for the state of Telangana. As after releasing of this hybrid, the Agriculture Research Station Karimnagar started frontline demonstration nearly in 25 acres. So, in demonstration in different areas of our state, the farmers recorded a grain yield range of 30 to 32 quintals per acre with no effect for wilt. So farmers are realizing the advantage of cultivating this hybrid, and subsequently the demand for this hybrid was increasing. It is very difficult to carry out the hybrid seed production at research station level due to the maintenance of isolation distances. So we decided to carry out the seed production at farmer levels. As we all know that Telangana is the most favorable area for maize hybrid seed production. Telangana is endowed with excellent climatic conditions which are suitable for the seed production of the maize. Best quality seed is produced due to congenial climate prevailing for seed production, and the farmers have become expert in seed production of different crops over a period of 4 decades of seed production in Telangana state. Not only the weather parameters, but also soil fertility in the area and the astute irrigation facilities and skills of the farmers, because the farmers are already experienced in the different crops seed production, and also the processing units and drying facilities are available at Hyderabad. And short distance transportation of different areas to Hyderabad also plays an important role in taking up the seed production in this region. These are the prerequisites of the quality seed yield at farmers level. Farmers we are going for the participatory seed production. These are the points we have to taken into consideration. First one is the fertile land and good irrigation facilities and proper isolation systems. Crop management practices, whether the farmer is having the that experience in crop management and seed production experience of the farmers. So we have gone for the participatory seed production of maize hybrid in the village Antakpet. It is in Siddipet district of the Karimnagar. So we have gone for 30 acres as a unit. We have taken the single village as a unit, and we have in acres. The potential yield we recorded is 12 quintals per acre, and the average yield recorded is 9 quintals per acre. And the university has decided the procurement price of 8,500 rupees per quintas. So the farmers got the gross income of average gross income is 76,500, and net income is this much amount. So this is the opinion of the farmer.
If the audio is not clear, you can skip it and go to my slide. You can express his words in your own words. It is not audible.
Sir is expressing that by cultivating, by following this seed production, he has got the higher returns. So he want to again go for the seed production of this hybrid. Not only the farmer benefited, sir, our agriculture administration Karimnagar also generated the rupees 62 lakhs income by doing the hybrid and breeded seed production of this hybrid. And by conclusion, we can conclude that the participation is, by doing the participatory seed production of our public hybrids, there is an ample scope for the seed production of our hybrids to spread the area of the hybrids so that the farmer income levels are raised through participatory seed production via seed cooperatives. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you. Let us move to another speaker relating to the V. Sujata. She will be talking about evolution of sensor-guided season in season nitrogen management strategies for maize, since it is related to that. Are you ready, Sujata?
Sir, good evening, sir. I'm ready, sir. Sir, is it audible, sir?
Audible, but slides are not visible. Share your slides.
Okay, sir.
Slide, go to slideshow mode.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Go ahead.
Respected panel members, conveners, senior faculty, and my colleagues, a very good evening to one and all. Myself, Sujata, working as a scientist agronomy at Agriculture Research Station, Taddapuram, Angru, Guntur, Andhra Pradesh. Today, my topic is evaluation of sensor-guided in-season nitrogen management strategies for maize.
Go ahead.
As you all know that maize is the third most important cereal crop next to wheat and rice. Nitrogen is the most limiting nutrient for crop production and it has the greatest effect on grain yield. Effective nitrogen management in maize is a major challenge for researchers and as well as for the producers. So efficient nitrogen management is very crucial for economic maize production. Traditionally, farmers apply nitrogen uniformly as the blanket recommendations in maize crop. Sometimes the farmers apply nitrogen fertilizers more than the recommended dose to ensure higher crop yields. But over-application of nitrogenous fertilizers leads to low nitrogen use efficiency. Furthermore, large field-to-field variability of soil nitrogen supply restricts the effective use of nitrogen fertilizers when blanket fertilizer nitrogen recommendations are used. When nitrogen application is not synchronized with crop demand, the nitrogen losses from the soil plant system are large, leading to low nitrogen use efficiency. Therefore, there is a need to synchronize the nitrogen fertilizer application with plant need to optimize the nutrient use and minimize the environmental pollution. So, in this situation, site-specific nutrient management can effectively replace the blanket fertilizer nitrogen recommendations for achieving higher nitrogen use efficiency and also reduce the possibility of fertilizer nitrogen related environmental pollution. So using some tools for in-season nitrogen management like green seeker, site-specific nutrient management through soil test crop response or nutrient expert helps in fulfilling the crop nutrient requirement with less environmental footprints apart from higher crop productivity and profitability in maize. These precision nitrogen management techniques use it for estimation of in-field variation and apply the nitrogen rates based on the temporal and spatial variability within the field, so resulting in increased nitrogen use efficiency. Coming to the methodology, this experiment was carried out at Agriculture Research Station Taddapuram during Kharif 2018 and Kharif 2019. The soils were sandy loam, low in available nitrogen and potassium, and medium in available phosphorus. This experiment was laid out in a randomized block design with 12 treatments, and they are replicated thrice to assess the impact of different pressure nitrogen management practices on yield and economics of maize. The maize hybrid P3396 was sown manually by dibbling the seeds with a spacing of 60 by 20 centimeters. Coming to the treatments consisting of, first one is control. In this treatment, we have not applied any external fertilizers. T2 is RDF. For maize, the recommended dose is 260-50 kg NPK per hectare. T3 is STCR. The STCR equation developed by All India Coordinated Research Project on Soil Test Crop Response Hyderabad was used in this study. T4 is Nutrient Expert. For Nutrient Expert based fertilizer recommendations, the RD Reckoner software developed by International Plant Nutrition Institute and Cement Mexico was used. Nutrient Expert is a new decision support system. It works based on the principles of site-specific nutrient management. It is a computer-based decision support tool that can readily provide the nutrient recommendations for that particular field. So based on that, we have applied the fertilizer doses to those particular treatments. From T5 to T11, the plant normalized difference vegetation index, that is NDVI, was measured in each plot using a green seeker handheld crop sensor. It is developed by Trimble Agriculture. It shows optical sensor that is used to measure the plant and displays the readings as NDVI. The NDVI readings can range from 0 to 0.99. And finally, the last one is nitrogen strip. It is a high nitrogen strip within the same field to which nitrogen is non-limited in the strip.
Go
This
to
will
the
be a gauge of the crop not limited in vigor due to the insufficient fertilizer.
Okay.
The NDVI
So,
readings in the nitrogen strip and the rest of the treatments were taken at knee-high and dazzling stages as per the treatments. After sensing, the NDVI readings were entered into an online sensor-based nitrogen rate calculator. Accordingly, the nitrogen fertilizers were applied to those particular treatments.
move quickly
Finally,
to the
the
results.
crop was fertilized.
Sujata,
Okay,
you're
sir,
hearing?
the crop. Yes, sir, yes, sir.
Go quickly to the results so that you can conclude
sir.
within 3 to 4 minutes more. Okay.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. The crop was finally fertilized based on the calculation using Nutrient Expert, STCR, and green seeker values. These pictures are showing. These pictures are taken during the experimental period. The last picture is NDVI readings were taken at knee-high stage, and these pictures are showing NDVI readings were taken at dazzling stage by using green seeker instrument. This table is showing the quantity of nitrogen applied for different treat based on STCR, Nutrient Expert, and green seeker values. Coming to results, maize grain yield was significantly affected by the application of various pressure nitrogen management practices during both the years of experimentation. The pooled data of 2 years revealed that application of 35% basal nitrogen plus 35% at 25 days after sowing plus green seeker guided nitrogen at a dazzling stage recorded significantly higher grain yield, which was at par with T10, that is 30% basal nitrogen plus 30% at 25 days after sowing plus green seeker guided nitrogen at a dazzling stage, and is also on a par with the recommended dose of fertilizers. The increase in yield in these treatments was mainly due to the application of precise nitrogen fertilizer as per the crop demand, while the lowest yield was recorded in control because it did not receive any external nutrients. Finally, the economics is the ultimate criteria for acceptance and wider adoption of any technology. Among the various nitrogen management practices, the highest BC ratio was recorded with T11, that is 35% application of basal nitrogen plus 35% at 25 days after sowing plus green seeker guided nitrogen at dazzling stage, and it is also on a par with the T10 and recommended dose of fertilizers. Additionally, with a nitrogen saving of 36 kg per hectare. The highest BC ratio in these treatments might be due to highest grain yield as well as reduction in the application of nitrogen fertilizer. Finally, based on the present study, it can be concluded that though yield were at par with the recommended dose of fertilizers, the green seeker guided nitrogen application could be a better option in terms of profitability and nitrogen saving than blanket recommendations in maize crop. A combination of prescriptive nitrogen dose at planting and stage and the corrective nitrogen dose guided by green seeker optical sensor at the dazzling stage holds promise in achieving higher grain yield and nitrogen use efficiency. So in future, pressure nitrogen management using green seeker optical sensor can be successfully used for making site-specific in-season fertilizer nitrogen management decisions for maize. Finally, Thank you so much for the organizers for giving me this opportunity, sir, and also for your patient listening, sir.
Okay, thank you, Sujata.
Thank you, sir.
In this session, it was very interesting and useful to all of us. There was one keynote lecture. Lead lecture by Dr. Vijender Pal. He gave us a very good insight into the practical production and intricacies of seed production in a very lucid manner. Most of the things were, especially for a public sector breeder, were eye-openers, sir. Thank you very much. You dealt with the different stages of hybrid seed production and different categories where to go, and not only it is a hybrid per se, but commercial viability and different aspects of storage and marketing, and how the different parental lines are important, and how in nutshell from seed to seed, and it was very interesting and useful for all of us. And next there was a lecture by Dr. Atul. He dealt with socio-economic analysis. It is also important because ultimately the seed production needs to be made by the farmers, and he analyzed many of the parameters in two districts of Karnataka, Gadag and Dharwad, looked into various parameters like rainfall and temperature, and you also looked into adapters and non-adapters, and had some insight. And there was a lecture by maize technologies in NEH region, emphasizing on diversity, and so I'm very much thankful to all the presenters for making presentation, and all the viewers and listeners, and again organizers for allowing me to conclude this in a very important session. Thank you very much.